Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live kind of with emergency coverage. Wasn't really expecting to go live today, but we do have a tornado warning that was just issued for a very populated area. This is in northern Ohio. It includes Cleveland Heights going towards Chesterland, Chardon, Kirtland, Mentor, and Eastlake. This is a part of a pretty dangerous cluster of thunderstorms right now.
That is thunderstorm watch has been issued.
That was loud. This is going to be for a pretty populated area, obviously, in northern Ohio. So Cleveland, Ohio, you guys are included in this, going towards Paynesville. If you are in this tornado warning in Cuyahoga as well as Lake counties, you need to be getting to your storm shelter right now. Basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. As again, we have a tornado warning in effect for a very populated area. There's, I believe, about 500,000 people that are inside of this tornado warning. So again, very populated area here. This is just east of the Cleveland Airport. There has been an ongoing area of rotation for quite some time now, and we are really looking, I think, really more at a very significant damaging wind threat. We did a moment ago have a pretty tight area of rotation that was over the north side of Brooklyn, so we may have had a tornado. And so now what we're going to be watching for is this very significant area of damaging winds to push into Shaker Heights, Cleveland Heights, and Garfield Heights over the next 2 to 3 minutes. It's also about to hit the Case Western Reserve University, and then eventually approaching Chesterland and Interstate 271. So if you're in any of these locations right now, you need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible. I am mostly concerned right now about the significant damaging wind threat, but you can see these little areas of rotation that are trying to come together in this little cluster of thunderstorms, and that could lead to a quick hitting tornado. So once again, Cleveland, Ohio, you got to be in your safe place right now. We have significant damaging winds rolling through. There are 1.1 million people inside of this tornado warning right now. And I also want to point out, even if you're not in the tornado warning, you need to be staying away from windows if you're over in Medina, if you're over in Kent, Ravenna, or even down near New Franklin. This is where we're also watching for damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, which could easily knock down trees and power lines and even tree branches. So it's obviously a very concerning threat right now. We're also getting some reports coming out of some of the areas that have already been hit by this line, one of which was just back over near the Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. There was a 71 mile per hour wind gust that was measured by an ASOS, which is essentially an airport measuring tool for weather. So we had a 71 mile per hour wind gust back over at the airport. There was also a 74 mile per hour wind gust over at North Ridgeville, Ohio. So that's over in Lorain County within the last 15 to 20 minutes. So obviously this is a very intense cluster of thunderstorms that is continuing to move through Cleveland and is now going towards Paynesville and Chardon. We also have some storms that, while we wait for this next radar scan, we do have some storms over in New York as well. The one near Ithaca was tornado warned. We're still keeping an eye on that supercell right now. That is going to be tracking towards Interstate 81. There's also some pretty strong thunderstorms near Norwich. There's also another one near Corning. These are all capable of producing large hail and damaging winds. Let's go back to the Cleveland storm here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, tornado warning for Cleveland, Ohio. The latest radar scan, the most intense area of wind is now surging into Shaker Heights and Cleveland Heights. This is going to be approaching Interstate 271 within the next couple of minutes. So if you're on Interstate 271, you need to be, again, trying to avoid this roadway, really. If not, try to pull over, get under some sort of gas station or some sort of, place that would be safe in this sort of situation. An underpass is not a safe place. And then Chardon Heights or Chardon Falls and Chesterland will be in the path of this in about 5 to 6 minutes. So you should be getting to your safe place now if you're in either of those two locations, as this really intense line of thunderstorms continues to approach. And once again, very significant damaging winds are rolling through this entire area with 70 to 75 mile per hour winds impacting much of northern Ohio at this moment. We also just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center across New York, where they have mentioned that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is still up to 130 miles per hour. So a strong tornado risk still exists. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then up to $half sized hail is also a possibility. There's once again, in the Cleveland area, we have significant damaging winds rolling through right now. There's also a live shot that we had just moments ago back over at the Cleveland Public Library that had a pretty good shot of at least the wind rolling through. Let me see if we can get that video here. What's kind of interesting is if you look right here, you can kind of see some of the light debris that was flying, maybe birds, but there was also probably a little bit of light tree debris, like branches and leaves that were probably falling as this significant damaging wind threat came right through. But you can see how the wind was picking up very quickly near the Huntington Bank Field over in downtown Cleveland. So it's obviously very windy out there. Again, this was just moments ago here in downtown Cleveland. But once again, if you're in Cleveland, Ohio, you got to still be in your safe place. We still have significant damaging winds. Areas off to the east should definitely be seeking shelter. And there you go. You can just see the leaf flying by there. Once again, this was about 5 minutes ago, but this is a pretty good indication of how intense this line of thunderstorms is. And I can't tell if that's a bird, that little black thing there in the middle, or if that was a a leaf or something like that. It's very difficult to tell. But that might have been some sort of tree debris, and the visibility basically reduced to under a quarter of a mile very quickly there. So once again, Cleveland just got hit pretty hard, and now this is approaching Chesterland, Mayfield Heights, and Mayfield, and eventually going towards Chardon. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see if there's any sort of debris signature. Right now, I'm looking right here north of Shaker Heights for a slightly more defined area of rotation. So that's about a crossover Interstate 271. There's another area of rotation trying to come together over the east side of Garfield Heights, and that is approaching Chardon Falls right now. So Chardon Falls, get ready for this. A little bit of a stronger area of not just wind, but also a possibility for a tornado heading in the direction of Chesterland and then eventually Chardon, Ohio. All right, real quickly, I do want to go down to the south and west. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch, which does include Texas and Oklahoma. This is mainly going to be for the risk of damaging winds and large hail, but there is an isolated risk of a tornado, as the Storm Prediction Center has outlined in the severe thunderstorm watch. This one goes until, I believe, about 11 o'clock Central Time, so it goes for quite a bit. So if you're west of Oklahoma City, near Vernon, back over towards Altus, definitely be staying weather aware this afternoon. We might even be live when some of that severe weather really starts to get going. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to include Knox, Walnut, just north of Rochester. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a ton of lightning with this supercell too. It's very clustered together here, but damaging winds should be the primary concern. I also want to point out, we'll get the SPC discussion for this in a second if somebody can send it to me, but the Storm Prediction Center did mention that we may get a severe thunderstorm watch back off here to the west in Illinois and Indiana. It's about a 40% chance of being issued. However, they may end up issuing a severe thunderstorm watch here within the next hour or so. So that would be basically anywhere in this corridor here. So we're talking central Illinois, central Indiana, and that's going to really come down to if storms actually fire in this environment. One of the biggest problems is that we've had so much convection throughout the daytime today. So I'm not sold that we're going to see severe weather that's widespread, but I think maybe an isolated tornado threat, damaging winds and hail should exist in both Illinois and Indiana this afternoon into the early evening hours. We got a new radar scan coming in now for Cleveland. So we'll see what this tornado warning looks like in just a moment. And once again, if you are just tuning in, tornado warning is in effect for northern Ohio. This does include Cleveland, Chesterland, and Chardon, which at this point, Cleveland is really no longer at risk of a tornado. There could be still some, remainder gusty winds come on the backside of this line of thunderstorms. This has obviously been a very intense line, but more than anything, we're talking about just lightning and some light to moderate rainfall for the next little while until this cluster continues to move out. Waiting for the velocities to update. Right now, our most intense winds are now going right over Interstate 271, stretching from Euclid down towards Shaker Heights and Warrensville Heights. And the latest scan, that rotation near Mayfield Heights is looking a little bit more intense. In my opinion right now, the area of wind is going to be the more concerning feature here for Mayfield Heights and Chesterland. We will likely see 70 to 75 mile per hour winds hit the Case Western Reserve University Farm in just a moment, and that will eventually be approaching Fowler's Mill and Chardon. So very intense winds. There is, again, some rotation in this right over Interstate 271. I wouldn't say it's super strong, but it's definitely on the stronger side of things compared to what we just had a moment ago. And then further to the south, there's a couple other areas I'm looking at. There's a small area of rotation west of Chardon Falls, and then there's another little area that's trying to bow out a little bit here near Sagamore Hills. So that could also lead to an isolated tornado risk. But more than anything right now, damaging winds is the more concerning threat for those down near Medina and also going towards Cuyahoga Falls, Kent, and Ravenna. All right, so if you're in any of those areas, be staying away from windows and, again, be on the lowest floor possible. Also, if you guys have photos and videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you can, somebody approve all the photos and videos, that'd be good. We got some photos and videos that have been getting sent in from these thunderstorms, and we'll look at those in just a moment. Just coming out in the last few moments, we have a new wind gust that was just sent in or reported back over on the north side of Cleveland, and this is going to be for a 71 mile per hour wind gust. So that is from an ASOS, which again is another airport measurement tool on the north side of Cleveland just moments ago. So again, this line of thunderstorms is still very significant. There's no active tornado from what we're seeing, but we can get quick hitting tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. This is what we would call a QLCS tornado threat, which means quasi-linear convective system. What that essentially means is tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And that is what we're really watching right now here on the east side of Cleveland. With that said, we have a lot of wind shear today, so there is obviously a possibility that we could get a strong tornado. Definitely cannot rule out something like that in this environment. All right, new radar scans coming in right now. And in just a moment, we'll have some photos and videos from you guys. And again, if you have any photos or videos, you can go to our website. Link is in the description. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning north of the southern New York radar site here. This is going to be over near Brookshire Triangle, just east of Ithaca. We're watching this storm right here near Ithaca, going towards Virgil and Interstate 81, mainly looking at 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail, but there is at least a low-end chance for a tornado. Got lots of lightning also just south there of Cortland. Going back to the Cleveland storms, the latest radar scan, you can see that little hook shape that is developing. It's a little appendage that is formed over the east side of Interstate 271. And so if we have a tornado with this line, it is now going to be approaching Chesterland and then approaching Chardon in about 4 to 5 minutes. So again, if you are in Chardon, Ohio, you need to be getting away from windows right now and get to the lowest floor possible. Riley, I'm sending you the Zoom. One sec. Thank you, Edie, for the super chat. Anybody in Cleveland, by the way, right now watching, or anybody actually get these storms yet? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious on what you guys are seeing. Again, we'll have some photos and videos in just a second. But again, this line of thunderstorms is very intense right now, right around Cleveland. There are some other little appendages that are trying to form a little further down to the south, but nothing that stands out to me or sticks out to me that would make me think there's an active tornado further south. It's very significant, though. Again, the wind here is really the big concern, and I can't stress it enough. People are always really locked in on just tornado warnings and not enough on severe warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning here is crucial because we are talking about 70 mile per hour winds that can easily knock down trees. It can easily knock down power lines. I mean, this is not something that should be taken lightly. It can do similar damage to a tornado. So do not, disregard the severe warning here, even if you're down near Akron or New Franklin or Barberton. This is a very significant line of thunderstorms right now. There's no doubt about that. But there is obviously a chance that we have a tornado anywhere in here. We're really looking at this little hook that's developed near Chesterland that's heading towards Chardon. But there's also another little appendage that might try to form. That will be going more in the direction of Mesopotamia Township. We got another radar scan coming in right now. So we'll go to that in 2 seconds. All right, here's the latest scan. You can see now, you see a little segment that's trying to bow out here. That's what we're talking about, these little appendages. When we get this little inflow notch, little push out from our line of thunderstorms that can sometimes lead to quick hitting tornadoes. We're also watching this area specifically approaching 306. Got a couple people saying in the chat that there's a lot of lightning and the skies are green right now around Cleveland. All right, after this radar scan, we'll look at some of the photos and videos that you guys have sent in. So we're waiting on that in 2 seconds. Check Illinois, we will in a moment. All right, here's the latest scan, and again, this right here, this is that little area that we're starting to see a little bit more rotation on. I wouldn't say this is super strong rotation right now, but there's at least an increasing amount of rotation over Chardon Falls. All right, so that is going towards Newberry and Burton, Ohio. So if you're in either of those locations, I'd be getting ready. I'd be in your safe place now. If you're out in front of this, over near like Middlefield, for example, I would be getting ready to seek shelter now. We have damaging winds again around 70 miles per hour and a possible tornado threat heading your direction. That area of rotation over Chesterland is a little bit less intense. However, we still at least have some rotation that is over Chesterland. I wouldn't say it's strong or an active tornado. At the bare minimum, we're talking about 70 mile per hour winds winds right now. All right, we got a few photos and videos that you guys have been sending in from the Cleveland, Ohio area. This was actually from last night over in Chicago. We actually had a big hailstorm in Chicago last night at like 10 o'clock. This is also from Portage, Indiana last night of some pretty crazy lightning. This is over in James Township, Michigan from just a few hours ago. A lot of hail. That is a lot of small hail, but that is a lot of hail. And again, all these storms today, for the most part, will have a risk of producing large hail. And it could be a large amount of hail, too. It doesn't, the quality when it comes to the size of hail might not be the concern today. The quantity, though, could be very significant. This is over in Parma, Ohio, when the sirens are going off. So sirens going off here over in Parma, Ohio, not too long ago. This was sent in only about 10 minutes ago. This was sent in from Avon, Ohio. This is some gusty winds moving through that area. This is likely the outflow boundary, so kind of our gust front that is the precursor to our line of thunderstorms. And usually when you get this cool outflow boundary that moves through, the tornado risk is usually a lot lower when the storms actually roll through. Granted, over in Cleveland and east of Cleveland, we're not talking about a lower tornado threat since those are not outflow dominant right now. This is sent in by Courtney over in Huron County, Ohio, about an hour ago over in Huron County. Very strong winds that moved through Huron earlier. And again, we've had widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour in northern Ohio, right along Lake Erie since really about 4 o'clock or so. This is in Columbia Station, Ohio. This guy is, wait, what is this guy holding? Or was holding a mug or something. He's just drinking his coffee or something while watching the intense winds rip through Columbia Station. I don't recommend standing outside like this during a severe storm. This is that a beer? Oh, is that a beer? Is bro holding the beer while we're in a severe warning or a tornado warning? Oh, no, that's just soda. All right. Respectable. And this over in Portage County, Ohio, where we're starting to get dark. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, links on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. All right, here's the latest scan, and ooh, that is getting stronger. All right, so we got stronger rotation now developing over Russell Center. You can see the very strong surgeal wind that is going away from the radar, and then going into the storm, we have a very strong inflow right now. So again, right now, there's a very strong area of rotation developing right on Ohio 87. This could lead to a tornado. So you need to be, again, in your safe place right now. If you're right along Ohio 87, and if you're over in Middlefield, I would honestly be getting to your safe place as well. That is a very dangerous area of rotation. And you can see that little hook echo as well that is developed on radar. So if we have a tornado, it'd be right over the south side of Russell Center and approaching Newberry, Ohio. Down the line, if you're over in Mesopotamia Township, Jefferson, Ashtabula, any of these areas really in extreme northeastern Ohio, get ready for widespread damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour, and also get ready for the risk of a tornado or two as this line of thunderstorms continues to quickly move to the north and east. Waiting for another radar scan, but that's pretty dangerous. Also, we do have a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that came out not too long ago. I was talking about this a few minutes ago. But this is back over in central Illinois, northern Indiana. Widely scattered strong storm development, including a couple of supercells, is possible into the early evening hours. So there's about a 40% chance right now of a watch. This area has already been very hard hit this severe weather season. And honestly, it does not look like that's going to be changing anytime soon. We got a lot more severe weather upcoming for Illinois and Indiana over the next few days. We also have another SPC discussion that was a little while ago, but the risk of damaging winds and a tornado or two will be increasing between 5 and 6 o'clock Eastern. Obviously, it's almost 6 o'clock now. We do have an elevated risk still of damaging winds and maybe a tornado. Here's the latest radar scan. And again, if we have a tornado right now, we're really watching this right here, right along Ohio 87, heading towards Middlefield. If that rotation remains strong for the next like 5 minutes, I would anticipate a tornado warning going towards Mesopotamia Township in northeastern Ohio. So if you're over in that area, get ready. I'm going to kind of do a little box here, but basically if you're in this box right here, there's going to be a more elevated risk of not just damaging winds, but also a possible tornado threat heading in the direction of Ohio 11. Here's that latest scan. And that rotation, again, is very strong right now over Newberry. Again, there could be a tornado at any moment. So if we're Newberry, we got to be hunkering down right now. Burton as well. Burton, Ohio. You got to be in your safe place. Over in Chardon, we have an area of rotation. It's not as intense. This little cluster up here is not bowing out nearly as much. We got a little inflow coming into this here. If we have a tornado, be near US Highway 322 heading towards Hamden on the south side of Chardon. And then Rome, Morgan, and New Lyme are going to be in the path of that area of rotation. So we have two different areas of rotation right now. We have another severe thunderstorm warning over in Indiana. This one's going to be for Knox, Kingford's Heights. That'll be for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Lots of lightning on this thunderstorm as well right now. So we're keeping an eye on that. Over in southern New York, we do have an ongoing cluster of severe storms, mostly looking at damaging winds and large hail. The tornado risk, at least in the short term, is pretty low. We did have a couple of tornado warnings here before we went live over in southern parts of New York, but for the most part, I didn't see anything that actually produced a tornado, but they have been pretty nasty over here in New York today. We don't usually see severe weather in March in New York, at least to this degree. We have literally a slew as well of flash flood warnings stretching from north side of Belmont towards Cooperstown. So flash flooding is becoming a big concern right now across New York. And then back over in Texas and Oklahoma, we have a couple of areas that we're watching. This area right here near Wellington, Texas, for some $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a low tornado risk. Also west of Childress, a new updraft just went up. We're going to be watching that for maybe an isolated threat of severe weather as this storm continues to move to the northeast. We actually have a storm chaser bottom right of your screen that is on that. So Scott Peak over near Shamrock is looking at that thunderstorm, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. There's a low chance today, even of an isolated tornado back over in Texas. And again, today's severe weather risk is by no means small. It is actually quite large in terms of our risk of severe weather. Granted, it is not going to be an outbreak, I don't think. I don't think we're going to see a full-blown severe weather outbreak, but we do have a slight risk of severe weather in those two yellow areas. We have one that goes from St. Louis into New York, and the other one in Texas and Oklahoma. And so we are basically watching for a scattered day of severe weather, damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe an isolated storm up to 80 miles per hour, some large hail, and then possibly a couple of tornadoes are on the table. This is kind of the appetizer to what is coming tomorrow, what is coming on Thursday, and what's also coming on Friday. I want to really stress this, though. Today is not the big day of severe weather this week, guys. I know we have a tornado warning. I know things have been pretty active so far, but this is not the big day. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, all have the potential to be significant and widespread days of severe weather. We are going to be live, obviously, today, but tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, we're going to be live probably 4 to 5 straight days with all the severe weather that's upcoming. So definitely make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already. It is going to be a very active stretch of severe weather. We'll have a lot of storm chasers out there too. Latest radar scan on this tornado warning. Again, if you're in Cleveland, you are no longer in the tornado warning. However, we still have an area of strong rotation east of Cleveland. This is southeast of Chesterland, and this rotation is now approaching Middlefield. I would still anticipate we'll get a new tornado warning in a few moments if this rotation continues to remain at around the same level, if not more intense than it currently is. On the velocity scale, it's about a 6 out of 10. So it's, again, generally fairly strong right now. But it is not for sure a tornado. The rotation is still strong, though. We have a hook echo and still a very strong inflow. Again, this would be a QLCS tornado that we are looking at right now that is heading in the direction of Windsor. And there's another area of rotation that is starting to weaken a little bit more because of the fact we have some rain-cool air that is developing out front of our inflow notch. And so generally speaking, there south of Chardon, that is still rotating, but is not as intense at this moment. So we're keeping an eye on that. This is a live look at that storm back over in Texas that is producing some pretty big hail right now. This is Storm Chaser Scott Peak who is on it, and you can see the large little, like, let me try to see if we can do this here. We're going to test this out. I don't know how bad this is going to be. We're going to try it. All right, guys, this is the first experiment on a live stream of doing this.
Just a little bit ago.
We make
We're dropping south. The road networks are terrible out here, so.
All right, this right here, that is an outflow boundary. I don't know how the mic quality is, but that right there is a large outflow boundary. That is that circular area of clouds.
You want to do that now?
Yeah.
How did the mic quality sound? I don't know how that sounded for you guys. That is the first time we've actually tried to do that. Mic is good. All right, good to know. I don't know how different it is either.
It's got an RFD cut off to our right anyway, so it's gonna have to go through another. It's gonna have to go.
We've tested it for the record before streams. I just don't know how it actually works. So I just don't know how it actually sounds to you guys. So 8 out of 10. All right, well, that's at least good for now. We'll improve it later. All right, so the audio is a little quiet. All right, I got you. All right, we'll try to work on that. All right, back to our tornado warning. Latest scan still showing rotation once again approaching middle field. We do not have a new tornado warning yet. We will likely get a severe warning too going towards Jefferson. I'm surprised we have not gotten a severe warning. Never mind. That timing is crazy. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Northeast Ohio and Northwestern Pennsylvania. So this will include Jefferson, Ashtabula, as well as the north side of Warren, all up and down Ohio 11. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, once again, you need to be staying away from windows. So you need to be on the lowest floor possible. We are talking about a significant wind threat right now that is ripping its way across northeastern Ohio. This has already produced a lot of damage back over in Cleveland and areas west of Cleveland. We've had lots of reports of trees down, power lines down. We've had tree branches down, everything at this point has happened back over near the Cleveland area. So if you're over here near Jefferson, Ashtabula, any of these other areas that are in this yellow polygon, you need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible too, as this is still a very dangerous line of thunderstorms that is currently tracking to the east right now. Huge shout out to Enigma for the $20 super chat. Discovered your stream, have been locked into it ever since. Was wondering if you would show us the areas of concern for the next few days. We will, if we don't have any tornado warnings. So maybe soon. Riley has an update.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just an update on the reports out of this. We did have a few wind reports up to 75 miles an hour. I would not be surprised if they do go ahead and issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We're just under that criteria based off reports, but it does appear like it's intensifying a bit in terms of wind speed on radar. So we could see an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That would be a particularly dangerous situation.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll see if they go ahead and do that. Again, we've had several instances at this point of at least 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts all up and down from Elyria all the way through Cleveland and Euclid. So again, destructive severe warning, the criteria for that would be 80 mile per hour damaging winds or baseball sized hail. We obviously do not have baseball sized hail right now, but we do have the risk still of very significant damaging winds and perhaps a tornado. It does not appear as if they're going to issue a new tornado warning, at least for right now. The tornado warning here goes for 15 more minutes for Chardon and Painesville. That rotation, though, is now moved outside of the tornado warning. I do want to stress, though, we have obviously 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and we still have two different areas of rotation right now. One's approaching Mesopotamia Township, and the other one is going towards Lenox Township. All right, so there are still two areas of rotation that are moving to the northeast or east-northeast right now, and those could still produce tornadoes. So I would still be treating this as if it's a tornado warning for this yellow polygon. All right, they have gone ahead and actually canceled the tornado warning, but anywhere in this yellow polygon, you need to still be staying away from windows and, again, on the lowest floor possible. All right, thank you, Macho, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you and your coverage. It's also Chagrin Falls. Appreciate that. Yeah, I have to lock down on the Ohio pronunciation. Further down to the south, near Akron, as well as Kent and Barberton, we do have a significant area of damaging winds that is approaching you guys right now. Again, this is a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in Akron, if you're near Interstate 77, 76, kind of any of these interstates here, if you're a truck driver, for example, I would be pulling off the roadway. All right, I'd be getting off the road, not parking under an overpass. That's very dangerous, but I'd be parking, you know, maybe under a gas station, at least just pulling off in case the winds are really intense, because we've had a lot of semis flipped over here recently. But again, very dangerous line of thunderstorms currently making its way here across northeastern Ohio at this hour. Back over to Texas, this storm that Scott Peak is on bottom right of your screen is now producing ping pong ball sized hail just south of Shamrock near Wellington. So this storm's starting to intensify a little bit. There is a low chance of an isolated tornado, but really mainly looking at a damaging wind and hail risk at this moment. And I do want to remind you guys again, tomorrow is going to be a much more significant day of severe weather here across parts of the central and southern plains. Let me go and show you guys the risk of severe weather for tomorrow too. So again, this is the risk of severe weather for today. All right, so that is going to be for anywhere basically, again, from Texas back into even Massachusetts. It is a very large area that is at risk of severe weather for today. And if we head on over to tomorrow's risk of severe weather, It is an enhanced risk of severe weather. So we are talking about areas like Oklahoma City, Dallas, Kansas City, all included in a risk of severe weather for tomorrow. It is a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk, mostly for areas west of Oklahoma City, just west of Wichita, back over near Wichita Falls, Texas, where all hazards are going to be a possibility, but we do have a 5% tornado risk that is in place for tomorrow. So that will include areas like Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Kansas City. And then after this, honestly, I think Thursday has the potential to be a very significant day of severe weather. I'm a little surprised by still the placement of this slight risk of severe weather, but I do think we could easily see an enhanced risk of severe weather for tornadoes and perhaps even damaging winds and hail over here in parts of Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. We are talking about, again, a very significant day of severe weather, I think, on Thursday, as long as our morning convection moves out fast enough, and we're not done. Friday and Saturday will feature more severe weather. Friday, we got a slight risk in the Central Plains. This will likely grow in size, though. And then as we go into Saturday, the threat of severe weather will move off to the east. So we have, again, a very active stretch of weather ahead. It is going to be very active over the next, really, 6 days or so, 5 days. This is also the tornado threat for today. So for today, we do have a hatched 2% tornado risk, which obviously where the storms are currently located, just east of Cleveland, we still have an ongoing tornado threat. There's still some rotation within the line of thunderstorms, but anywhere in the green, we still have an isolated chance of a tornado today. And if a tornado were to happen, an EF2 tornado would be on the table, which means a strong tornado risk does exist. So it's, again, very important today if you are in the Ohio Valley, if you're anywhere in the risk area, that you obviously have multiple ways to receive weather alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, take the proper precautions now because we do have significant severe weather that is still ongoing right now. We have a new damage report coming out of Bainbridge, Ohio, coming in from a 911 call center that there are wires down on the road. We also have been getting some reports of, fires starting from lightning. We have one over in New York. We've had one in Indiana over the last hour. There are some trees down also on some roadways. So that is ongoing. We also just got another damage report. This one is west of Chardon. Cannot pronounce his names. Chardon. This is also from a 911 call center. A large tree down on Beechwood Drive, specifically in Kirtland, Ohio. So that is another damage report. Our most recent wind gust that was measured was over at a AWS station just to the east of Cleveland over in Highland Heights. That was a 61 mile per hour wind gust. Chardon. Oh, is it Chardon? Gotcha. All right, latest couple scans. We still have a little bit of rotation northwest of Mesopotamia Township. You can still see that hook echo that is still ongoing. This is northeast of Middlefield. Again, no active tornado warning. We obviously had one a few moments ago. This is just southwest of Windsor, going towards Colebrook, eventually towards New Lyme, Williamsfield, and then Andover. So if you're in any of those areas, be ready again for a 70 mile per hour damaging wind threat and even possibly a tornado. Once again, this is currently moving to the northeast. So this is still a dangerous line of thunderstorms that is going that direction. Back down towards Akron, Kent, and Barberton, I'm not as concerned at this point for a tornado threat. The damaging wind threat also has been definitely not as intense as what we're looking at off to the north. You can see the velocities here. They get progressively lighter, more dull, and weaker. So that basically means our winds here are probably closer to 50 to 60 miles per hour. Keep in mind that is still enough to knock down trees, could knock down power lines, could knock down tree branches, but it will not be nearly as widespread of a risk. Our threat is definitely a lot more significant heading up in the direction of Meadville as well, or Meadville, as well as Edenboro, Fairview, Girard, and Erie in Pennsylvania. So that is going right along the Interstate 20 corridor. We'll have some live shots coming up near Erie here, not too far from now. This is one of those live shots. This is in far northwestern Pennsylvania, kind of looking in the direction of this line. Can't really see anything quite yet, but we're going to be keeping an eye on that. There's also going to be another camera just to the south there of Erie that we'll be keeping an eye on. So there should be some good camera views of this line of thunderstorms coming up towards Erie in just a few moments. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send in to us. Again, it's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. QR code is also on your screen. We just got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This one is from Lawrence over in Cleveland, Ohio. Look at the winds ripping. This was the initial surge of wind that came through Cleveland. just about 30 minutes ago or so. This is near Old Brooklyn Road, I believe, or near Old Brooklyn. I think that's on the, can't remember, it might be on the east side of Cleveland. I think it's on the east side. This was from last night over in Munster, Indiana. Pretty cool lightning. We had some pretty strong storms last night. We didn't go live because there wasn't really a whole lot of a tornado threat, and the hail was not significant enough. I mean, most of it in Chicago was quarter to $half size hail. If it was like, you know, upwards of 2-inch size hail or even golf ball size hail, we would have probably been live. But last night we had some scattered severe storms. This is over in Brunswick, Ohio. Some pretty cool clouds there. This is a time lapse, it looks like. So this is a little time lapse about 10 minutes ago in Brook Park, Ohio. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch for northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. We'll talk about that here in a second. This is another video. This was sent in from Porter County, Indiana from last night. Pretty cool lightning. Look at that lightning just spread out in the sky. That is actually sick. Look at that. It's like a ripple effect. One of the cooler lightning videos I've seen. Wow. This is over in Lorain County, Ohio. Look at the wind here. Very intense wind. They said possible tornado. You know, there might have been a tornado. I do want to say, like, a lot of the time we don't, with these cluster of thunderstorms, it's difficult to always tell if there is a tornado in progress on radar. They're just so quick hitting a lot of the time. And we had about 21 tornadoes when we had that moderate risk of severe weather in the Mississippi Valley about a week or two ago. And that, we didn't see a single debris signature on radar. We did not see a single tornado on radar that day. And we ended up having about 20 tornadoes confirmed from that day. And we could have actually had 1 or 2 tornadoes right around Cleveland. It's very possible. Most of the time, they're EF0 tornadoes, which means weak, but a lot of the time they are in that intensity. Somebody just said fake thumbnail. The thumbnail is literally the exact severe weather risk for today, unless for some reason it's glitched, which it should be. That thumbnail is the exact area that is in the risk of severe weather today. This over in Brecksville, Ohio. They said a shell cloud is coming in. It's actually called a shelf cloud, not a shell cloud. I hope that is a typo, but I've never heard of a shell cloud before. We got a seashell cloud in 2026. That'd be pretty crazy. A shell cloud before GTA 6. So over in Streetsboro, Ohio, some elevated clouds there. Big tree down over in Fairview Park, Ohio. That is a really large tree that was uprooted. This was sent in by Joey over in Fairview Park. This is over in Elyria, Ohio, some tree branches down. And again, this is one of the big concerns right now, the storms that are ripping through. I want to urge you guys, if you are in these severe warnings, you need to be staying, again, away from windows and preferably on the lowest floor possible, as we could have trees fall down, especially if you have older trees in your backyard that could fall onto your home as the winds come through. It's the best to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. If you're in like a mobile home park, if you're in an RV, it might be better to try to find a storm shelter. I would advise of that. So again, tree branches coming down. We got trees coming down. This is another example of that over in Elyria, Ohio. Elyria was hit hard. That tree hit the fences. Smacked them right down. That is a large tree too that came down. And here is another photo over in Cleveland Heights. Someone in Cleveland Heights lost a tree. That is a massive tree that fell down. These storms are absolutely no joke. Elyria. Thank you. I got it. Guys, pull out the Google Translator or Google Pronunciator. This is, again, if you want to send any photos or videos in, QR code's on your screen. There's also a link in the description if you guys have any photos or videos from these storms. And obviously, if you are taking any photos and videos, please take them safely. All right, back over to our severe thunderstorm warning. Again, in northeastern Ohio, we've had an ongoing risk of significant damaging winds and embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms going towards Jefferson, eventually going towards Fairview and Edenboro. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. Maybe a little bit of rotation north of Mesopotamia Heights. There's another small area of rotation southwest of Jefferson. You can see that little inflow and that little hook with this cluster of thunderstorms. And again, this is where we're going to be looking for a potential tornado threat. There is a new severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Mercer County, Pennsylvania. So if you're over in Greenville, Sharpsville, Interstate 79, be staying away from windows. If you're over in Erie, Edenboro, or Meadville, I'd get ready now. bring any loose light items inside. If you have any sort of outdoor patio furniture that could go flying, try to bring that inside too. Trampolines, hatch them down. Significant risk here of damaging winds and perhaps tornadoes is coming directly towards you guys right now. We have another report coming in from a 911 call center in Mentor, Ohio, of trees and power lines down on Hopkins Road. So we have had a lot of reports of that. Obviously, avoid any downed power lines and wires. There is a new severe warning in northern Indiana. This is turning into a pretty significant hailstorm right now, south of Warsaw near North Manchester. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Right along US Highway 30 going towards State Route 13. Look at the hail there near Tippecanoe. That is a very significant hail core, and despite this looking really intense when it comes to all the black and white pixels on reflectivity, doesn't necessarily mean we have baseball-sized hail, but we probably have a large quantity of hail that is currently coming down. So definitely stay away from windows if you're on this storm. We also have a few storms that are attempting to go up right now in Illinois, over near Bloomington, Delavon, Minier. Some storms are now firing up. We're mainly looking at a large hail and damaging wind risk, but an isolated tornado threat definitely can't be ruled out. We got some more storms also firing up now near St. Louis. Again, nothing severe yet, but this is the beginning of an increasing risk of severe weather over the next hour or two. You can actually see the skies here over in St. Louis. Pretty cool looking skies actually right now. We got a large rain shaft here. I think that's back off to the west of St. Louis right now. And then further down to the south and west, bottom right of your screen is a storm chaser that is on this storm over here near Wellington that is producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. We go back over to here. You can see what that storm looks like near Wellington. This thing is producing ping pong ball sized hail.
But like 600 miles, yeah, somewhere around there.
And you can
it just
see
depends. It really does.
all the rain that's coming down. Look at the clouds here. They're all very elevated. This is an elevated thunderstorm that we have. So all the clouds are very high off the ground. There's not going to be a whole lot of a tornado threat until these clouds get lower to the ground.
You're fine, Emily.
So they're very high up right now. And until they actually get lower to the ground, we start to see a base form. There's not going to be a whole lot of a tornado threat. But large hail,
Still
damaging winds,
northerlies,
big
but they're
concern with
warm
this storm right now.
northerlies.
Over in Wellington.
Oh, that's weird. I'm at 82.
Oh, so we're going to fix the mic for being in the shot by our next stream probably. So.
Oh, now we got northerly winds.
We no longer have any tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. We're back down to normal severe warnings. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Yeah, fix the order of these. As the Ohio warning, we're still watching basically widespread 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds in northeast Ohio. This is still a very intense line of thunderstorms. There's no doubt. I mean, again, there is a possibility, obviously, of a tornado in this line. We have another little hook and appendage that is forming northwest of Green, but that one is currently not too strong. That is going to be heading up towards Lindsville, Pennsylvania here shortly. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. When is Nike going to sponsor the channel? It has to happen. I'm gonna be putting on my own. I'm gonna get our own branded t-shirts here soon if they don't sponsor our channel. I've never even reached out to them. They should though. Thank you, Larry, for the $20 super chat. 59-year-old blown away by advances in my lifetime ability to forecast tornadoes and severe weather days ahead of time, even from 20 years ago. How much better do you believe it can get? I think it can get a lot better. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the what's actually really crazy is the hurricane models. So we like the National Hurricane Center
says there's a couplet on radar now.
Did this whole thing on, basically how accurate computer models were versus the advancing Google AI models that have been coming out. And the Google AI models actually won, I believe, in terms of forecasting, like accuracy in terms of path, but it didn't win in terms of the Riley, can you mute the computer? Thank you. But in terms of the accuracy, in terms of intensity, I think the National Hurricane Center won in that department. But basically, the GFS model and the European model were far less accurate when it came to forecasting hurricanes last year. So I think there's a lot of potential down the line. And I know a lot of people are against AI and stuff like that and all that, and I get it. But when it comes to weather, the AI advancements that are happening with computer models are actually astounding. Like I was studying in my last year of college, and that was only about a year ago. I was studying the advancements of AI computer models. models. Like, it was starting to become more of a thing at the beginning of last year. And we talked about why they're better. Basically, they take a lot less computing power. That's a big thing, by the way. Computing power, when it comes to models, there's a lot of it that goes into the GFS and European model. It is so much more significant and so much more than what it takes for an AI model to run. And I know a lot of people hate AI. I get that. But when it comes to a computer model, there's obviously a lot of advancements that are going into it with, you know, artificial intelligence, essentially. So when it comes to any sort of AI model, they use a lot less computing power, which is better, by the way, in general for the environment. Like, a lot less computing power. It's a lot better for the environment. It's also a lot better for getting model data faster. You know how some models, like, you know, for example, the European model, it takes, like, you know, a long time to come out. Like, the 0Z model doesn't come out until like 7 o'clock. It should run around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. It doesn't come out until after midnight. It takes like 5 or 6 hours to fully load. So again, one of the reasons why AI models are actually better in a lot of cases is because of the fact that computing power is just so much faster. Granted, the accuracy I don't think is there across the board yet, but it's been improving. So we'll see what happens. But and again, I don't have any sort of opinion on AI being great or bad. I know a lot of people are against it. Some people are for it. But when it comes to models, it's different. Like, again, that's been something that's been happening for over a year and a half. And it's actually very significantly increased the forecasting ability for hurricanes. And I think it'll do the same for severe weather down the line, too. You know, I think there's so much potential down the line for all that to really improve. Can somebody put, or actually I can do it. Never mind. Let's do that. And I get there's a lot of, like, people, and I get the whole, like, there's a lot of crappy AI slop out there, and I agree, by the way, like, there's way too much of it. But I'm talking more about the fact that, like, you know, the models and stuff like that have advanced so significantly with it. And I'm not talking about the European and stuff like that. I'm talking about, like, the actual AI models that have come out. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Texas. This one is going to be north of Childress. So we got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. Also a possibility. This warning over here near Shamrock was for ping-pong ball-sized hail. That storm is right here, making its way towards Sire in western Oklahoma. Again, nothing really rotating much right now, but we are still monitoring a possibility for an isolated tornado threat as these storms continue to push east. There's actually a camera, very bottom of your screen there, that is looking in the direction of that storm. We also have storm chaser Scott Peak, bottom left, who is also on this slew of hailstorms that has gone up over the last hour. Back over in Indiana, we still have a very significant hailstorm making its way down towards Fort Wayne. I'd be watching this closely here. North of North Manchester. Got a little hook that is attempting to develop. This is a discrete cell. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like this has the potential to produce a tornado. It's definitely been trying to organize here over the last several minutes. You can see a little hook, the inflow. It's over Silver Lake right now, waiting for velocities to update. But this could definitely become a concern. We have a storm chaser that's en route for this, so we'll see if we can get a view of it here soon. But that area of rotation, we'll have to see what it looks like. But it looks like it's attempting to organize. There's a pretty impressive looking storm there just south of Warsaw. And yeah, that is definitely rotating over the west side of Silver Lake. You can see the velocities. I wouldn't say they're really strong right now. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a tornado warning for this, but I would say it's not far from it. So if you're over here near Silver Lake, State Route 14, going down towards South Whitley in northern Indiana, be staying very alert right now. Tornado warning definitely could be issued for that. Big hailstorm too happening. This is a discrete cell, by the way, so there's a lot of potential for this thing to produce something. We also got a pretty significant area of wind right now over near Wolf Lake. This isn't even warned for anything. Right now, velocities are picking up on nearly 60-mile-per-hour winds, which would be in the severe thunderstorm warning criteria. That is going towards Green Center, Edge, and Avila. Garrett and Albert are also in the path of that. Fort Wayne, though, we definitely got to be watching this storm closely. If you guys have any friends or family, again, in the risk of severe weather today, definitely share the stream with them. Again, we are live covering a pretty significant threat of severe weather right now across the Ohio Valley. We just got a severe thunderstorm watch for northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. This was issued about almost 30 minutes ago now, but we're just getting to it. This would include Kokomo, Logansport, Fort Wayne, Decatur, Defiance, and Lima. This goes until midnight, where a couple of tornadoes, scattered hail up to 2 inches is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. We also have a pretty significant line of thunderstorms once again approaching Erie, Pennsylvania. It's coming quick. All right, we got very intense line of thunderstorms here, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat. There is still rotation north of Green near the Williamsfield area that's going to be tracking towards Linesville and Meadville. So, again, I would still be watching for a tornado threat here, but damaging winds by far is going to be one of the larger concerns with this line of thunderstorms.
From Texas.
So it looks like back over in Texas, again, very elevated thunderstorm
my
here.
Dad met
You can
my
see the large
mom
hail shaft on the right, that kind of white area.
in Dallas. While they're doing ballroom dancing, so that was kind of
that
awesome.
white there, that's gonna be more of a hail
Adopted.
shaft.
They
Got a
couldn't
lot
have
of rain
kids
coming
around.
down. Very elevated clouds right now.
So
Back
I
over
have
in
the
Wellington,
most
Texas, producing up to
English
ping
white
pong ball
name you
sized
can
hail.
imagine. It's Scott Reginald Peak. My dad's Reginald, so it's yeah, very English. There's Jordan. Yeah, it's crazy.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been
Hey,
issued.
there you go.
All right, we just got a new severe watch for Ohio,
my God,
Pennsylvania,
yeah, my
and
dad
West
was, so
Virginia.
my
We'll
dad
talk
was 3
more
years
about that
old
here in a moment once we get
when
the
the German-
full update. Is this new? Yes, the green screen is new. Can't wait till I get a lot of complaints about me wearing a Nike t-shirt and shorts and stuff like that. I'll have to dress more appropriately, at least when it comes to pants. But that is a work in progress. All right, here's that new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to be for mainly Pennsylvania, but Ohio and one county in West Virginia is included in this. This goes until 1 a.m. tonight. I think most of our severe weather will happen well before that. However, State College, Williamsport, Johnstown, Pittsburgh, or just north Pittsburgh, Butler, Oil City, Warren, all included. Again, a couple tornadoes are possible, scattered ping pong ball sized hail, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are a possibility. We just got a new upgrade. Tornado possible tag has been added to this severe warning. I honestly think this needs a tornado warning. We don't have a view of this storm right now from any storm chaser, but we have one en route right now, and we will be keeping an eye on them. But I'm going to be honest, that looks pretty impressive. The hook echoes come together very quickly here in northern Indiana. I would fully support a tornado warning if the rotation continues to intensify. So North Manchester and South Whitley here in northern Indiana. We should be away from windows at the bare minimum. I'd be on the lowest floor possible. Pretty significant threat, at least, of wind and hail coming, but there's also some rotation, which, again, could lead to a tornado. I really would not be surprised, though, if we got a tornado warning for this. Rotation, I wouldn't say is super tight, but it's definitely trying to intensify further. Thank you, Luke, for the super chat. Sarge just went off in Independence, Ohio. Appreciate the report that you said for the super chat. Look at this, by the way. We got another area that we got to watch. Over near Tri-Lakes. I have no clue how this isn't at least warned for damaging winds, but north of the severe warning, this needs to be warned at least for wind, heading in the direction of Fort Wayne right now. There's also some rotation that is attempting to develop. We got a little inflow notch that is attempting to form south of Albion. But I have absolutely no clue how this isn't warned, at least for wind. Go over to velocities here. They're around 60 miles per hour. I have zero clue how that is not warned, at least for wind. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a little bit of a more detailed breakdown of the storm near Silver Lake. It's definitely exhibiting rotation at the surface levels, but I think the reason that it's not warned yet is if you take a look at the upper tilts of that storm, that mesocyclone is still a lot stronger aloft. This indicates that it's not fully gone through the process of tornado genesis. Once we start to see that surface level rotation start to match the upper levels of the storm a little more, that would mean that the mesocyclone has fully stretched vertically and it does have adequate ground contact. That is when I think they would warn this. This is one of those strange situations where we're so close to the radar site that we can look into the storm dynamics a little more, be a little more specific with what we are warning. But in that latest scan, it does look like it is continuing to get just a little bit stronger in terms of rotation, taking on a little bit better of a look on reflectivity. Still no tornado on the ground taking a look at CC, but it does look like it is going to continue to wrap up and form a very dynamic mesocyclone.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, the storm is, again, looking very feisty right now. Looks a little angry. It's trying to form. It's definitely trying to organize. So if you're tuning in right now from northern Indiana, if you're tuning in from Fort Wayne, I'd definitely be ready. Again, spread the word. If you got friends or family in Fort Wayne, share the stream. Again, we're live, commercial-free coverage. We got a storm chaser currently en route for this too, so we're keeping a very close eye on them too. But I am honestly concerned that this could try to pose a risk of a tornado down the line. It is going to be heading in the direction at least of the south side of Fort Wayne. Then we got this other area near Tri-Lakes that might try to form. Right now, more of a wind threat. I would, again, be away from windows if you're anywhere along U.S. Highway 33.
A new tornado warning has been
And they have
issued.
gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for this storm now in Indiana. It's a very tiny one. It's a little French fry tornado warning. But tornado warning once again here for Silver Lake and North Manchester. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. There's a little area of rotation in that little hook there near State Route 14, and that is tracking towards Liberty Mills right now. So Liberty Mills, North Manchester. We got to be, again, getting to our safe place right now if you're in this warning. This is a pretty dangerous storm that is currently tracking down to the southeast. If it can continue to organize, as it is a discrete cell, if it can continue to organize, I definitely think there is a risk here of an isolated strong tornado too. So we got a lot to watch right now. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. We'll keep an eye on this. We're going to go back to Ohio and Pennsylvania in a moment. By the way, Riley, the second PC is updating. I don't know why. Hey, Matthew, for the $10 super chat. How does Toledo, Ohio look? My hotel at Toledo, currently on I-80. Do I need to try and shelter my RS6 tonight? I think the threat for Toledo is definitely lower than earlier. I mean, we've already had 2 rounds of thunderstorms. We had the one that's now over in Ohio, or Pennsylvania now, and then we have the other one that's over near Sandusky. So I think the risk is low. Isolated damaging wind threat, though, would be possible. All right, here's the latest scan. Waiting for velocities to update. Once again, rotation right now is over near North Manchester. There are the velocities, and it's not really strong yet. It's probably cycling, but again, this is it's trying. I think it has a high potential to try to produce a tornado once it gets closer to Fort Wayne. So we are going to continue to watch that. It's a little bit weaker on the latest scan, though. We have a new severe warning in northwestern Pennsylvania. This will be for Edenboro and Meadville, and that is going to be for the risk of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are heading this direction right now. We will have some cameras that are in this general area, too, we'll be keeping an eye on. Got a live shot. This is over in Lake City, Pennsylvania, one of the HazCams over in Lake City. This is, you can actually see bottom right of your screen. That is where the camera's positioned. So the line of thunderstorm is about to move in. It's going to get really windy really quickly here in a second. So it's going to get windy here in a second. We're going to keep an eye on that. There's also going to be a couple more cameras. We're going to have one back over near the Lake Erie Airport. Look at the shelf cloud here. You can actually see the shelf cloud. That right there's a shelf cloud. This is an airport. Is that a Breeze airline? I guess Breeze goes into this airport. I think that's Breeze. It's at the Erie International Airport. I'm not sure how big this airport is. It doesn't look very big. That is Breeze. So that's a shelf cloud rolling in right now. We're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Indiana. This is one of the smaller tornado warnings that you'll see. It's a very small sliver. No really strong rotation right now. It's still trying to recycle. And again, I am still surprised we do not have a severe warning for this right here. South of Albion going towards Leo, Cedarville, and Fort Wayne. This is, again, a very significant area of damaging winds that is currently tracking to the east and east-southeast towards Interstate 69. Again, velocities on radar are measuring near 60 miles per hour. So I would fully support a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning at the minimum heading in the direction of I-69. If you are back over here to the north of Fort Wayne, kind of in this general area, I would be staying away from windows as this line of thunderstorms approaches. It is definitely producing damaging winds. There will probably be trees falling down. Power lines falling down is also a possibility. I wouldn't even rely on an isolated tornado risk if that's able to materialize a bit more. On our tornado warning near North Manchester, we still have a hook echo and still an inflow going into the storm. It's a little bit outflow dominant, but we still have a little bit of rotation. So it's still trying to organize. If it can latch back to the boundary, there's a much higher chance of this producing a tornado as it approaches Bracken, Mackin, as well as Luther. And then down the line, it'll be going towards Huntington and Roanoke in Indiana. Still a pretty concerning storm there. Let's go back to our storms here in Pennsylvania. So again, what it looks like at the Erie International Airport, large shelf cloud is currently rolling by. Also a camera. Actually, it looks like some of these cameras might be going down. Can't really tell. One of them went down. Oh, a couple of them actually just went down. All right, some of the cameras just went down. We'll keep an eye on them. They come back. We also have Storm Chaser PA storm trackers that is en route right now for this line of thunderstorms. They're currently located just east of Erie, Pennsylvania. Again, damaging winds the biggest concern right now, but there is obviously a possibility of a tornado. There's actually quite a bit of rotation that has developed near Andover, right along the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. This has developed over the last few scans. Again, we're kind of in a radar hole, so identifying QLCS tornadoes is going to become far more difficult with this line, but that'll be going towards Meadville if it were to be producing a tornado. That's the one area in this line that we've been watching for quite some time to, at least have some potential of producing a tornado. All right. Thank you to Defiance for the $20 super chat. How's Washington, Pennsylvania doing tonight? I think I'll just kind of break down all of Pennsylvania here. I think this area here is going to have the most significant risk for the next hour or two with damaging winds. It should be more isolated in this general corridor, and then anything down to the south and east, very low risk of severe storms. So Williamsport, Scranton, and even back towards Pittsburgh, isolated wind, very low tornado risk. All right, so we just got a report. Actually, so again, some of the cameras that we're just looking at went down, and I got a report that Erie is losing power right now. So there's power flickering. It's going on and off. There's power outages happening. So in northwestern Pennsylvania right now near Erie, we do have, again, ongoing power outages. So there is a power outage risk that is increasing right now. If you're over in Erie or a surrounding location, definitely be ready for power outages. Have flashlights ready to go. Have chargers ready to go. Charge your phone, your devices, just in case. We've already had 65,000 customers without power over here in Ohio from this line of thunderstorms. That was primarily around and just west of Cleveland, but over here in northwestern Pennsylvania, we could have a similar risk developing. As of now, again, very few people without power. We got about 1,500 customers without power as of about 10 minutes ago, but again, within the last 10 minutes, we just lost 2 cameras and likely a lot more power outages that have spread here across Erie County. So that number is definitely jumping. Got a new radar scan coming in, so we'll keep an eye on this. Again, some rotation right now west of Hartstown that is heading up towards Meadville and Kerrtown. Seegertown is also in the path of that. Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers is going to be coming up on this. I'm going to put PA Storm Trackers bottom right of your screen, so we'll have a view of that here in a moment. Hey, Douglas for the $10 super chat. Does Coca-Cola sponsor you with almost 2 million subscribers? Why would they not? Hey guys, we don't really have any, we don't have anything that I utilize. I am not sponsored by or eat or anything like that. So I know we're big, but we're not that big. This is what Erie International Airport looks like right now. Got a big shelf cloud coming right overhead. Look at that. Big time shelf cloud. So the wind's going to intensify very quickly. Again, damaging winds around 70 miles per hour are the big concern. You can see the Breeze airplane there. There are actual commercial airlines that fly in here, but airport is fairly quiet. No planes, it looks like, taking off or landing. Some lightning. The only food in drink stuff that we actually like utilize as some of the sponsorships that we have in videos, but we don't have any sponsorships on live streams. We need to get like some sort of, it would actually be kind of cool, I think, to have some sort of food sponsorship on live streams. BW. What in the world is this water droplet that just landed on the camera? Bro, what in the world just happened to this camera? There's some weird water droplet that just landed on it. It's flickering like crazy. That is, again, your shelf cloud here at Erie International Airport as this 70-mile-per-hour severe line of thunderstorms rolls in. Wind is starting to pick up now. You can see the camera shaking a lot more. It's only going to get stronger over the next minute or two. Visibility is going to drop quickly. We might not even be able to see that Breeze airplane here in a second. That's how bad it could get. Here comes the wind. Anybody currently tuning in from northwestern Pennsylvania? Anybody near Erie right now? I know we've had some power outages ramping up. Got some people in Erie. We got actually a lot of people in Erie right now. Now, the real question is, how many people have actually flown out of Erie International Airport? Good shout out to Lillian with the $20 super chat. Friends in Allegheny County in New York have severe flash flooding. Roads are washed out and culverts destroyed. Yeah, honestly, the flash flooding risk is insane right now in New York. We're going to talk more about it in a second, but we have like 4 different flash flood warnings. Apparently, I'm not sure if this is confirmed or not, but there might be some sort of state of emergency for flooding. But the flooding's bad in New York. It's some of the worst that I've seen. We don't have any photos or videos yet, but if you guys do have any photos or videos of anything, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description. Hey, Eric, for the $20 super chat. I have some photos and videos. How do I send it in? It's a great question. And again, that's in Erie. We'll go back to that in a second. If you guys do have any photos or videos, the QR code's on your screen. The link is also on your screen. We just had a few more photos and videos sent in. This one is another huge tree that was uprooted over in Michigan today. Part of an HVAC on the roof could not handle the wind in Lakewood, Ohio. Wow. That's impressive. Has to be some really strong wind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we'll look at more of those photos and videos in a second. We do have a brand new tornado warning that has been issued. That is going to be in Indiana. This is just southwest of Fort Wayne. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter now. Got to get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So it's going towards Interstate 69 right now, just south of Aboit and north of Huntington. Ossian's also in the path of this. You can see the hook echo. And again, this storm is kind of starting to merge with our line of thunderstorms. Got an inflow, though, coming in. It's a fairly organized supercell that is going to be tracking directly towards the Fort Wayne International Airport. We also have a severe warning for Auburn, north of Leo Cedarville. This one's been producing a little bit of rotation, but I'm more concerned about the damaging wind risk right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail are coming in to La Odo and the GWB airport. There is a small little hook echo that is developed northwest of Huntertown with an inflow. So we're at least monitoring a low-end chance of a tornado as this heads towards Leo Cedarville. But I am by far the most concerned when it comes to a tornado threat with this storm here. That is just southwest of Fort Wayne. Very populated area that we're talking about. And I do want to remind you, if you have any friends or family around or in Fort Wayne, share the stream, get the word out there. We're providing commercial-free coverage. If anything happens in Fort Wayne, we will let you know. We're monitoring this situation right now. We're monitoring the Texas situation. We're also monitoring the Pennsylvania and Ohio situation, which has been pretty significant. We have a very intense line of thunderstorms that is approaching Meadville, Interstate 79, and Edenboro. And as we just saw on that camera, over at the Erie International Airport. The wind's insane. This is actually live right now on the Hazcam at Erie International Airport, and you can see how strong the winds are. I just talked about this a moment ago, but you barely can even see the Breeze airline plane anymore. That is a large commercial jet that is there in the middle. You can barely even see the outline. So visibility has now dropped well under a half of a mile in Erie, Pennsylvania, as 70-mile-per-hour winds rip through the area. You can see the wind skirting along the ground at the bottom of your screen. And again, I would have to assume no airlines are taking off or anything like that right now. But it's very windy, and we can obviously get embedded tornadoes in the line with something like this. Got a lot of people tuning in right now from the Erie area. And this is kind of the similar views of what we've been seeing across the board. The wind is very intense right now at the Erie International Airport. We do also have some other cameras that are kind of in this vicinity we're keeping an eye on, but this one has, again, easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that are hammering the airport right now. Wow. This is consistently 60 plus mile per hour winds. This was happening. It was windy about 10 minutes ago, but it was never this intense. Shout out to Grayston with the $20 super chat. I don't think there's any flash flood emergency unless I haven't seen it. I don't think we have any flash flood emergency. All the flash flood warnings that I am seeing are radar indicated. Yeah, they're all radar indicated right now. So there's no flash flood emergency, but obviously there has been a lot of flooding in New York today. Now the wind's starting to calm down. You can see the Breeze airplane again. That lasted a good 5-10 minutes. Also, important update. Back over in New York, we have very intense thunderstorms right now rolling in to the I-81 corridor north of Binghamton. There is a lot of wind. You can see all these bright spots. That is, easily 60, 70 mile per hour winds. But look at the hail. Got tons of hail falling. One hail core is over Green, New York. That's probably producing widespread quarter, $half, maybe even up to golf ball sized hail. That's what it's warned for. So very significant hailstorms are currently making their way across southern New York right now, just to the southeast of Ithaca. Here's that line of flash flood warnings that we have in effect. There have been over a dozen water rescues and flood reports in general here across central southern New York just over the last hour or so. So the flooding risk is obviously very significant. Again, very intense line of thunderstorms is right now moving across northwestern Pennsylvania. Damaging winds is, again, very intense right now. Widespread 70 mile per hour winds are ripping through northwest Pennsylvania. We also have some damaging wind potential as far south and east as Akron, Warren, just to the north and west there of Youngstown. We still have a tornado warning in effect southwest of Fort Wayne. The rotation on the storm has definitely gotten a little bit broader. There is a hook shape to it, but it's not as organized as before. So the tornado risk, at least in the short term, is a little bit lower. You can see the velocities here are not overly strong, but they are still converging a little bit. So we're keeping an eye on that. We also have an area of rotation that's been trying to develop north of Fort Wayne, but mainly looking at a damaging wind risk for right now. This is the last about 7 scans of our wind. And again, that is all surging towards Fort Wayne, Indiana right now, which is under a severe warning. I would also support a severe warning for the blank space here in between the two severe warnings. Leo Cedarville, in my opinion, should be included in a severe warning for at least 60 mile per hour winds here. Got another radar scan coming in. We'll stay here for a second, then go back to Pennsylvania. You know the pronunciation of Akron? Hey, we're getting better. Hey, Isaac, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for everything you do. I'm keeping an eye on the Indiana storm. The last few scans are concerning. I'd say the latest scan isn't as concerning. The one a little while ago is more concerning. Waiting for another scan to come in here. We are getting some reports of infrastructure damage over in Lorain County, Ohio, from power lines and broken power poles. This is the latest scan. Again, rotation's not as strong right now near Fort Wayne. It could try to cycle again, but we got some rain cooler out in front of it. Just not as organized of a supercell. It might try to organize again here in a few moments, but I'm not as concerned, at least in the next few minutes, for a tornado, but obviously that could change. We do have a new damage report out of Culver, Indiana, of a tree downed near Washington Street and Plymouth Street. We have tons of wind and damage reports stretching from Toledo, Ohio, all the way back over towards Erie and Meadville. We are watching a very intense line of thunderstorms right now near Erie, Meadville, and Edenboro. This is still producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour and lots of lightning. Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers is currently over in Erie. They are like right along the water, so it'll be interesting to see where they position themselves as this line of thunderstorms rolls in. We also have some cameras that are inside of this area. Let's see if we have any new views of this. Obviously, the Erie International Airport was the main view we had. You can see how the conditions have gotten a little bit better here. We had significant damaging winds. There's leaves blown around everywhere, probably some tree branches down. The next camera that we're going to be keeping an eye on will be back over here, over in Green Township. You can see all the trees here. And obviously, it's early into the season, so these trees are, without any leaves on them for the most part. We don't have any sort of big blooming happening up here since it's still been pretty cold. But this will be the next area to watch for. We could see some trees and branches fall down as the wind comes through. And then there will be another one back up here, northeast Pennsylvania, literally called Northeast Pennsylvania, apparently. I think, is that an actual town? Yeah, it is. All right, Northeast Pennsylvania. I didn't even know that existed. We've covered Erie about probably 5 or 6 times in the past, and it's actually kind of funny. We have a new wind gust report out of Jefferson, Ohio, 63 miles per hour from an ASOS, which is an airport measurement tool. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas. We have a few that are going up right now. That one's going to be near Childress for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. All the warnings right now in Texas are mostly marginal when it comes to our threat of severity. We've had some storms going up in Illinois. This is the last couple of radar scans over near Bloomington. Nothing severe right now, but a bunch of strong storms currently going up near Bloomington and Fairbury, just south of Pontiac. And then over near St. Louis, we've had some storms going off to the north, but again, nothing currently severe. I would expect the severe risk will increase over the next hour or two. The Storm Prediction Center did mention that they might issue a severe watch, so I'll have to wait and see. This is what it looks like just west of St. Louis. Really large rain shaft. This is just a downpour. This isn't even a thunderstorm. A huge rain shaft overspreading the elevation here on the west side of St. Louis. Pretty cool. All right, let's go back to the Fort Wayne tornado warning. Still got a little hook that's still trying to form. This is a very odd looking storm right now, but this thing is still trying to produce a tornado. It's just not very organized. I would say the rotation here is gotten fairly weak. I don't know if this is really enough to continue a tornado warning, but we'll see. It's definitely on the lower side of things right now, making its way down towards Roanoke. Look at that. This is live over in Erie.
We'll just do that. Oh, really?
Got the huge shelf cloud right here. So large shelf cloud that's producing all the damaging winds. That's all moving obviously towards them right now. But crazy looking storm right now here in near northeast Pennsylvania. So just east of Erie, but huge shelf cloud spreading across the sky. Really cool stuff. This is again producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
I said my legs are cold, not my legs are...
It's funny seeing you on the green screen with and without. We got to fix it so when I'm actually on the green screen, this camera goes away because it is kind of weird, I'm not going to lie. It's all so close to each other.
You're going to get rained on real in a little bit, but you got a minute or two.
Oh no, I forgot I was plugged in.
So everybody's thoughts about the green screen, let me know in the chat.
We've got some lightning.
Where?
I don't know, I didn't see where it was, just in general.
See a little bit of lightning out there in the background too. Very intense line of thunderstorms though. This is going to be approaching Mayville, New York, Warren, Pennsylvania, and Corey, Pennsylvania. So if you're in any of those locations, get ready for it.
Yeah, supercells definitely tomorrow, further west and stuff. We're chasing today just because like this is when we had time to, but we're just going to watch this and let this roll right over us here. think we'll be all right here.
Also, if you guys have any feedback about the green screen, let me know in the chat. I'll come back and look at it after the stream, but let me know if you have any feedback, like, there's anything that you would like to be improved with it. Other than the mic being in the shot. It should be not there next time we
that camera
have a stream.
Has a pretty good view of that.
Just temporary.
Maybe this is why we weren't meant to be on the lake. We're getting actually a pretty decent view here, so... Oh, getting a little windy here.
Once again, that is the shelf cloud moving through Erie. We'll probably see the wind intensify here in a moment. At least should in a moment.
Getting real windy.
They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Warren County. So that is going to be Warren County for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Warren, Sheffield, Triumph, Clarendon, and Columbus. We need to be getting away from windows, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Ideally on the lowest floor possible there, as a very significant line of thunderstorms is still rolling through. And guys, we're not done in Cleveland. We got another line of thunderstorms developing. I know we went live initially for a tornado warning in Cleveland. We now have an intense line of thunderstorms going towards Cleveland once again. This is not severe yet, but it's probably not far from being severe. It's actually crazy how this is all of a sudden intensifying again. Got a couple of cameras from the Cedar Point cameras. This is what it looks like in Cedar Point right now. Can somebody put look at Cedar Point cameras? Somebody put them in slot 3. Whatever one looks good. That's what it looks like right now in Cedar Point. We got a pretty strong line of thunderstorms rolling through right now. You can barely see the roller coasters out here. Still looking to see if we have any cooler views of this cluster of thunderstorms, but Cedar Point is getting hit again. We also have a few cameras right along the water. We'll be keeping an eye on those. Here goes the wind, by the way. This is live in Erie. You can see the wind picking up now.
A little bit. They can see that.
Do you see the light in the direction?
Oh my god.
That's thunder.
Here comes the wind here in Erie.
A lot of thunder. I'm not even actually seeing the lightnings. It's like buried in the...
There aren't a whole lot of trees here, so not a whole lot of movement. This is what it looks like in Erie, Pennsylvania. This is another live shot. One of the has cams. And again, not a whole lot of movement yet, but you can see the trees starting to sway a little bit. So we got our intense winds starting to make their way in. And again, we're still looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds. They'll probably end up knocking down some trees. And so we're keeping an eye on that. Nothing's really happened yet. We just had a wind gust measured of 55 miles per hour just southwest there of the International Airport. Wind hasn't been super intense yet, but we're keeping an eye on those cameras. Back over to Indiana, we still have a tornado warning near Fort Wayne. They did issue a new severe warning for Fort Wayne for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, with a tornado possible tag on it. But at least as of right now, there is nothing that looks like it's, again, on the ground. Got a little area of rotation north of Huntington, but otherwise, mainly looking at damaging winds. Pretty significant wind risk going through the Leo-Cedarville area. I'm gonna go back to the 3 cam view here. Look at the shelf cloud bottom here. Wait, let me go full cam to that. This is the new cluster of storms that's coming off of Lake Erie right now. This is near Sandusky. That is a shelf cloud right there. That entire thing. That is actually crazy. Look at the bottom right of your screen. That would be the shelf cloud. It'd be somewhere right about here. Again, none of this is severe right now, but this is all going to be heading towards Cleveland. So if you're over in Cleveland, Ohio, we are not done. This is from Lorraine. We've already had a lot of damage reports, too. Thank you, Amber, for the $20 super chat. My daughter, Sophia, says, thank you for being amazing. Appreciate Sophia tuning in, and as you as well. Really impressive. But this thing is going to be another pretty intense line of thunderstorms, I think. I don't know if it's going to be as severe as the first one because of all the storms that have already rolled through. We've already had a lot of the instability kind of erased in Cleveland, but there's probably been at least enough clearing for this thing to, you know, try to intensify to at least 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe a low tornado risk. But again, severe watch goes for another 2 hours for a reason, and it's because of this thing right here. So we are nowhere near done. This is what it looks like over in Erie, Pennsylvania, as the wind continues to intensify from Storm Chaser PA storm trackers. They're a local storm chaser here. You can see the wind kind of again skirting along the ground. I don't think this is as intense as what we had, you know, about an hour ago when this is rolling through northeastern Ohio, but it is still pretty intense. I mean, this is going to knock down some tree branches and some power lines. The lightning is not as frequent from what I'm seeing too.
So yeah, guys, we are.
And as daylight heating starts to wane, which is still about an hour from now, these storms, as they move in New York and northern Pennsylvania, they're not going to be as intense, but they'll still be producing at least some level of wind. And they have gone ahead and issued a new severe warning for this in Mayville, Jamestown, and Dunkirk in western New York for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I thought we were done in Cleveland. I was about to go leave and get food. We're not. I mean, you could probably go get food. I'd just be staying alert. I mean, these storms, honestly, will probably be there in the next, like, half hour. This is nowhere... We're nowhere near done right now in Cleveland. Thank you, Rag, for the super chat. I'm in Markle, Indiana. The tornado warning in a mobile home. Do I need to go somewhere else, or you think I'm good? I mean, there's no, like, strong rotation here. Obviously, as a precaution, you probably should, but it's going to be too late if you're already in that tornado warning. So I've just hunkered down, and if I were in your situation, if I were in your shoes, I'd just hunker down. But I'd say the rotation is not very strong. They might end up actually canceling this warning early. But we have very significant damaging winds moving right through Fort Wayne right now. These will be eventually moving into northwest Ohio, too. This is a live shot from Van Wert. This is, again, just off to the east of where these storms are in Fort Wayne. Got the ominous skies right now, water tower there. Right above that water tower, we'll eventually see a shelf cloud rolling in. This is the Van Wert radar omega cyclone port there over near Convoy. But this is moving right in that direction. There is a real possibility that Cleveland could get a hit as many as 3 times with lines of thunderstorms. This could be the 3rd one. Thank you, Coneth, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We'll go back to our 3-cam view. We'll keep all of our... Real quickly, we'll actually go back to the live shot in Erie. You can still see the tree swaying. This is probably, again, windy, or wind gusts. Not necessarily damaging winds anymore. With that said, there are going to be probably pockets in this line of thunderstorms in northwest Pennsylvania that produce damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour.
Right. I wonder how long it would take us to get down to mine.
Oh my god.
I might try to get ahead of some of this a little bit.
This is also what it looks like just off of Lake Erie, just west of Cleveland. Large shelf cloud is rolling in and is rapidly developing right over the lake. It looks like a large wave. Be pretty interesting to see what happens here in a few minutes once this line of thunderstorms rolls into Huron and Vermilion. No active warnings right now near Cleveland. Thank you, Heidi, for becoming a member. We'll be covering anything in Canada. There's not a whole lot to cover in Canada right now. We can talk about Canada a little bit, but right now it's mostly just gusty winds. There isn't really a whole lot of severe weather happening up here. I know there's a severe watch in effect, but if you're over near Brampton or Toronto, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat. Generally speaking, it's not a very high risk of severe weather up here. Like I'm thinking more of just 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, maybe an isolated brief tornado. I definitely think the risk is higher down here to the south. As a reminder, guys, I know a lot of people are asking, why is the thumbnail, for example, just showing such a large area for today? Like, why are we talking about anywhere from Ohio and Pennsylvania and New York all the way down into Texas and these other places? Well, we do have a large risk of severe weather today. It's actually fairly large. You can actually go over to our website, maxvelocitywx.com, and see these graphics for yourself. But again, this is a very large area of severe weather that we're looking at for today. Slight risk in effect for most of central and western New York, Cleveland, back into Springfield. Also got a slight risk in Texas and Oklahoma. So again, there's severe weather possible pretty much anywhere in the dark green and yellow. What is that right there?
Exactly what's going on as what I said on the ticker at the bottom of the screen.
Is that
yeah, that is a fire. That I think lightning, I'm 100% sure lightning started that because I did see a big bolt of lightning.
We got a fire from
That's
lightning
right next to the rain core
in Texas. This is over in Childress, Texas. We got a fire happening here.
Really dark.
Big plume of smoke has gone up here over the last minute or two.
Yeah, that
there have been several
wildfire.
fires today from lightning. We've had a couple reports over
sure.
in Indiana. We've had, I think, one in Michigan. We've had one in New York. Now, this one's in a bit of a drier area. There's not really been a whole lot of rain recently.
We also have the risk. We also have a developing
hopefully, the storm that is rolling through here will take whatever fire started here out. Obviously, you can see all the rain coming down right now, the rain shaft.
Bursts in central Oklahoma. Wow, that was a close bolt.
It's a large area of smoke,
Jordan,
though.
The Weather Service says there's going to be a risk for...
Hey, you're learning for the sewer chat. Thank you for featuring our camera. We can move it any direction you'd like to see.
9 p.m. to
You can move it wherever you want. Whatever has a cool view. Appreciate you
60 to
tuning in.
70-mile-an-hour winds are expected in central Oklahoma.
This is that Lorraine camera that we're just talking about. You can actually see the blue tinge there. That's pretty cool. This blue tinge here, that is the really cool water droplets basically reflecting off the sunlight. Obviously, this right here is your shelf cloud. Looks like a wave. But that blue tinge there is actually really cool stuff. But this one's going to produce 60+ mile per hour winds probably as it intensifies. You can see they're actually moving the camera right now, which is pretty cool. So, you can see a little bit of lightning now coming off the water. This is, again, right on Lake Erie, northwest of Cleveland. This thing's gotten really intense. I've got to say, I'm surprised we don't have a severe warning yet for right along Lake Erie. But like this right here, definitely got 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts at least that are going to come off the water. Could get more intense too. Hey, Nina, for the sewer chat. Shout out to Brayden for happy birthday. They have gone ahead and I'll cancel that tornado warning that was over in Indiana. Really impressive looking storm right now coming right off of Lake Erie. Try to position it more to the left here, kind of up and down the lake. Yeah, no active warning. There's no special weather statement. You can see the wave there on the left. You can kind of see the edge of that little wave. I have to go back over to the green screen to show you guys. This right here, though. Let me make sure I'm pointing to it right. That right there is like a little wave. That's kind of, again, that goes with our shelf cloud here. Really cool view, though, right over the Lake Erie. All that blue, again, is rain cool. It's obviously rain cool air going right over the lake, but also the water droplets reflecting off of the sunlight. Obviously, the sun's at a certain angle. The sun's at a certain angle right now. That makes it look more blue than normal. But really cool stuff. Keep that bottom right of your screen. We got a fire bottom left in Childress, Texas. Bottom middle is over in northeast Pennsylvania with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds happening. And then bottom right there is right off of Lake Erie. We do have a new severe warning in Ohio. That is going to be for Paulding, Defiance, near Continental. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not ruling out an isolated tornado threat either. Got a little bit of broad rotation over Hicksville. So that is heading towards Defiance, just north of Paulding. Thank you, Kian, for the $5 super chat. What do you think of Rochester the rest of the night? I would just expect an isolated wind risk more than anything. Tornado risk right now for Fort Wayne's pretty low, mostly looking at wind. This near Hicksville, though, is definitely rotating. Gotta keep an eye on that. Got a lot of storms going up right now in Illinois and Indiana. Again, nothing currently severe in this cluster that has gone up over the last hour to the south of Chicago. But we got some lightning that could spark an isolated fire. Heavy rain, some small hail, gusty winds, but I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me right now that would really concern me. Very intense line of thunderstorms still making its way currently across New York and Pennsylvania with mainly a damaging wind risk. Isolated tornado threat will also exist. Really cool structure over here in Childress, Texas. Got the fire and the fire smoke bottom, or not really bottom, central right side of your screen, and then the really cool supercell structure there at the top.
But you can see the wildfire on the bottom right, and then
We got a little wildfire over there on the right.
from the thunderstorm that caused it to.
And then that is the shelf cloud that is now rolling right over Lorain, Ohio. So we're now underneath the shelf cloud, which is a leading indicator here of damaging wind potential. Got a little bit of lightning there on the right, too. Wind should pick up in a minute or two here near Lorain. The strongest wind is just offshore. Again, no active severe warnings here. We do not have any sort of special weather statement either, which is a little bit surprising. Hey, Leah for the super chat. Also, thank you, Ken, for the super chat. Somebody just said it dropped by about 10 degrees in Kalamazoo, Michigan within the last hour. Got somebody parking here. Maybe they're watching the storm. Maybe that's a storm chaser right there. I don't know. Maybe they're just watching that storm on the bottom right. Yeah, I've gone ahead and upgraded this severe warning. Are they added a new severe warning? Yeah, there's a new severe warning in New York. This one's over near Delphi. Or Delhi, near Davenport and Walton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball size tail. There is also a tornado possible tag, and that is why. Look at that hook echo right there. And the velocities. Actually, a little tighter area of rotation over Arctic. And they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for this storm. So if you are living, or if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, so Walton, if you're in Masonville, Colchester, west of Hamden, we've got to get to our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom now. All right, so that is the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. I would get a pillow or a little, a helmet with you. If you have a helmet, put it on. Run to your safe place. So if you're in Masonville, right along the Highway 8 stretch. If you're in Walton, you got a few minutes. You can run and get your bike helmet. You can run and get your pillows off the couch and just put them over top of you. All right, we got a pretty significant storm here that could be producing a tornado at any moment. That hook is very definitive, though. Waiting for velocities to update. And that is, again, very strong rotation right over Whitman. This is, again, in Delaware County, New York right now. So we'll go for the next 35 minutes, so until 7:45 Eastern Time. This is a pretty contaminated area of rotation that we're looking at, so it's not for sure a tornado, but we can at least assume that there's strong rotation right now. So again, this is in southern New York. They've gone ahead and issued a tornado warning in Ohio now, too. So I have a tornado warning. This is going to include Hicksville, Defiance near US Highway 24. This is more, we were talking about this a few minutes ago. There is definitely a big surge of wind, and then we got an inflow coming over the north side. So there is a real possibility of this trying to produce a tornado too. If you are in Defiance, I know we have people that are watching from Defiance. You should be getting to your safe place within the next couple of minutes. All right, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. The tornado warning audio did not play for some reason. Nice. I just fixed it, I think. This is a test alert, just making sure it actually works.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You guys heard that, right? Was it good volume? I had the audio off for a second. But again, Defiance, north of Paulding, US Highway 24. We got to be in our safe places right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. No tornado actively right now, but rotation is intensifying right over Hicksville. On our velocity scale, it's about a 5 out of 10. It's definitely trying to wrap up. Should glance at Youngstown. Got pretty strong storms rolling through Youngstown. Got a little hook, actually. A very tiny storm near Austintown. Not really rotating right now, but Youngstown's getting a little strong storm. There is a camera in Youngstown. Actually, another has cam. That's what it looks like right now in Youngstown. Can't really see much right now. I think this is looking... I think this might be looking east.
I missed it.
But you can see some elevated clouds there. Not a clear view of that yet. We'll keep an eye on that. The Youngstown, pretty strong storm rolling through right now. Back over to our tornado warning in New York. This is the latest scan. And again, we still have strong rotation right now over Steam Mill State Forest near Upper Barberville. If you're in Cleaver or Pinesville, we got to get to our safe place now. You only got about 2 to 3 minutes until this thing's very close to you in Walton, New York. It's a pretty strong area of rotation. The hook echo, obviously, very defined. We got a big hail core over Sydney. We got a ton of hail falling east of Binghamton, too. There is just a slew of hail right now in southern New York. The south and east there of Interstate 88, though, very intense area of rotation. This is one of the more organized supercells that we have seen so far today. As a reminder, if you're near Cleveland, Ohio, we got a pretty strong line of thunderstorms rolling in again. Cleveland will be watching for more of a damaging wind risk. Very low tornado risk with this for the time being. No active warnings, though, for the Cleveland area. Latest scan still showing some broad rotation. Your Mark Center, Defiance. We got about 5 minutes until this is knocking on your doorstep. Got some more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. This is a new one sent in. This was a little while ago, but Lakewood, Ohio had an HVAC system literally ripped off of a roof. This over in Northridge, Ohio. Damage from a flying trampoline started at my neighbor's, took off the corner of my fence, went through the fence across the street, and is sitting on the far side of the neighbor's fence. Flying trampolines are a serious risk. This over in Cleveland, Ohio. Got hit, still at work. Wind blew down this garage door, just located near the Cleveland Hopkins Airport. So again, the winds were really intense earlier. Over in Cleveland, we had upwards of 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. So over in Cleveland as well, a lot of damage reports coming out of Cleveland. Another large tree that was fully uprooted near Cleveland Hopkins. Another tree uprooted in Lakewood, Ohio. Looks like we got some branches down along the roadway too. This is from South Whitley, Indiana. About hailing 5 minutes ago. Or 5 minutes later, it was hailing. Large shelf cloud. Got another large tree uprooted in Lakewood, Ohio. Warsaw, Indiana, just a field of hail. Ton of hail everywhere. So over in Fort Wayne, another shelf cloud there, just northwest of Fort Wayne. Trees are down everywhere in Ohio. This is in Ashtabula County, Ohio. This would be just east of Cleveland. Power lines taken down with the tree. Watched it occur, currently without power, and the fire department is on site. Appreciate you sending this in, whoever sent it in. And again, thank you to anybody that's sending in photos and videos. It at least gives us ground truth to what we're seeing in real time. Obviously, we've had very significant storms all afternoon here, and they are still going. They're nowhere near done. Sandusky, Ohio, with a large shelf cloud. This is what we just saw in that Lorain, Ohio camera just a moment ago. This over in Sandusky, another really cool view of that shelf cloud.
A new tornado warning has been
And here's
issued.
another really cool shelf cloud view. If you guys have photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Also, if you guys have any live cameras, like stationary cameras, PTZ cameras that you guys own, feel free to send us a contact message on our website. We'd love to have them on stream. We have a new tornado warning. This can be for Payne, Grover Hill, and Scott in western Ohio. Over the last couple of scans, rotation's been coming together right over Payne. It doesn't really have a whole lot of an inflow right now, but the rotation's definitely gotten a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. Again, that yellow is the wind going away from the radar. Pretty strong winds right now, moving to the south and east. Got a little inflow, not much, but just enough to maybe spin up a quick hitting tornado near Payne. This will be going towards Grover Hill and Scott. So seek shelter immediately, again, if you're in either of these two tornado warnings right now in Ohio. We still have a tornado warning in New York. Rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the last couple of scans, but still has a very defined hook echo. Very impressive looking supercell for New York standards. You don't see something like this in New York very often. Got a huge hail core too near Sydney. Look at that hail core. I don't think it's like 2+ inch sized hail, but I think there's a large quantity of hail that is coming down right now near Sydney. This is the kind of hail that can literally accumulate onto the ground. Like we can actually see legitimate hail accumulation with something like that. We did have hail accumulation earlier in Western New York. I think PA Storm Trackers had a view of that earlier, but pretty crazy. And you can also see another big hail core going towards Sanford, New York. So we got 2 really big hail cores. We're keeping an eye on that tornado warning. Actually, we'll stay here for a second, then we'll go back to Ohio. I want to see what the latest scan shows here. Shout out to Eddie with the $20 super chat. Any progress on the trucker outlook for the website would be very helpful out there on the road. We have it. It's actually live. I mean, it's pretty beta still, but if you go to our website, we do have a trucker weather section. It's maxvelocitywx.com. Actually, looks like our map broke, but we will work on fixing that. All right, latest scan, not seeing as much of a hook echo. Velocities are still fairly contaminated, but it looks a little bit more outflow dominant now in that storm. The ones in Ohio are pretty concerning. We also just got a severe warning for all of Cleveland again. So Cleveland, Ohio, Avon Lake, Elyria, Parma, Shaker Heights. We all got to be staying away from windows again. This is not a drill. This is not, you know, this is not the line of storms earlier. This is a new line. We had a brand new line of thunderstorms rolling through. And so 60-mile-per-hour winds will be the big concern. The good news is that this is not as intense as our first line. The bad news is that a lot of people currently are cleaning up all the down trees and power lines across the Cleveland area. So if you're outside right now, maybe watching our stream, I'll come inside. All right, wait until this next line of thunderstorms rolls through and then maybe go back and clean up. But there's lightning right now that is going to cause problems too. We've had some cloud of ground lightning today. We've had lightning fires begin. You obviously don't want to be caught outdoors when there's lightning happening. But very dangerous line of thunderstorms still, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and plenty of lightning. Western Ohio is getting a lot more action right now. We have, again, 2 tornado warnings in effect. The one near Defiance, rotation's not as strong. It's still broad. The one near Payne also, I would say, isn't really that strong either. It's, again, strong enough to at least be in your safe place for sure. We're looking at about a 5 or 6 out of 10 in terms of our rotation scale or velocity scale. The one near Defiance is more like a 3 or 4. It's a broader area of rotation right now. We have a live camera in Van Wert, Ohio, which is going to be looking in the direction of this storm. And look at that. Can somebody put Van Wert in slot 3? Oh, never mind. Somebody already did that. Wow, that's impressive. All right, well, somebody pre-fired it. This is the Van Wert camera. To the huge shelf cloud there. So this is looking in the direction of this tornado warning cell. Right side of the screen would be the area to look for maybe some rotation or maybe the wall cloud, but it's very difficult to tell. There's not really a whole lot of lightning. Looks a little bit lower there on the right side though, very far right side of your screen. You can see how quickly the clouds are moving though directly towards this camera. This is a pretty fast moving cluster of thunderstorms. It's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. By the way, huge shout out to Joseph with the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. We're going to keep that camera bottom right of your screen. Waiting for another radar scan on the storm near Defiance. There's still some rotation again southeast of Payne. This latest scan, I saw it for a second. Rotation looked a little bit stronger west of Defiance on that latest scan. If you're over in Fort Wayne, we got another cluster of storms coming. So Fort Wayne, we're not done with storms yet, or maybe even severe weather. Fort Wayne, Auburn, more strong storms are coming. We got another strong area of thunderstorms developing near St. Joseph, too. Here's that latest scan. Got a little bit of rotation even developing on the north side. This is kind of embedded in the rain. Might just be a little bit contaminated, but could have at least a little bit of rotation developing near Moats right now. That'd be tracking northeast outside of our pink polygon. But this cluster of storms here is definitely becoming more concerning right now. This will be tracking towards Ottawa, Delphos, Findlay, Ada, Upper Sandusky. Down the line, it will be going towards Columbus. So We're getting a lot of reports of widespread power outages and down power lines in Lake County, Ohio. And obviously, we have another line of thunderstorms rolling in, so that's not going to help the situation. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Youngstown and Boardman. I know the shape of this storm will really concern a lot of people because it does look like this thing's going to try to produce a tornado with the hook shape, but it is not currently really rotating. This is not really that concerning when it comes to rotation. There's a lot of hail falling probably on the south side of Youngstown, but again, I'm not seeing anything right now that stands out to me that would make me think we have an active again, tornado, or a tornado risk, I should say. And as a reminder, if you're in Western New York, we got a pretty intense line of thunderstorms rolling in right along the Interstate 86 corridor going towards Little Valley, Branford, and Smethport. Get ready again for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'd be bringing any sort of loose line items inside. I had somebody send in a photo not too long ago of their neighbor's trampoline flying and hitting buildings and fences and stuff like that. Don't be that person that has a trampoline in your yard that could go flying. It is a real risk to cause damage, and you could probably get in a lot of trouble if a trampoline were to injure somebody that was in your yard and not hatch down. So probably a good idea to bring that inside. We still have a tornado warning in New York for Walton. Rotation on this is not as strong, more of a damaging wind and definitely a big hail threat here. They have upgraded the warning in New York to 2-inch sized hail. So up to 2-inch sized hail is moving towards Delhi, Andes, just south of Davenport. We got a pretty significant wind threat right now near Sanford and Deposits, just east of Binghamton. Over in Cleveland, Ohio, once again, very intense line of thunderstorms rolling in right now. It's not as intense as the one earlier, but 60-mile-per-hour winds and some pea-sized hail will be possible. Get indoors if you're trying to do any sort of cleanup from the initial line of storms earlier, because it is going to be pretty dangerous out there as this line of thunderstorms rolls in. If you guys have any photos or videos of this line, feel free to send it in to us. The QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Our website is also linked in the description. This is a new video that was just sent in from Levi over in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That is pretty crazy. This is right underneath the shelf cloud. See how turbulent the skies look. All that right there is scary looking clouds. It's what we call scud clouds. Got a little blue tinge up there too. Some of the water droplets reflecting. Your thumbnail, Max? My thumbnail's right? Somebody check it. I've had a couple people say that, but it should be right. That thumbnail is the exact risk, or pretty much the exact risk area for today. Unless I'm tripping. This is from Lorain County, Ohio. Of a shelf cloud rolling in from the west side of Cleveland. I've had people saying it is the correct thumbnail. This is from Jeff over in, I don't know how to pronounce that county, but it's over in Mentone, Indiana, about 15 miles west of Warsaw. This is what I'm talking about with accumulating hail. I wouldn't say it's actually, it's not like accumulating as in like, freezing rain or sleet that would accumulate in ice, but it is accumulating, on some of these porches, some grass, could even accumulate on the roads. Doesn't usually make things slick though. Can't even get some hail fog when things like this happen. If you have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. Link is also on your screen. Yeah, as a reminder, guys, our risk of severe weather is a lot larger than I think people actually realize. This is the risk area for today. You can view these graphics, by the way, and you can download them, share it with your friends and family on our website. It's the link's on the bottom left of your screen there. But this is our risk of severe weather for today. So, again, pretty large area that we're looking at. Slight risk in effect in Texas and Oklahoma, and another one from St. Louis back into Buffalo. It's a much larger area than what it was like 2 days ago. Like 2 days ago was a pretty large area just in the Great Lakes, and they've expanded it quite a bit. But we're basically watching for widespread thunderstorms today, but the more significant threat of severe weather will end up being in here, and then a localized area in Texas and Oklahoma. Got a new radar scan coming in on our tornado warnings in just a moment. Hey, Tiff for becoming a member, and also Zylo for the super chat. I'll talk more about that here soon. About the next few days. We need a flying trampoline risk map. We do. I will be working on that, actually. That is a very good idea. All right, latest scan. We still have some rotation north of Van Wert near Scott. It is not as strong as before, but the rotation is going to be kind of embedded in this little hook here. There's a little couplet that's been trying to organize. It's crossing over US Highway 127 right now, going towards Grover Hill. If they were to issue a new tornado warning, Kalita and Columbus Grove, Ohio need to be staying on alert. And then over in Defiance, we have a lot of just broad rotation right now. The skies are probably swirling, but I do not see anything tight. I don't see anything that would definitely be on the ground right now, but continue to stay in that safe place just in case we end up getting a tornado. Over in Van Wert, this is a live shot just south of that more southern tornado warning. And you can see the large shelf cloud that has overtaken the skies here. Very ominous skies, lots of rain obviously coming down. This is going to be that leading edge of our damaging winds on the north side of Van Wert. So pretty cool sight here. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We're going to keep that camera on the bottom right of your screen. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning. That one is going to be for Lyspic as well as Ottawa and Continental, just south of Napoleon for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. They also issued another severe warning for Franklin in Pennsylvania for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm over in New York is still looking pretty impressive. Got really crazy looking storms here in New York at this hour. This is southern New York. It is almost 7:30. This is something that you would usually see in the month of like May, June, or July over here in southern New York. But we got some really intense hailstorms. Generally speaking, the tornado threat in New York is usually not very high comparatively to other states. But, you know, when it comes to this setup today, there is enough wind shear for a tornado risk. This storm did look pretty organized about 20 minutes ago. The rotation's gotten weaker over Walton. We got multiple flash flood warnings in effect near Binghamton. We got one over north of Belmont too. Unfortunately, the flash flooding threat that has developed in New York is about to get worse because we have this other line of thunderstorms that is going to go right over these same exact areas. So over in southern New York, near Interstate 86, the flooding risk is only going to get worse tonight, unfortunately. We also have a new severe warning. They have actually put a tornado possible tag on this for Newcastle, Pennsylvania. That there is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We'll be crossing over Interstate 376 in about 10 minutes. Got a little hook on this storm. The rotation, again, is very weak. This is nowhere near enough for a tornado warning, but we will be keeping an eye on it in case it does try to organize and mature just north of Pittsburgh. Down the line, Butler will be in the path of that. Cleveland's getting hit pretty hard right now with damaging winds. Very significant damaging winds moving through Cleveland. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Our streaming in Ontario took a pause for now, so I'm watching you outside of Toronto. Love your coverage and watch it often. Helps me, who's not far from Buffalo. My family's in Windsor, Ontario. Appreciate you tuning in. Good news is that Canada has not really been too significant today. Mostly looking at gusty winds near Toronto. Low severe weather risk. The storms are looking pretty sketchy right now here in Western Ohio. This is a live shot, again, from the Van Wert Emergency Management camera on Radar Omega here, just north of Van Wert. Very impressive looking shelf cloud, turbulent skies there on the left. A little bit of lightning too, mostly cloud to cloud lightning. Before I went full cam to this, there was a cloud to ground lightning strike on the left, but this is just south of that tornado warning near Grover Hill, which if there were to be a tornado, it would be off to the right. I'm not sure if they're going to move the camera or not, but it would be more to the north of US Highway 30. Soon, every weather radio in my house is going to go off. I am the owner of like 5 weather radios. Granted, I don't have any of them plugged in, but if I had them all plugged in, my house would be going crazy. This is the live shot over in New York at Interstate 90 in Dunkirk. This is, I believe, inside of the line of thunderstorms north of Warren. Yeah, this is in that line of thunderstorms. You can see the wind's pretty intense here. Camera shaking a lot. This is approaching Sunset Bay now, New York, near Lake Erie Beach. Wind's gotten a little bit more calm now. Pretty good live shot there, though. I'm gonna put that bottom middle of your screen. Shout out to Stephen for the $10 super chat. Never missed a stream from Australia. Yeah, I mean, any El Nino, super El Nino, like anything like that would affect our weather. All right, back over to Cleveland. No real big updates for Cleveland right now. The big concern, again, will be 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's not really a whole lot of a tornado risk, again, for Cleveland right now. But winds are once again hitting the Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. I don't know how the airport's doing right now.
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
But I would have to assume that we have quite a few, you know, delays and probably maybe even some cancellations coming in. We've already had one round of storms about 2 hours ago, and we got another one rolling through right now into Cleveland. It's pretty crazy. We've only been live for 2 hours, and we had that initial wave of thunderstorms 2 hours ago, and we obviously got another one now. And we could have another one in like 2 more hours with this cluster over in Northwest Ohio. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued in New York. We'll have that here in a second. Here's that new severe thunderstorm watch. This is one of the tiniest severe watches that you'll probably ever see. Is that 4 counties? I don't know if I've ever seen a severe watch for 4 counties. I'm not even kidding. I don't know the last time I've seen a watch get issued literally for 4 counties. Like, I've seen them get extended. I've seen them cancel a bunch of counties and only have a few left. I've never seen them issue a severe watch just for 4 counties though. So if I mean, there's 500,000 people in this watch, which is actually impressive for 4 counties, but you're tuning in one of those 4 counties, you're now in a new severe watch. There's probably a few of you in the chat that live here too, but a couple tornadoes possible, isolated ping pong ball sized hail, and then damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour will be possible. That is quite interesting though. Here's a wide view of everything that's happening right now. Again, we got severe thunderstorm watch encompassing all of northern Indiana back into southern New York. We got, you know, multiple clusters of thunderstorm going on right now. A little update for New York. The tornado warning that was in effect has now been canceled, so that's no longer ongoing. The only tornado warnings in effect are in Ohio. One of them is still for Defiance, which again, we've not had any sort of ongoing tornado here. The rotation is now off to the east. It's kind of rain wrapped actually now, so if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be very difficult to see. But I would fully expect that we will at least continue with the severe warning here. Might get another tornado warning though, so we'll have to wait and see. There's a live shot in Deschler, Ohio. This is just off to the east of this area of rotation. This is only about 10 miles, 15 miles east of the rotation. It's going to be right here where I drew my white circle. It's one of those virtual rail fans, and we're going to have a pretty good view of this storm as it rolls in. So we'll see what the impacts look like. It is still rotating right now over the east side of Defiance. So we're going to keep that on the bottom middle of your screen. Please look at Michigan. Nothing ongoing right now in Michigan that is really catching my eye. Again, if I'm not talking about your area, it's probably a good thing. And right now in southern Michigan, we got some strong storms, but nothing severe. I know a lot of people probably have PTSD from our large tornadoes that happened a few weeks ago. The good news right now in southern Michigan is that there's nothing like that happening right now. I mean, all the storms are clustered together. It's pretty weak in general with the stuff that's over near cold water. The storms south of St. Joseph have a lot more fuel in them to produce severe weather down the line, but we're not seeing anything that would, you know, be anything like tornadic or anything like that. I have a few people in the chat saying that Cleveland is getting hammered. And yes, you are. There's no doubt about that. We got, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds rolling through. We've had no recent reports from these storms that have come in, but we'll probably have some new reports coming in here soon. We'll have some more photos and videos here in a moment. If you guys have photos and videos, send them in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description to send in photos and videos. Here's that new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued. So again, back over here in southeastern New York, just south of Albany, we are watching mainly for a large hail and damaging wind risk. Delhi is down to a ping pong ball sized hail storm now. It was up to 2-inch sized hail earlier. And then 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, are making their way towards Rockland. Catskill Park, Kingston, and eventually Catskill are going to be in the line of this. So get ready for a pretty intense cluster of thunderstorms. We have another flash flood warning in effect for Auburn and Waterloo. The flash flooding risk, again, has been very, very concerning here over the last few hours. If you are traveling on the roadways, turn around, don't drown. The extra 10 minutes to go around some floodwaters is worth it. All right, you do not want to drive through flooded roadways. It is one of the most dangerous things that you can do. You do not want to get your car stranded. That'd be a terrible, terrible idea. We have a new severe warning in Indiana. This one is southwest of Fort Wayne for Huntington, south of Columbia City. For 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, we got dime-sized hail 2 making their way towards Aboit, Huntington, and Interstate 69. As I've already talked about, guys, if you get hit by one line of thunderstorms, if you get hit by one thunderstorm, you are not done at all. There's so many rounds of thunderstorms happening today. So this is like our second round, I think, maybe third round for Fort Wayne. And we got probably more coming. And we got more over near St. Joseph that are coming. We're nowhere near done, unfortunately. Got a lot of storms going up in Illinois, too, right now. We got some storms going on near Springfield. I think we actually got storm chaser Nick Gorman nearby. We'll keep an eye on him. If Nick Gorman goes live, somebody put him in a slot. Probably slot 1. All right, back to our storms here. Still have a stronger area of rotation northeast of Van Wert, Ohio. I'm not sure if they're going to continue a tornado warning here, but the area of rotation is about to move outside of the tornado warning. So we'll wait and see if they do issue a new tornado warning. The rotation on the storm east of Defiance has gotten a lot broader. This would be the area of rotation. It's actually on the back side of the thunderstorm. It's fairly broad right now south of Napoleon. And the rotation right now is not as strong northeast of Van Wert, but it's definitely still rotating a little bit. Bottom right of your screen is live in Van Wert, which is pretty ominous skies. All right, let's go to... We got a few more photos and videos that have been sent in from you guys. This was sent in from Nick over in Warsaw, Indiana, of a shelf cloud rolling in. This is also back over in Lakewood, Ohio, sent in from Mason, a second storm rolling into Cleveland. That is actually a really cool view. This guy's on like a, I don't know, 12, 15 story building, taking a video from top of the building here. That might be one of the cooler views that we've had of it. I mean, there's not a whole lot to see here, but it's probably one of the more cool views that you can get if any storms roll over Lake Erie. So over in Binghamton, New York, tons of hail on the ground. And we also got over in Avon, Ohio, another really cool looking shelf cloud. If you guys have any photos or videos of this stuff, again, you can send it in to us, links on your screen. But that is a really cool looking shelf cloud. This is, I would say, definitely the cooler shelf cloud that we've had today. The first line of thunderstorms that went through Cleveland was not nearly as, I'd say, cool looking as this when it came to the shelf cloud. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in, or was there anyone? Oh yeah, that's over in Oklahoma and Texas. We got a large severe thunderstorm warning here west of Altus for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Again, the risk of severe weather right now over in Texas and Oklahoma is honestly, again, not very high, mainly looking at an isolated wind and hail threat. There is, again, a low chance of a tornado with one of these storms, but I'm not seeing really a whole lot of rotation with anything right now. You look here, this is a live shot from Childress, Texas, one of our storm chasers.
It makes the water.
See the large rain shaft there in the middle. But for the most part, these are elevated thunderstorms.
Anything with the beating technology. How fast am I going? Probably 70 miles an hour. I can't go that fast because the roads are slippery. Speed limit is 75 and I'm going 70, so. There's a rainbow off to the left, guys.
Oh yeah, look at that little rainbow there.
Beautiful rainbow. What does it mean? Just kidding. I know what it means. It's a rainbow.
Yeah, pretty cool looking storm there out in Texas and Oklahoma. Obviously, Texas and Oklahoma is going to get hit harder by storms in basically tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty significant day of severe weather. I didn't even realize this, but we have a severe warning in Mississippi. That is a very tiny severe warning. That's about to expire. We have a couple of thunderstorms going up back down in the Dixie Alley. Nothing severe. All the purple boxes there are special weather statements. They are going to allow both tornado warnings in Western Ohio to expire in 3 minutes. So the severe warnings here will be allowed to expire. Or the tornado warnings, excuse me, will be allowed to expire. We have another severe warning in New York. We got a couple that have gone up. Buffalo, New York, Concord, as well as Little Valley, Olean. If you're anywhere in these severe warnings, stay away from windows. Mainly looking at a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat right now. We've already had some pretty significant storms make their way through this area, and we got more coming. That storm that has a tornado possible tag directly to the north of Pittsburgh has gotten a lot less concerning. It's still looking at maybe some dime-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but the tornado threat is pretty low on that storm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they will not be allowing the other tornado warning to expire. Looks like they're going to issue a new one. So they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Columbus Grove, Beaver Dam, Cario, Bluffton, and Vaughansville, and Fort Jennings. In the tornado warnings, they did say they're going to be allowed to expire, so they must have, second guess the rotation here, because the rotation, at least on the last couple scans, is organized a little bit more. You can see there's a little bit more of a surge of wind going away from the radar. We got a little bit of an inflow near US Highway 224. So again, if you're in this pink polygon here, that is going to be for Allen and Putnam counties in Ohio. You got to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get to the lowest floor possible, away from windows. That could be a bathroom. That could be a basement. That could be a tub. Could be a closet, could be underneath your stairwell, whatever puts as many walls between you from the outside as possible is where you got to be right now. The storm over near Napoleon is a very large, broad area of rotation. I'm not very concerned about a tornado risk here. I think that's going to be more of a wind threat there. So that one is not nearly as concerning in my opinion. Or at least a tornado threat, but there's obviously still going to be wind. So what it looks like right now in Deschler, Ohio. And this is going to be right inside of where that wind's about to pick up on that severe thunderstorm warning that we were just looking at east of Defiance. Can't see much yet, but this is a PTZ camera, so they can move that one around. So that one here, too, you can kind of see the ominous skies. It's getting a little bit darker out here. Obviously, sun is setting. It is now 7:44 Eastern time. It's honestly surprising how much daylight there is now. I love that we sprung forward a few weeks ago. Makes everything so much nicer. Like having an extra hour during the evening is amazing. That's just my opinion, though. I know some people like their early morning sunshine, but I love my nighttime sunset being at like 8 o'clock. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is back over in northeast Indiana and northern Ohio for strong to severe storms. They're going to continue to sag southeast. The most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 130 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then hail to the size of golf balls will be a possibility. I hate daylight savings. I love the extra hour of nighttime. Granted, I am a nighttime person. I'm definitely not a morning person, so that'd be why. Shout out to Advance for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you. Take 5 golf for the 9 months. How's the threat for Fort Worth tomorrow? Should be mostly a wind threat. I know we're talking a lot about today's threat of severe weather, and we'll continue to talk all about it, but I just want to point out, again, it gets, I would say, worse over the next few days. Tomorrow's risk of severe weather is an enhanced risk of severe weather. We will be live covering this, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified for the latest updates. We do have a 5% tornado risk that is also in place for Kansas City, Wichita, Oklahoma City, Tulsa. Dallas is also in a 2% hatched tornado risk, which means strong tornadoes are possible. Significant damaging wind risk is also at play. And then large to very large hail, perhaps as large as baseballs, is on the table for tomorrow. And then we're right back here on Thursday. Got a slight risk. And honestly, I see Thursday being a pretty big day of severe weather if morning convection can move out fast enough. But I fully expect that we'll be talking about a significant threat of damaging winds, hail, possibly even multiple tornadoes. Again, if convection clears out fast enough in the morning. It's a big if right now, but if it happens, we'll likely see several tornadoes in parts of Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana. And we have a day 4 slight risk also. That is back over Des Moines, Kansas City, and Wichita. And this will probably grow. But again, that would be for Friday of this week. It's very important that you are staying tuned to the channel, though. Make sure you subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. We are going to be having daily videos. We'll have live streams pretty much every day, covering all the craziness that is upcoming. It is not going to be a slow stretch of weather by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be one of the more active stretches of severe weather that we've had this year. I think this is definitely going to be the most active stretch of severe weather we've had this year, with consecutive, basically back-to-back days of severe weather happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be over in New York, just south of Delhi. They issued a tornado warning earlier for the same storm, and look at that hook echo. This is just south of Delhi. Hook echo is just southeast of Hamden, approaching Andes, and then eventually going towards Margaretville. Dry Brook Ridge Wild Forest will also eventually be in the path of this. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is in my opinion, pretty concerning storm here. The hook echo is very defined, and there's also a couplet that's coming together right over Prospect Hill. So again, seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. Got another radar scan coming in here in a second. The other radar site showing broad middle-level rotation, so not as strong there. There's a little bit of rotation north of Hancock, too, perhaps. Waiting for the velocities to update here. Got another severe warning in Ohio. We'll go back to Ohio in a second. Here's that latest scan. Not as strong, but still has a hook. And seek shelter if you're over in Andes in New York. Over in Ohio, we have a couple new things I want to update you on. The line of thunderstorms that just rolled through Cleveland is still producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, mainly from Painesville back towards Parma. I would support a new severe warning in this general area here within the next few minutes. So Chardon, again, Warren, Ohio. Again, get ready to get away from windows once again. Good news, this is not as intense as the first line of thunderstorms earlier, but it's still intense enough to produce at least some damaging wind potential. Fairly low tornado risk in northeast Ohio. New severe warning is going to include Bowling Green, Fremont, and Clyde. It feels like Groundhog's Day. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this just happened like 2 hours ago. We had the same line of thunderstorms. This was actually about 3 to 4 hours ago. We had the same look when it came to our other line of thunderstorms that's now over in New York and Pennsylvania. This one's almost taken the same path, and it looks pretty intense. This could easily go on for a while and produce significant damaging winds and maybe some tornadoes across northern and northern central Ohio. So if you're in Bowling Green, Tiffin, Findlay, I mean, get ready. We're going to have another intense line of thunderstorms here. If you guys have any friends or family out here, make sure to share the stream. We are live again with commercial-free weather coverage here, probably for the next few hours. There's a lot of severe weather still ongoing and more to come. We have a severe warning southwest of Fort Wayne. This area of storms has also been intensifying over the last 30 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds are heading towards the Fort Wayne International Airport near Boyd and Huntington, just north of Marion. I do want to remind you guys, we've had a lot of storms going up in Illinois. So far, none of these have been severe. So I'm not too concerned right now about the storms over here in Illinois, but we'll keep an eye on them. This is a live shot over in Deschler, Ohio, where we do have upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds making their way through here right now. I think the more intense winds are about to hit this area, at least according to radar. You can see the lightning is definitely ramping up. We have more flash flood warnings being issued in New York currently. Hey, Dan, for the super chat. Any cameras in New York that are near the rotation? I don't think there's any on that tornado warning, but there are plenty along the highways. That's what it looks like in Van Wert, Ohio. Van Wert's kind of been narrowly missed by the more significant line of thunderstorms here. We'll go back to the 3-cam view so you guys can see everything. Oops, did not mean to do that. Put in Deschler at the bottom middle of your screen. There's also going to be another camera in Fostoria, Ohio, which is going to be right over here. So we'll have a pretty good view of this very intense line of thunderstorms here soon. Should be able to catch the wind as well as it moves through. There are just so many thunderstorms out there. It's actually crazy. This is the MRMS radar. Just kind of give you a widespread view of everything. I mean, we got thunderstorms, obviously, in New York. We got flash flood warnings everywhere. Got this round of thunderstorms. Got another one here. Got a line of storms here. We got another one here. Every single line would indicate lines of thunderstorms, and then this big circle is just a cluster of thunderstorms. There are about 7 different areas of storms going on right now, most of which at least have some level of severity. The only one that's not would be in Michigan, which is getting stronger, but it's not currently severe. And the main concern, if it did go severe, would be for damaging winds, which I'm not seeing any damaging winds with this right now. It's still strong, but not severe. Gusty winds and some lightning are the main concern. I know we have a lot of people asking about Michigan. Again, nothing concerning right now for Michigan. Just strong storms, some lightning. Stay indoors, obviously, if you're near these storms. No reason to panic or anything like that. I know a lot of people have PTSD from that last severe weather event that we had. You know, that produced that large tornado or multiple large tornadoes in southern Michigan. We were obviously live covering that, and these setups, again, are completely different. So I would not be really panicking or anything like that over in southern Michigan. Just stay alert, because there are strong storms, and we could see some wind and maybe an isolated tornado threat too. We have another severe warning in Pennsylvania for Elk, McKean, and Warren counties for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This line of thunderstorms that is now rolling into western New York has been dying down quite a bit. We already had a round of storms move through this area earlier. So a lot of what we're seeing now is just kind of the leftovers. It's going into a less favorable environment with all of the instability kind of being sucked out of this environment from the other storms that are over near Syracuse. But over in Buffalo, the storms are definitely pretty strong here. It's actually a small area of rotation near Highmark Stadium that is trying to come together. This is interesting. Pretty rain wrapped, but we got a little area of rotation just west of East Aurora. That is interesting. There are some cameras nearby. I'm trying to see if we can get one here. Bottom right of your screen. That'll be some live shots that are inside of this, or near this area, right along the interstate. That is an area of rotation, though, just south of Buffalo that's trying to come together. Pretty populated area. It's not very strong, but it could try to produce a quick-hitting tornado near East Aurora over the next few minutes. Right on US Highway 219 near, not far from Orchard Park. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot right next to where that rotation would be. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to put that bottom right. We also just got an upgrade to a tornado possible tag for Delaware and Sullivan counties. I believe that's going to be back over here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that area of velocities near Buffalo is not actually rotation. What it is a downburst. So this is basically when a thunderstorm drops a bunch of wind and precipitation all at once. We can take a look at this on reflectivity and see if that most likely is what it is. Because if we back it up, we can see a lot of this area doesn't have a lot of precipitation on radar. But as we go a little bit further into the future, suddenly we see a lot of precipitation fall at once. That leads to a lot of really weird looking signatures on velocity, and that is something like what we're seeing here right now. It's basically just a lot of turbulent air motion as we're continuing to see all of the rain basically fall out of that storm at once.
Hey, Riley, for the insightful update. We also just got a new severe warning in Indiana. So we'll be keeping an eye on that near Orchard Park, even though it's probably more of a wind threat. New severe warning for the Fort Wayne area. This is now the, I believe, second or third severe warning for Fort Wayne. So if you're in this severe warning, get away from windows. It'll be mainly a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. Not looking at much of a tornado threat here right now. Man, we're getting so many flash flood warnings. We got another one in Ohio. I believe that's going to be for Cleveland, or near Cleveland. Yeah, that's going to be for Euclid and just north of Cleveland Heights. I don't know how many flash flood warnings we have now. We are at, I have the counter on here. Where are we at? We're at 6 flash flood warnings. Most of them are in New York. Flash flooding has become a pretty big concern over the last few hours. It's been a concern all day in central and southern New York. It's still raining, and we got more storms coming this evening. So flash flooding risk is only going to continue to increase. A little update on our tornado warning in New York, south of Delhi. There is not really a whole lot of rotation left on this storm. It is pretty broad in the mid-levels. So I'm not, again, super concerned right now about an imminent tornado threat, but broad rotation is continuing. That is moving towards the Shandaken area. There's also a broad area of rotation west of Rockland that'll be tracking towards Livingston Manor. But mainly looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. There's, again, a low end chance that one of those storms tries to produce a tornado too. All right, we do have a live shot out of Fostoria, Ohio. That's not this one here. This would be Fostoria, Ohio. And we are going to have a pretty good view of these storms here in a moment that are rolling in. There is a real risk right now near Fostoria of 70 mile per hour winds. Can't see much yet. You can see the lightning out in the distance there. This is inside of a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. That would be this right here. So Bowling Green, Fremont, and Tiffin all included in this. This was tornado warned not too long ago, and there is still, again, a little bit of rotation, but it's more of a damaging wind risk. Down the line, Cleveland, Sandusky, Mansfield, Marion, and Worcester. You guys are all going to be in the path of this cluster of thunderstorms. There's obviously a tornado warning still in effect for the Bluffton area, north of Delphos, with radar indicated rotation. But generally speaking, right now, the rotation on this storm has gotten a lot broader. I don't think this is enough for a tornado warning anymore, but obviously, if anything changes, we will let you know. And a quick update on Texas and Oklahoma. I know we have some people tuning in from there. Again, not looking at a whole lot in terms of significant severe weather, mostly just a sporadic area of thunderstorms producing quarter to ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. The storm near Childress is actually producing up to golf ball sized hail, so that one's a little bit more intense.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But again, overall, not looking at anything too out of the ordinary. Pretty typical springtime thunderstorms. We have also a lot of lightning, which is sparking some fires from what we've seen. They've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. I'm not sure what this warning's all about. New tornado warning for Andes and as well as west of Margaretville. The tornado, I don't know if they realized, but the other tornado warning went for 17 more minutes and they just issued a new one. I'm guessing they thought this tornado warning was about to expire. Either way, Andes is now included in 2 different tornado warnings. So I guess you seek shelter twice, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible. So we'll have 2 tornado warnings at least for the next 15 minutes or so here. I think that might have been an accident, though. So we're at 3 tornado warnings. I would say technically 2, honestly, because that one is just a duplicate. They have not gone ahead and issued a new severe warning for this line of thunderstorms that is moving across eastern Ohio now and northeastern Ohio, but again, we're still looking at 60 mile per hour wind potential with the most intense segments of this line. There is a ton of lightning, so we probably have a lightning show going on right now. Can somebody approve photos and videos? Shout out to Steph for becoming a member and also Bird for the super chat. Went back and saw your Erie airport cam. I work for Breeze as a ramp crew. I had a feeling you were covering it. It's a small airport, Breeze and American. It is. Any tornadoes confirmed? We haven't had any confirmed tornadoes yet today, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we did have at least one tornado from these storms. I mean, there's been a lot of storms that have been at least close to producing a tornado, especially near Cleveland. I think the big thing with like the Cleveland storms earlier was that we had several areas of rotation. And again, most of them were not very strong, but if we did have a tornado, they'll probably end up going down as like a weak EF0, EF1 type tornado. Oops. All right, we got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is our latest photo from Van Wert, Ohio. With turbulent skies, we had a tornado warning just north of Van Wert not too long ago. It's over in Lorain, Ohio. Lorain got some pretty intense winds. Is that a guy running outside? Wait, is that a guy running? Where's that guy running to? You guys see that? Bro was running outside in a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. What was bro thinking? Like, I mean, maybe he had to run and get to work. Afternoon jog? There's no way this guy is jogging out here in a... I don't know if this was severe warned at the time. I know Lorain did get a pretty intense line of thunderstorms. Bro was running late for work and had to dip. Wish we could go interview that guy and know what he was doing. This is from Jax over in Sandusky County, Ohio. Really impressive shelf cloud. Got kind of a double stack shelf cloud. This is over in Harrison, Wisconsin. Underground lightning strike in Oshkosh. Was this today or was this last night? It's a pretty cool lightning strike. Another big shelf cloud from North Ridgeville, Ohio. Again, that little blue tinge happens a lot of the time closer to sunset. That is from all the water droplets reflecting and refracting from the sun. And then this over in Van Wert, Ohio. The shelf cloud right overhead here. Got the anvil kind of overshooting the cloud tops there, and then turbulent skies behind it with the leading edge of wind and cool air. If you guys have photos and videos, you can send it in to us. Again, we can't show every single photo and video, but we try to best to show as many as possible. But if you have any submissions, you can scan the QR code, links on your screen, and we will continue to look at all your cool photos and videos of these storms that have been ongoing today. Again, I can't guarantee that your photo will definitely be on stream, even if you submit. We no longer have any severe warnings near Cleveland, despite the wind probably still being pretty strong over near the Mesopotamia Township. Back over near Findlay, we still have a tornado warning in effect northwest of Ada. I think they're going to go ahead and allow that one to either expire or at least cancel it. The rotation on that has not been very strong through the last hour of storm reports. We just got a new severe warning. That'll be for Upper Sandusky and Findlay for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have no new reports coming out of the Cleveland area, so the storms that have rolled through this area over the last hour have not been, again, that intense. There's a lot of lightning and probably at least some wind with those. And back over near Delphi, they're actually going to go ahead and allow those tornado warnings. Did they cancel both warnings? That is so strange. They issued a tornado warning like 5 minutes ago, and then they canceled it. They canceled both of them. So we no longer have any tornado warnings in New York. I don't know what was going on here, but they have gone ahead and canceled both tornado warnings. There is still a little bit of rotation, but I wouldn't say it's enough for a tornado warning. They had 2 tornado warnings there, and they issued a new one like 5 minutes ago and canceled that one. I would expect this tornado warning will be canceled at any moment too. So it looks like over in Fostoria, we are still probably about 5 to 10 minutes from this line of thunderstorms hitting Fostoria, but we got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are heading towards Fostoria, Ohio. Pretty cool little lightning strike there a second ago. We'll see if that happens again, but we got a shelf cloud right there at the top, or middle top of your screen, just above the tree line. Lightning is starting to uptick. It's all near North Baltimore. We are still sitting at 11 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, 2 of which are in Ohio. We got 1 in Indiana. We have about, I think, 4 in New York and then 1 in Pennsylvania. We got a few back down in Oklahoma and Texas. Yeah, I'll keep that rail fan at the bottom middle of your screen. The storms over in Texas look pretty cool too. This is from Scott Peak. It was over.
Now the status has changed.
Near Childress.
Where I am.
It's actually in Gold, Oklahoma, so he's moving to Oklahoma now. There's a possibility for an isolated tornado or land spout with these storms.
I'm gonna hedge my bets here and say nothing's gonna happen on that.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Overall, the storms over near Buffalo, there was maybe a little bit of rotation, more of a downburst damaging wind threat, more of a wind threat now for western New York, not seeing much of a tornado risk right now. They have gone ahead and continued the tornado warning in Ohio, which honestly kind of surprises me. But they have continued the tornado warning. It is in a pretty large radar hole. But if you are in Allen or Putnam counties, just north of Lima, continue to stay in your safe place. There isn't really much there. In my opinion, that tornado warning could probably be canceled, but they're going to allow that one to continue for right now. Lima right now is fine, but if you're over in Lima, this is going to be what we need to watch for next. This is an increasing damaging wind risk right now. That is heading again towards Lima, Delphos, and Van Wert. So we'll have a second round of storms here in about an hour. I think the story with today is quantity of storms. And also getting hit multiple times. Cleveland has been hit twice today with lines of thunderstorms. There is another round of storms coming to Cleveland. It's not severe, but at least not severe yet. There could be some damaging winds developing, though, near Sandusky. Could have a third round of thunderstorms hitting Cleveland here soon. It's actually quite unbelievable how many rounds of thunderstorms we've had now over here. We're going to see if we have any cameras. I know we have the Lorraine camera, the one that's right along the lake. It's pretty dark. Bottom right of your screen, that is over in Lorraine, Ohio. It's pretty dark out there, but that's right along the Lake Erie. So we might have a view of some of the lightning and maybe that strong storm as it rolls in. This could go severe. The velocities on radar have been uptrending, but it could be a little bit contaminated. Granted, the winds that we are seeing here are a couple thousand feet off the ground, so they're not translating to the ground here, but radar's measuring around 80-mile-per-hour velocities. There are live cameras in Sandusky. Yeah, there are some live cameras. We've been trying to get them up, but I think they're down. They've been very laggy with the storms rolling overhead. Like this is one in Cedar Point, but you can just see it's very pixelated. It's hard to see what's going on. I think there might be a connection issue when storms roll over. No really big updates on the Fort Wayne storm right now, but still looking at mainly a damaging wind threat. Very low tornado risk with those storms. None of the storms that have gone up anywhere in Illinois have gone severe, but we have plenty of thunderstorms producing lightning and some heavier rainfall. But we'll continue to monitor them in case any of them actually do mature and become severe. I think the severe weather risk is going to struggle with these storms initially. By around, I would say, 8 to 9 o'clock Central Time, so in about an hour or two, these will likely become a bit more intense and produce at least some isolated damaging winds. We also just got a special weather statement, so they're definitely not going to continue the tornado warning. That'll be for Ada and Kenton for some gusty winds. The good news again for New York, we don't have anything really severe anymore, or a tornadic anymore, excuse me. But most of the storms are still producing damaging winds. But I don't really see, again, a whole lot of a tornado risk developing with most of these storms. I think the tornado window is going to be within the next hour. So I think we got maybe an hour left in New York for a tornado risk. I think Pennsylvania and Ohio, we got maybe 2 to 3 more hours. So good news, again, is that most of the tornado threat will be before most of you are going to bed. So at least we are, good in the nocturnal department for many of you. Indiana, Illinois will basically be in the same time frame, and then Texas, Oklahoma. If we were to see any tornadoes, it would have to be in like the next hour. So again, most of our severe weather risk will hopefully be done by about 10 to 11 o'clock, or 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, and then Central time by 10 to 11. But we still got severe weather ongoing. Got a lightning show happening in Fostoria, Ohio. This is from that virtual railfan camera. I sent a picture in from Cleveland about 15 minutes ago. We'll check it out here in a second. Got a couple more photos and videos that have been sent in. This is a new photo from, I don't know what specific town this is. It says it's in Kosciuszko County. I don't know how to pronounce that, but this is over in Indiana with 4 to 6 inches of hail outside. Right at the front door as of 6:30. This is what I'm talking about. If you get like a slow-moving hailstorm, you can see a lot of hail, and it can accumulate. There's 4 to 6 inches of hail accumulation. Slow-moving thunderstorms often do this. It's over in Van Wert County, Ohio. Storm clouds in Convoy, Ohio. And then a shelf cloud view over in Lorain County, Ohio. This is from Penfield. And then another photo here, North Ridgeville, Ohio, with a lot of tree damage. We've had very significant damaging winds all afternoon. in northern Ohio, and that is an example of just a ton of wind damage. In case you didn't see, we had a lot more wind damage earlier in the stream. Let me find one of them. This is some of the other, videos and photos that we had out over in Cleveland earlier today with just, again, very strong winds. You got hail that's stacking up on some of the grassy surfaces. Winds were very strong. This guy was enjoying a Coca-Cola or Dr. Pepper while watching the wind rip through Columbia Station, Ohio earlier. And you can see he's watching, just kind of peeking around the corner. Again, I don't recommend that. This is another video from Cleveland, Ohio earlier from that initial surge of wind where we had upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds near the Hopkins International Airport on the west side of Cleveland. Granted, some of these, a couple of these videos were from last night. These are all today, though, the ones in Ohio. This one was from Indiana last night. Some really cool lightning scattering across the sky. This was probably one of the more intense videos that we've had today with wind over in Lorain County. They said possible tornado, which, again, there is a possibility that we have had tornadoes. We just are not aware of said tornadoes yet actually occurring. And in tomorrow's live stream, we'll give you the latest updates on any tornadoes that have happened from today's severe weather event. But obviously, it's going to be a little bit of time until we actually have anything confirmed here. The National Weather Service will have to go survey the damage. And if you guys do have any reports, by the way, like, photos, videos of possible tornado damage, make sure to send it into your local National Weather Service office. You can obviously send it into us, but if you send it into them and you think it might have been a tornado, send it into them and they will at least investigate and they might go survey your area for a possible tornado. Obviously, we've had a lot of trees down. That doesn't always signify a tornado. This happens a lot with damaging winds. You can see this one was over in Fairview Park, Ohio, of a huge tree that was uprooted, landed right into the roadway. Lots of branches down, too. This is a tree down in Erie, Ohio. This one cracked right through a big fence. And this is another large tree that was uprooted. Somebody in Cleveland Heights lost a tree. A lot of the older trees are the ones that have fallen today, but it doesn't take much to knock down a tree with the kind of winds that we were experiencing. Again, upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds at Cleveland. Large pine tree down. This is in southern Michigan. Even Michigan's been hit pretty hard today. This is a photo from Chris over in Lakewood, Ohio, of an HVAC system that was torn off a roof. Couldn't handle the wind. Not sure who installed that, but thing got completely ripped off the roof. We had somebody mention that a trampoline went flying into a fence. I would highly recommend, if you have a trampoline in your backyard or your front yard, doesn't matter where it is. It could be, you might even put it on your roof. I don't know. But wherever your trampoline is, hatch it down or bring it inside. You don't want to be responsible for your trampoline hitting a bunch of homes from high winds and then, having to pay somebody a lot of money because you damaged their property. This is from Charles over in Cleveland, Ohio, of their garage door getting torn off earlier today near the Cleveland Hopkins Airport. Another large tree was uprooted over in Cleveland. Another tree uprooted, probably about 10 feet tall, just about as tall as me. And cool shelf clouds from Whitley. Another tree down in Lakewood. And you got a field of hail over in Warsaw from earlier today, too. We just got another photo. Wow. It's over in Defiance County, Ohio. This is right where this is like not even that long ago. We had a tornado warning for Defiance, and this is pretty significant damage. It's hard to tell if this is a tornado or wind. Can't really make a whole lot of assumptions here. Kind of looks a bit more consistent, like maybe a weak tornado went through with the path of everything. So this, again, just moments ago, we had a tornado warning here about 20, 30 minutes ago. So it'll be interesting to see if they survey this, but I mean, we got stuff everywhere. Wow. Got all sorts of landslides happening over in Steuben County, New York. This is some of the aftermath over in Hornell, New York, which this road is closed from Loon Lake Road. It is closed due to all the rocks that have come off the hill here. Very dangerous flooding conditions right now in New York. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. And we no longer have any tornado warnings yet again. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I wanted to talk about tomorrow for a little bit. So tomorrow is going to have an inherently higher severe risk than today. The main two risks tomorrow are going to be the risks of damaging hail as well as straight line damaging winds, although there will still be a tornado risk as well. If we take a look at the HRRR, we actually have two different areas of convection that we have our eye on tomorrow. The first will convect in the south central U.S., places like Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas around 6 p.m. This is where we are going to be expecting the tornado threat. I don't think the environment here is that robust, but there should still be at least somewhat of a tornado threat. And then later on in the night, we're going to see another line of storm sort of convect behind that. This is going to be more of a damaging wind, maybe a hail threat as well, but shouldn't be as significant as the first line that goes through. It looks like the overall tornado threat tomorrow isn't maybe as high as what people first thought it was going to be. Seems like that's starting to downtrend. It is a 5-hatch tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And if we zoom in specifically on Oklahoma and Kansas, that is where I think the highest possibility of a tornado will be tomorrow. Specifically, where we see any sort of breaks in the clouds in the morning, that is going to sort of be the make or break for the tornado event. Basically, anywhere along the Kansas Oklahoma border up here, where there's just a little bit of surface heating, I do think we could see a couple tornadoes, maybe significant tornado. But I do think the tornado threat is going to be a relatively quick window of time before storms eventually become elevated, and there's just sort of too much convection to support a tornado threat. After that, however, there still will be a significant damaging hail, where we could see hail over 2 inches in diameter quite easily and winds to 70 miles an hour as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little update on what we're looking at tomorrow. And I want to remind you guys, we are going into a very active stretch of severe weather. I know we got storms going on right now, but we're going to have a lot more over the next few days. This is kind of the appetizer, I would say, to what's coming. This over in Fostoria, Ohio. We have a 70-mile-per-hour severe warning for Fostoria. The highest winds should be coming in over the next couple of minutes. And so this is, again, our basically second cluster of thunderstorms here for Fostoria today. That is live on the virtual rail fan. Honestly, it doesn't look super intense right now. A lot of rain coming down, but if you're in Fostoria, Tiffin, or Fremont, this is a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. I'll be seeking shelter and being away from windows just in case we actually have winds that are getting to that point, because it can knock over trees. You know, trampolines can go flying. All that stuff can happen. So it's definitely better to play it safe, just in case we do actually have 70-mile-per-hour winds. Regardless, though, trees could easily fall down from the storms that we're seeing here. We are sitting at currently 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, the majority of them are across the Ohio Valley in the Northeast this evening. We've had a few severe warnings all day, basically in Texas and Oklahoma. Most of them are in fairly rural areas. These storms have barely moved really over the last few hours. The tornado risk is fairly low with any of these thunderstorms, but we're mainly looking at wind and hail. Got a big hailstorm right now near Paducah, Texas, that is producing golf ball-sized hail. We are going to have a lot of storm chasers out there tomorrow, covering the more significant threat of severe weather that's going to take place across the central and southern plains. We'll be live all over that. We'll also have a video tomorrow morning talking about that too. But tomorrow looks like a pretty big day of severe weather. Shout out to Shane with the super chat. Are you thinking Indiana will be mild tonight? I would say it's going to be pretty mild. It's going to be warm tonight. Temperature is not going to really fall too much until these storms roll through, once that rain cool air kicks into gear. Got another photo that somebody sent in just a moment ago. This one is from Defiance. Oh my goodness. This is from Defiance, Ohio. Jeez. Got a tree on top of a car. That is a huge tree. I mean, that is serious. I don't know what went through. This might be just an old tree. Maybe it was dead. I don't know. But that takes a lot to knock down a tree that large. I'm guessing these are parked vehicles, so hopefully everybody's okay. But yeah, I would presumably say everybody's probably fine. Regardless, though, that's scary. And this is the reason why you should never be near, windows or outside when severe storms roll through. That is scary. Lori from Perrysburg, New York, showing a big hailstorm. Over 1-inch hail, major damage to cars, siding, and windows. Significant flooding in the area. I am at the co-op observer for Perrysburg. For 30 years, never saw this kind of hail. In all the years, we get a lot of lake effect snow. I'll take that any day. This looks like a crazy hailstorm too. It is a crazy hailstorm. We've had major flooding too, which has led to some road closures and some of those flood warnings. And again, if you guys have any photos and videos, I know a lot of you guys are sending them in, but you can go to our website. The link's on your screen. You can go directly to our website too, maxvelocitywx.com, maxweather.net. They're the same thing. And you can send in photos and videos. We've been showing a lot of them here on stream here today. A lot of crazy stuff. Hey, Shauna for the $10 super chat. Anything to worry about in Marion, Indiana tonight? I would say, generally speaking, in Indiana, most of the storms from here are going to be strong. I don't think we're going to see that many more severe storms, but still an isolated risk of severe weather for the next few hours. Let me kind of time things out for you guys tonight. This is the latest future radar model run. So this picture here is basically what we're looking at now. This would be by about 9 o'clock Eastern time. Timestamp up here at the top that you're going to see, that is in Central time. So add an hour if you're in Eastern time. So by 9 o'clock, we'll still have a lot of thunderstorms out there, anywhere from St. Louis back into New York, with the biggest concern being damaging winds and large hail, maybe a brief tornado. Once we get 10 o'clock, I think the main corridor for severe storms will be this right here. So north of Indianapolis, all the way up near Syracuse. I think the majority of our severe weather by 10 will be isolated, but there will still be an ongoing wind risk, hail risk, maybe even a tornado. By 11 to 12 o'clock, a lot of these storms should start to crash south and east. They're mostly moving east right now. They should start to crash more to the south and east. And when that happens, the tornado risk is going to dramatically decrease. The wind threat will be the main concern by this point. So by midnight, damaging winds around 60 miles will be possible, or 60 miles per hour will be possible, isolated large hail, maybe a very weak tornado threat. And then overnight, most of these storms are not going to be severe. If you are in any of these areas too, and you want an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight, in case you do go under a severe warning or a tornado warning, I know it's 8:30 Eastern time, so some of you might be considering going to bed here soon. If you want a way to receive weather alerts, just in case you're under a tornado warning or a severe warning, you can check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. It's basically where I'll give you a personalized phone call if you are inside of a tornado warning or a significant severe warning. Again, the link is at the top of the description. It's maxalert.net. Definitely recommend you check it out. We've had lots of you guys sign up for it, and a lot of you guys, I think we've had almost 1,000 different people now get a phone call, so directly from being in a warning, which is pretty cool. So it's definitely making a difference out there. But definitely check it out if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight from all the severe weather that is happening, and it goes for any day. You sign up, you get it for a year, and it'll keep you and your family safe for the next year. I think about the super chat said, what time is the severe weather supposed to start popping off tomorrow? I would say it'll probably start around 4 or 5 at Central time. So assume we'll be live tomorrow starting around then, maybe a little bit after that. We'll see. But tomorrow looks like a pretty significant day of severe weather. I would say today's been pretty significant, especially for Cleveland, but I wouldn't say this has been anything too out of the ordinary. I mean, for March standards, this doesn't happen too often, but it's interesting because a lot of our severe weather so far this severe weather season has been in the Ohio Valley. A lot of people have already seen, like, I mean, Illinois, for example, there's been a ton of severe weather. Indiana, same thing. A lot of severe weather so far in 2026. Texas hasn't really seen much. Oklahoma's been quiet, but that's all going to change tomorrow and Friday. So it's been a quiet year so far down there. We're obviously going into April, so things are really going to start ramping up. This is kind of the time that we got to be locked in for severe weathers, April and May. I just sent in a photo or video of the crazy lightning in Cleveland. We'll check it out here in a moment if it gets approved. Thank you. Brief for the super chat. Anything to worry about in Cortland, Ohio? Should be mostly just rain, isolated damaging wind risk. Got some gusty winds moving through, but nothing currently too severe. Max Alert is not free, but it costs about 1 McDonald's meal per year. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I went to McDonald's the other day to get the big arch meal or whatever it's called. That thing costed $13. How in the world is it that expensive to get a burger, fries, and a drink at McDonald's now? $13. Like, that's unbelievable. How expensive fast food has gotten. That is literally, that's all you get. The big arch. It is absolutely crazy how expensive fast food has gotten. But the subscription to Max Alert is for 1 year, and it's, I think, $14.95. It's basically the same price if you wanted to get a big arch meal. Something will keep you and your family safe. The other thing is, in my opinion, unhealthy. So I don't know. You pick your poison. I think this is just contamination, but we got a little area of rotation. It's been ongoing for a while in eastern New York. Maybe a weak tornado threat near Bushnellsville, but I think it's more of just contamination. Should be mostly a damaging wind threat from here in southeastern New York, south of Albany. We've had ongoing strong storms all day. We got some pretty strong storms making their way into western Massachusetts too, near North Adams and Pittsfield in the higher elevations. Should be mostly gusty winds and small hail. I really would be watching if you're over in like Cleveland, Canton, Akron, Worcester, Medina. We're not done with severe weather yet. This will be what we're watching. We're still looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Could see a tornado risk too. We're going to be live at the bare minimum, I think, through this line of thunderstorms because I truly think there's at least an isolated tornado threat as this continues to track in the direction of Cleveland. Fast food is gross. I've had some like pretty good fast food meals in the past, but a lot of them are pretty mid. There are some that are really good though. Like Culver's hits quite a bit. Say Shake Shack actually hit the other time I had it. We just got a new severe warning in Pennsylvania, McKean and Potter counties for 60 mile per hour winds and dime-sized hail. Freddy's? I've never had Freddy's before. Steak and Shake can really hit though, depending on when you get it. It's after midnight it can hit. Got a little area of actually here of divergence that is happening. We got a little microburst possibly happening right now. It's over near Valley City, Ohio, south of Cleveland. A lot of the time when we look at thunderstorms and look at tornadic supercells, a lot of the time what we'll see is rotation, and we don't really have any good good areas of rotation right now that I can show you, but a lot of the time the greens and reds will be coming together like this, and you'll see the green and red kind of like tighten up, kind of form couplet. This is doing the opposite. These are diverging winds, so the red's going away from the radar, the green is going towards the radar, and those winds are basically pushing down and spreading out once they get to the surface. So we got a pretty intense downburst area of wind right now near Brunswick, Ohio. There's no warning on this, but and I don't think the winds are really that strong, but we definitely could have some branches come down, maybe a couple of smaller trees come down with this little storm here. It's going towards Brunswick and Interstate 71 right now. Still have some strong storms also near Kent and Ravenna, moving down to the south and east. The storms that are over here to the direct west of Cleveland are just strong. These ones over near Fremont and Tiffin are still severe. They actually, I think, canceled the severe warning here for Fremont, or it just expired. So they haven't issued a new warning for this. We'll see if they issue a new one. But for the time being, no warning right now for Fremont. We still have an area of rotation right now near Shandaken, New York. No tornado warning on this. It's in a hook echo. Just near Westkill. It's been ongoing for a few scans now. Wouldn't be shocked if they issued a tornado warning for that. I mean, it's going towards Tannersville and Palinville right now. It's been going on for about 3 radar scans now. Really, the last 2 have at least shown a tightening of rotation. Yeah, keep an eye on this. Can you check Weatherford, Texas? Nothing's happening in Weatherford tonight. Tomorrow, though, different story. Definitely tune in tomorrow for possibly some significant severe weather. Hey, you legal for becoming a member? Hey, Dams with the super chat. Lyria, Ohio, and risk anything like a tornado. Mainly looking at isolated wind tonight. Very low tornado risk. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to include Vermont, Massachusetts, and New York. I think this might be the first severe warning of the year for Vermont. So 60-mile-per-hour winds here near North Adams and Pittsfield. As a reminder, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we're going to be live the next 3 to 4 days with severe weather coverage. We do live coverage like this all the time. And also make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We post updates on there all the time. We post, if you guys miss stuff during the stream, we post a lot of like the highlights of like the significant weather on our social media pages. And if you are for some reason not on YouTube at a given time and you want an extra way to basically get notified if I'm live, you'll probably see some sort of social media posts on our social media platforms. So make sure to follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm a little surprised this couplet didn't get warned. We don't even have a tornado possible tag. I'm waiting to see what the velocities look like on this next scan. Yeah, they weakened quite a bit. It's kind of what I was expecting, but that was definitely a little strong area of rotation for a couple scans near Shandaken in New York. There's a little bit of rotation near Hardenburg too, but I'd say that one's still pretty weak. We have a new damage report of trees down on a road over in Downsville, New York. That was from a 911 call center. We have another damage report out of Lewis Run of down trees blocking Menard Run Road in Lewis Run. So if you're traveling right now near the Bradford area, there are some trees down in some of the roadways. A little fun fact, but that severe warning in Vermont is the first severe thunderstorm warning since August of last year. At least we believe, which I think is actually true. So it's been almost, I think 9 months, almost 8 months since we've had, or 7 months. I think it's about 7 months since we've had a severe warning in Vermont. We do have a new severe warning here for Kent and Ravenna. That is because of that downburst wind area near Brunswick that is going to be crossing Interstate 71. You can see the diverging winds here over Brunswick. That'll be tracking towards Akron. Cuyahoga Falls as well in the path of that. And these downburst winds are basically coming down to the ground and then spreading out. And so that can lead to some tree damage and wind damage. They did not issue a new severe warning for this cluster near Fremont, so that might just end up being strong. No rotation once again anywhere near Cleveland at this time. Got a couple of strong storms heading towards Fort Wayne. The Van Wert camera should have a lightning show. Somebody put Van Wert in slot 2. I'll have that camera on the bottom right in a second. Tiff with the super chat says, one time there was a tornado warning, but it looked fine outside, but then I accidentally drove into a tornado. Utility poles falling behind me. Stay safe. Yeah, that's exactly why I never trust what you see outside, because sometimes tornadoes can catch you by surprise, especially if they're rain wrapped, which, again, a lot of the time they are rain wrapped. Photogenic tornadoes, like the ones you guys see in movies and stuff like that, that doesn't happen all the time. A lot of the time there's a tornado buried back in rain and you can't see it. Like it looks something like this. You got rain everywhere. Almost impossible to see. Happens more often than not. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Yeah, we've had some pretty crazy photos and videos like this one from New York of a big hailstorm earlier with major damage to some cars, sidings, and windows. This is a little lightning shot from Perrysburg, Ohio. Cool little lightning strike there in the sky. This is from Fairview Park, Ohio, sent in from Patrick. Little cloud of ground lightning strike right there. See if I can pause it right when it happens. Ooh, that was close. There you go. Pretty cool lightning strike. We've had a few fires begun today because of the cloud of ground lightning. Huge damage over in East Greenbush, New York. Large tree down right over the roadway. I'm not sure what road this is. Trees down to the high winds. These storms are nuts. I would agree. What's the link for photos and videos? There is a link in the description. You can also just go to maxvelocitywx.com. The link's also on your screen. It's at the very bottom. We're going to work on getting like a QR code and like a little thing that'll pop up here and there. That way it'll just show on screen. This was about 20 minutes ago over in Perrysburg, Ohio. Big shelf cloud out on the horizon. A little bit of lightning, on and off lightning, very occasional. Second tree down. This is nuts. Over in Rensselaer County, New York. Power lines are also kind of scrunched down to the ground because of these trees and all the weight that it puts on the power line. These are big trees. I mean, the trees that I've seen come down here today are no joke. I mean, we're talking about 10, 20-foot trees. This is also in Elyria, Ohio. Storm ripped through Elyria about 5 o'clock. Probably lasted 15 to 20 minutes, but it was very intense. Lots of downed trees and some power line damage. That has been a very common sight today. And again, if you guys have photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. You can go to maxvelocitywx.com too. There is a link in the description. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Anything for Elmira, New York tonight? Mainly looking at isolated damaging winds from here for New York. Very low tornado risk. If there were to be any tornado threat, it would probably come out of these storms that are now moving in the direction of Hartford, Connecticut, which probably won't make it there to Hartford, at least as intense as they are, but there will at least be an isolated damaging wind and hail threat. We have a new damage report coming out of the Smethport area in McKean County, Pennsylvania, from a 911 call center reporting trees and wires down across Route 59. Still have very strong thunderstorms all across the board right now. Elmira, New York. Isn't it I was thinking about Elria, Ohio. Before every stream, I have to do a pronunciation quiz. That's what has to happen. Hey, Cubs, for the generous $20 super chat. Ardmore and Southern Oklahoma predictions have been changing for Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday, I think it'll be mostly a wind threat, isolated tornado threat. For at least Ardmore specifically, the hail threat might be a little bit elevated if you get a discrete supercell, but I think it'll be mostly wind and hail by the time the storms get there. It'll be a nocturnal tornado risk. And then Friday, I'm really not sure yet about Friday, but I think wind will also be the dominant concern. I think we're just going to have a lot of storms that fire up on Friday. Sort of looks like for tomorrow. Again, notice all the storms that fire up. Anything that we get discrete could easily produce tornadoes. I think the roof is just overperforming everything, but that's usually how this model works. But it goes into Friday, which is why I'm showing you this. On Friday, you can see the storms fire up around, 12, 3 o'clock, anywhere from central Iowa back down into Texas. I accidentally skipped ahead. Then you can just see, again, a ton of storms out there producing the threat of damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. I think by the time we go into the evening, these will cluster together and become lines. I think the model's a little bit off right now, but for tomorrow, the tornado threat will be mostly elevated across Oklahoma, southern Kansas, North Texas. Thursday, it'll be mostly across the Midwest. And then Friday, we'll be looking at a tornado threat basically anywhere from Iowa back into Texas. I think Iowa will probably be the hot spot for severe weather on Friday, if I had to guess. I think Iowa has a pretty decent chance of tornadoes both Thursday and Friday. Thank you, Keys, for becoming a member. Thank you, Craig, for the super chat. New subscriber. Appreciate you tuning in. And for those that don't or might be new to the channel, again, we're basically a nationwide weather channel here on YouTube. We cover all 50 states whenever there's significant severe weather. So obviously, if you're new, make sure to subscribe. We do live streams like this all the time. We have a ton of storm chasers. We don't have a whole lot of storm chasers today. Today is honestly a kind of a lower end day of severe weather, but tomorrow, I think we're gonna have like a dozen chasers. So there will be plenty of people out there tomorrow. And also on Thursday and Friday. This is, again, the risk for severe weather tomorrow. We do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk in Texas and Oklahoma. Thursday is only a slight risk right now, but I think we'll get an enhanced risk if the models continue to uptrend for Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri. Looking at all hazards of severe weather Thursday afternoon. And then Friday right now is a slight risk. It's a pretty small area, but I think this will grow in size once confidence increases. The next SPC outlook for Friday will be at about 3:30 a.m. tonight, which is obviously late, but that is the next outlook time. As of right now, we do not have any active tornado warnings. We have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging winds continuing near Upper Sandusky, Bucyrus, going towards Willard. We have strong storms all around Cleveland right now. Nothing tornadic right now, but damaging winds will be the main concern if anything does go severe here. The storms near Akron have been mostly downburst damaging winds. I think the tornado risk with this area of storms is pretty low. Again, you can see the diverging winds, that is downburst winds that are going towards the ground. Tornado risk right now is pretty low with all the storms that have also rolled through the Akron area here throughout the daytime today. Over in Franklin, Pennsylvania, we still have a line of thunderstorms here near Meadville and Interstate 79 near Newcastle that is producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Maybe some tiny hail, but generally speaking, the risk of any sort of major hail is pretty low. Northern Pennsylvania near Coldersport and Gallatin is also producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've had a few damage reports from that of trees down and power lines down. That'll be a reoccurring theme, but I think this line of thunderstorms here is starting to fall apart. I know we have had some damage reports recently, but the line is moving into an environment where there's basically no daylight heating left. The instability is decreasing, which is the storm fuel, and so there's not really a whole lot more storm fuel to work with in southern New York and northern Pennsylvania. We still have some pretty intense storms right now in Massachusetts and New York. It's actually surprising. Massachusetts is seeing a more legit threat of severe weather. The severe warning for Greenfield is actually moving outside of our marginal risk of severe weather today. So if you're in western Massachusetts, we got an increasing risk right now of damaging winds. I think the tornado risk is very low at this point for southeast New York. I don't think it's zero, but it's definitely low. And back over near Fort Wayne, we still have a special weather statement. Pretty strong storm approaching Van Wert. That's what it looks like live in Van Wert, Ohio right now. A lot of lightning. These are elevated thunderstorms. You can see how high the cloud base is. If you look closely here, Jesus, look closely here, that is again, very elevated cloud base. The clouds are not low to the ground at all. It's also an outflow dominant storm, so the tornado risk, generally speaking, is pretty low. Again, clouds are very high off the ground. That's probably 3,000-4,000 feet off the ground. Then all the lightning in the background, creating illuminated skies. Got a new severe warning in Ohio. That's going to be for a large area. New severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Mansfield and Ashland and Shelby for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really much of a tornado risk, but that is just to the south of Cleveland. Thank you, Cinderlo, for becoming a maximum velocity member, and also Pamela for becoming a maximum velocity member. Shout out to Shanika for the $10 super chat. Also, Aya for the super chat. Sent in pictures of what looks like a tornado in Fort Wayne. See if we have that photo. I doubt we had a tornado in Fort Wayne, but we'll definitely see if we have something. It's a photo that was sent in from Elyria in Ohio of a big power line that was knocked about 30 degrees down because of the winds from earlier today. And here's another photo from Fairview Park, Ohio. This is sent in by Karen. Some trees down in front of this person's home. It's going to be hard to park in that garage tonight. This is one of the reasons why you should always stay away from windows, because if that tree fell the other way right into the house, it could have easily hit the second story, could have went right through a window. I'd say by far, though, today, the craziest photo that we've had sent in was this one here in Defiance. One of our, the person that approves our photos thinks whatever that photo was from Fort Wayne was Scud from earlier. It's probably just scary looking clouds. Hey, Sim, for the super chat, are you concerned about the future drought issues in the Four Corner states due to lack of snow? I am. I'm honestly concerned about the drought in the southeast, too. Florida has barely seen any rain. The drought is actually bad across many parts of the country right now. You look at the drought monitor map right now, that's what it looks like, guys. It's bad in the southern plains, even near the Ozarks. It's pretty bad in the southeast. It's getting worse in the desert southwest. Florida has had one of its worst droughts, I think, since 2001. It's going to improve a little bit in the southern plains with the showers and storms that we're going to see tomorrow and Friday and maybe Saturday, but obviously it's going to take multiple rounds of weather to actually see this drought improve dramatically. That's why we had that fire earlier on stream in the Texas Panhandle. It's because of how dry it is out there. We have another photo that was just sent in. This one is, or video sent in. This is some lightning over in Hudson, Ohio. Thank you for sending this in. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. You can also go to our website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We should get a drought monitor thing on our website. That'll be the next thing to do. At least your cars stay clean. That is true. Well, I don't know. You get pollen. The pollen season's here. I've been sneezing a lot recently. The pollen's been bad. We have a new severe warning for Youngstown and Boardman, Ohio for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty big surge of wind here. Moving towards Warren. Not much of a tornado threat with this right now. It's going towards the YNG airport, just north of Interstate 80. Yeah, pollen's been bad. I don't know about you guys, but pollen's been bad here for the last couple weeks. At least I'm in Florida, so it's been pretty bad down here. So I'd say your car technically would stay clean, but it honestly doesn't. You still got to wash it. You got pollen and all the other pollutants that are in the air. The pollen's definitely thick in Florida. I mean, without really any rain, it's going to be worse and worse. Pollen season's been pretty bad down here. I don't usually have problems with pollen, but it's been bad this year. Been very little rain, and it definitely shows with the pollen conditions. A lot of you guys, though, up here in the Ohio Valley are getting a free car wash tonight. If you guys want to put your location on our map, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. You can go to that location report tab and put your spot on the map here. We got about 85 of you guys sharing your location right now. Most of you guys that are tuning in are currently around Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne. Got some people also near Lima right now that are tuning in. There's a link in the description. Just go to the Submit a Report tab, and then if you click the Location Report button, you can click wherever you're located, and then Submit. So that's like Lansing, for example, and then you'll pop up on the map, just like that. Bing. That's my location apparently tonight. I'm over in Lansing. Down the line, we'll make it easier for you guys to submit your locations, but this is our method right now. Now we got a lot of people putting their locations on here. We got a lot of people in Cleveland. We'll go back to this in a few minutes to have the number update there. Thank Mimi for the super chat. My cat just wanted me to send a kiss to Cheese Curd here in Western Massachusetts. It's very windy. Is there a tornado possible? No. It's wind. Cheese Curd's doing a little bit better. She was in a cone for a while. She is my cat, for those that don't know. I don't know where she is, but she was in a cone for a while. She's no longer in a cone right now, but she had an infection that kept her in a cone for like a week and a half. Thanks, Sky, for the super chat. Yeah, but over here in Massachusetts and New York, we got strong to severe storms, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, quite a bit of lightning, but again, nothing that's really standing out to me that would make me concerned about an imminent tornado threat. Got a severe warning still in northern Pennsylvania near Coldersport and Gailton. That'll be also for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That one I think will be allowed to expire. I do not see a whole lot of that. I don't think that storm's as intense as it once was. And then a pretty intense line of thunderstorms making its way into Franklin, Clarion, Newcastle's in the path of that. Got some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got really intense winds actually near Warren and Newton Falls. If you guys are tuning in from Youngstown, get ready for a more significant batch of damaging winds here soon. We will have a camera, or we do have a camera in Youngstown that we're keeping an eye on. So once things start to intensify, we'll go over to that. Here's the update on all of the people that are tuning in right now. We got about 400 of you guys that have submitted locations. There's a serious hotspot of people that are over here near Van Wert. We also got a lot of people in Cleveland. A lot of you guys are tuning in from Lima. Kenton too. Got a lot of dots everywhere. Just full screen the map. Got people tuning in from all over. The majority of you guys, though, are in Ohio this evening. It's been a very stormy evening across Ohio. Our heat map is showing a large cluster of people there. We got a few people tuning in from the international areas. We got a few people over in Ireland, United Kingdom. I think that might be France over there. And we apparently got somebody from North Korea tuning in. Welcome on in. But Northern Ohio, we got a little over 400 people, I think, right now. Thank you, Zooch, for the super chat. Cleveland loves you. Well, I appreciate you tuning in, and I love Cleveland. We went live right when that tornado warning got issued. We were actually going to go live right before the tornado warning got issued. I figured we'd get a tornado warning for Cleveland, but we had to get things set up. All right, we got apparently a video that we need to show you guys. This is a new photo that was sent in from the Netherlands. What? We got people sending in weather photos from the Netherlands. I think this might be the first ever. From Kathleen. Damage to our barn either from a spin-up tornado or downburst last night. Thankfully, all the horses are okay. Weather's getting more extreme in the Netherlands, too. Well, that is something. We got people sending in damage photos from the Netherlands before GTA 6. This is over from Eden Township, Michigan, from Bailey. Hail at my mom's house today at about 2 p.m. Got a lot of hail on the ground there, mostly small hail, but again, this is kind of what we're talking about. Some of these slow-moving hailstorms have kind of stacked up almost a coating of hail on the ground. Shout out to CJ with the $10 super chat. Thanks for everything. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your support. This is a photo sent in from Defiance, Ohio. Might have had a tornado hit Defiance earlier with the damage we've seen, but some cloud-to-cloud lightning. And then this is a video from Elyria, Ohio. Apparently, I got to stay on this video because it's a good video. So I guess something happens here. Let's see, this is probably the beginning of the storms earlier. And there goes the really intense winds. Gets stronger and stronger. Yeah, that right there is a pretty strong downburst. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's the reason why. All right. So that'd be the reason why this video we had to look at. Tree branch comes right down from the very strong winds. Again, winds are measured around 70 to 75 miles per hour earlier today when the line of thunderstorms moved through Cleveland. I look, he didn't expect the tree to just fall down, or at least that large tree branch to fall down. That kind of surprised me. So replay of that. This is why you stay away from windows, by the way. Good thing they backed up. They backed up at a, I mean, I would have been way further back. But yeah, do not stand this close to your slider door or window. Hey, if you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. Link's also on your screen. Cameraman never dies. I wouldn't say that about severe weather. Hey, RL for becoming a member. If you're over in Youngstown, this line of storms here has gotten more intense. Velocities on radar are picking up on 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. They might be a bit stronger though, near the surface, right along the I-80 corridor. Very significant line of or cluster of storms that has developed here. Youngstown and Boardman. I'll be staying away from windows here as this line of thunderstorms comes through. Definitely could knock down some tree branches and power lines. I think Cleveland, I wouldn't say you guys are done with storms by any means yet, because we still got more storms coming, but the severe weather risk for Cleveland is definitely dropping more because of the fact we've just had so many storms in Cleveland over the last few hours. All that storm fuel and instability has basically been used up. So the odds of us seeing another tornado or a significant wind threat are fairly low right now. Mansfield, Ohio is about to get hit pretty hard with some 60 mile per hour winds. This is what it looks like over at Ashland, Ohio. This is the Ashland EMA office. There are actually people out there in this little downtown strip. I think there's some restaurants here, maybe. But this over in Ashland, we're going to get some severe storms here soon. So people are walking out and about, but obviously if you're lightning, or if you're thunder, make sure that you're going indoors. If thunder roars, go indoors. Because we're going to be watching for an uptick of lightning here soon as this cluster of storms approaches Mansfield. How concerned are you with Wisconsin on Thursday? I'm more concerned about Iowa and Illinois, but southern Wisconsin definitely have some concern. We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the threat of severe weather coming up, guys. I honestly, again, click the bell icon so you're notified when the video comes out. It is going to be a very detailed video. I know today's video is like 15 minutes long. Tomorrow's video will probably also be 15 minutes long. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we have that video tomorrow morning. It's going to have all the details on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. We have a very active stretch of severe weather coming. Very active. This is, again, kind of the appetizer to what's coming tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I fully expect Thursday will be pretty significant. I think tomorrow night is going to be significant. And I think Friday is also going to be fairly significant. Saturday could also be a bit dangerous, but it's a little bit more uncertain right now for Saturday. Should Marion, Indiana be concerned about tonight? I would say probably not. Just have ways to receive alerts. One way that you could receive alerts is Max Alert. In case you need an extra way to receive alerts, you basically get a phone call from me if you're under any sort of tornado warning. I don't think Indiana's going to have any tonight, but it's definitely better to play it safe. With how active severe weather season's been, I think Max Alert is worth it here in the Ohio Valley. No severe weather at all in Illinois, just a lot of strong storms. Back down in Texas, I know we haven't really talked about Texas and Oklahoma recently. These storms are producing a ton of lightning, but generally speaking, there's really not much of a tornado risk. A lot of lightning, some wind and hail will be a possibility. We have a new severe warning in Pennsylvania. That'll be Clarion, Franklin, Oil City, Marionville, and Brookville, right along Interstate 80 for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's just off to the east of where Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers is currently located, which they're driving down south on I-79 right now. They actually might intercept this little cluster of storms near Youngstown here soon. And this cluster of storms moving into Youngstown is pretty intense. Still producing 60 to 65-mile-per-hour winds. There's a report out of Hancock in Massachusetts that there is a tree down and blocking a roadway. There is also a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is over in New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut for a few strong storms this evening. And if you look at the most probable peak intensity for all those hazards, it is on the lowest spectrum possible. So we're talking about weak tornadoes, weak damaging winds, and pretty minimal hail. So the threat over here, again, has gone down quite a bit. Got a report over in Allegheny County, New York, too, of there being a basement that is flooded from all the rain that we've had. And we still have a ton of rain currently falling across New York. So basement flooding is obviously possible. We've had some landslides that are closing down some roads. Flash flood warning for the north of Belmont is about to expire near Dansville, but obviously be very careful on the roadways tonight. The flash flood warning south of Syracuse goes for another 2 hours. So flash flooding is a pretty big concern right now in New York. We also have flash flood warnings increasing in Ohio, all of Cleveland, Huron, Elyria, Avon Lake, and Sandusky. You guys are all now in a flash flood warning. This will go until, I believe, midnight tonight. So if you're traveling, low-lying areas are at risk of big flooding. We've had a lot of flooded roadways, obviously, already today, and that is going to continue to be a threat. Thank you, Waco, for the sewer chat. I just got a car wash in Waco, Texas. That means we're going to see some severe weather tomorrow. That's actually not what it means, but I don't think Waco is going to be too bad tomorrow. Here's a little update on all of the people that are sharing their location. If you want to share your location with us, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com and go to the location report tab. We have about 730 of you guys that have shared your location, and most people, again, are tuning in from Ohio. And we got a little cluster over in Fort Wayne as well. You also have a hotspot. I don't know if this is the same person that spammed their location, but about 7 people in Osage City, Kansas. I don't know if we have a big fleet of people over there that are tuning in or what, but it's honestly kind of impressive. Got apparently 2 people now in North Korea that are tuning in. Is Maine okay? Maine is okay. Also, this is a look at all of the cameras that we have across the country. Big camera map. We don't have all of them on right now, but we have about 45,000 cameras across the board. Most of them, again, are in the United States. Got some in Canada, too. Got a pretty large network. Max, I sent you a picture from Scotland. Got people tuning in from everywhere. Got another photo that was sent in. This is from Paulding County, Ohio. Of a scary looking shelf cloud earlier. This is sent in by Easton. Appreciate you sending this in. Specifically over in Haviland, Ohio, near and Grover Hill, kind of in between the two. It's at about 7:24 p.m., so a little under 2 hours ago. It's pretty impressive. You guys have any photos or videos? QR codes on your screen. We'll have some more photos and videos here soon. Hey, Colleen for the super chat. Rochester, New York. What will it do tonight? Mostly just rain and storms. I don't think there's any more severe weather really left over for Rochester at this point. I think Rochester's kind of winding down. People are saying crazy lightning. We got a lightning show pretty much everywhere right now. We got a pretty strong line of thunderstorms now making its way into Youngstown, Ohio. I'd say Youngstown has the most intense cluster of thunderstorms at this hour. This is what it looks like right now in Youngstown. This is on one of the HAZ cams, which again, not seeing much yet, but we should have a pretty good view of the wind picking up here soon. We'll probably end up seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in this area. We also just got a new severe warning in Butler, Lawrence, and Mercer counties in Pennsylvania. That is for this storm. For 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That'll be for Slippery Rock, Newcastle, Elwood City, just south there of Mercer. We have a couple new damage reports just west of Franklin over in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, of several trees down, according to the 911 call center in Mercer. Over in Fredonia, Pennsylvania, there's also several trees down there too. So we have a couple new reports coming in of a lot of trees down. It looks like that severe warning in northern Pennsylvania will likely be allowed to expire. The damaging wind threat is decreasing there. No new really damage reports anywhere else at this moment. We've had some pretty strong storms rolling through western Ohio here recently. We got a pretty strong storm moving into Lima with gusty winds and small hail. Occasional lightning too. And also this storm that is west of Fort Wayne, I know it looks kind of concerning on radar because there's a little hook, but this is very outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary. It's all the way down here. So once the outflow boundary is like miles away from a storm, a lot of the time these become just hail and wind storms, and a lot of the time they're not even severe, but in this case, the outflow boundary is just so far down to the south. It's a lot of cool air that is pushing down to the south. And again, for a tornado to happen, it needs some sort of surge of warm air to really come in with that inflow. And we just don't have that. So that storm, in my opinion, is, again, not very concerning. I'd say from here, though, again, damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour, some large hail, and then possibly, again, an isolated tornado are the biggest concerns for the next few hours. But we'll stay live here for a little bit longer just in case something happens. But Youngstown, again, getting hit pretty hard by damaging winds. I'd say Youngstown is really the hardest hit area right now when it comes to our severe weather risk. If you're back over in Cleveland, I'd be watching this stuff right here near Norwalk with maybe an isolated gusty wind threat, perhaps a very low-end severe risk. But I think most of the, again, instability has been kind of used up around Cleveland with all the storms that we've had so far today. Dude, shout out to Omnis for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, sir, for the super chat. Do you think the storm for Youngstown has potential to produce a tornado? I would say it's a pretty low chance. This would be the area to watch for. I don't think it's really rotating very much. Looking at both radar sites, yeah, I think it's mostly going to be damaging winds. The tornado risk here would be very low. I would give it like a 5% chance in the next like half hour of actually doing something tornadic. Will I be streaming Thursday? I think we're going to be live tomorrow. I think we'll be live Thursday, and I think we'll be live on Friday. And I think we'll be live on possibly Saturday, too. We could be live 5 straight days. We could have gone live last night for the Chicago Storms, but it wasn't enough, in my opinion, to go live. It was I was very close to going live, but it was just a lot of hail, and none of it was significant, like past $half. If we got to like golf ball size hail in Chicago, I would have got live, because we also had a hailstorm in Des Moines. There were 2 hailstorms happening at the same exact time. Got pretty strong storms right now moving through Akron, 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of quarter-sized hail happening. No, again, tornado risk either for Mansfield, but looking at a wind threat. Can somebody put the Ashland camera in slot 3? And if there's something better for slot 2, you can switch that one out too. I have PA storm trackers in slot 1. Hey, Jason, for the sewer chat, Worcester, Ohio, 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main concern for tonight. We also just got another flash flood warning. I think this one's going to be for Chardon, west of Mesopotamia Township. Another one. There's another one in Michigan. How many flash flood warnings do we have? We're up to 7 flash flood warnings. Or no, we have 8. That new one in Michigan is going to make it 8 flash flood warnings. We're about to have as many severe warnings as flash flood warnings. Off the record, this is our flash flooding risk for today. We had a slight risk all across New York, back into northern Indiana, northern Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and a marginal threat all the way down into Springfield and Kansas. Honestly, we could have been, I don't even know if a moderate risk would have been out of play, at least for New York. It's been pretty significant today. Tomorrow, we have a slight risk of flash flooding across Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas. And then on Thursday, a very low risk across the Great Lakes. Hey, Raymond, for becoming a maximum velocity member, Storm Chaser with the super chat. Is there going to be any severe threats or tornadoes around Cleveland? I think it's a pretty low threat, very low risk of damaging winds. The tornado threat should be done, though, for Cleveland. Storm Prediction Center did come out with a new outlook not too long ago, but I don't think anything really changed. This was, I believe, an hour ago now. They still have that hatched tornado risk in place. Let me go over to our website here so you guys have a better view of this. You can go over to the severe weather section of the maxvelocitywx.com website, and you can see all the cool things here. Also, we had this, I think yesterday, but we have now a target view. So we can click on the target view, and it'll show you all the cities and also show you a more zoomed in look at all the risks of severe weather. So this is our risk for the rest of tonight. So slight risk across anywhere from St. Louis back into eastern New York, and a slight risk also in Oklahoma and Texas. Again, most of the severe weather should wane after 11 Eastern, so we got about 2 hours left of anything really that significant or widespread. Damaging winds and large hail still remain the dominant concerns at this point. And then our tornado risk, we'll kind of zoom us in here, but that's going to be across northern Indiana, northern Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and also up into Detroit. But I think really at this point, the tornado risk is, for the most part, done anywhere north of this line here. It's not zero. I would still have ways to receive alerts just in case, but it's very, very low. Thank you, Edits, for the $10 super chat from Gainesville, Florida. I want to be a meteorologist. What's the drought forecast here in Gainesville? The drought's only going to continue to get worse. I don't know what the exact drought is. You can look it up on the drought monitor, but I'm pretty sure it's like a level 3 or 4. It's definitely up there. I think all of Florida is mostly in a 3 or 4. This is what tomorrow looks like for severe weather. We have another risk of severe weather in the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic for isolated wind and hail, but obviously the main story is going to be that orange and yellow area, Kansas City into San Angelo, where we have another risk of scattered to numerous severe storms. Big concern for tomorrow will be really significant damaging winds that could even exceed 75 miles per hour at times. There's also a risk of some large hail. Could even be very large at times. Baseball-sized hail is definitely in play from southern Iowa towards the Texas and Mexico border. And then our tornado threat is a 5% tornado risk for southern Iowa back into Texas. And then this is the day 3 outlook for severe weather. Take a second to load. Maybe it won't load. Nice. I don't think it's going to load. Day 3, though, I've already kind of showed you, but day 3 will be basically back over here in the Ohio Valley. So I think, again, Thursday will be a big day. I think tomorrow will be a big day. I think Friday and Saturday could also be big days. I think in terms of, if I were to scale every day on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of significance, I'd say today, and 10 being really significant, 1 being not significant at all, I'd say today was about a 5. I think tomorrow, or maybe a 4, probably more of like a 4. I mean, it's been significant for some areas, just not widespread. Tomorrow, I think is going to be like a 6. 7 could be basically anywhere from like a 3 to like an 8. It's going to come down literally to our morning convection. And then Friday, I think, is going to be like a 7. So I think tomorrow is going to be pretty big. Thursday could be really anywhere. It could be really intense. It could also not be. Friday could definitely be on the higher side of things too. And then Saturday, I'm very uncertain about right now, but I'd say it's like a 4 right now. So yeah. We go over to the future radar as well. I'll show you this real quick. Tomorrow, the big problem with tomorrow is that our low pressure system is ejecting late over the Rockies, which means our severe weather risk is going to be delayed. A lot of the severe weather tomorrow will be happening around or after sunset, which is why I really want to remind you, have ways to receive alerts tomorrow. We'll obviously be live, but with it being a nocturnal threat of severe weather, there is a real risk of people going to sleep and getting severe storms. So again, make sure that if you are if you are basically anywhere in the risk area tomorrow, you have ways to receive warnings. Obviously, have a tornado action plan ready to go. And make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon too so you're notified when we do go live, because it's going to be a pretty long stream, I think, tomorrow evening. Severe weather, again, anywhere across the central and southern plains into the Ozarks. And then Thursday, we could have a significant severe weather threat right underneath this low pressure system, especially in Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and southern Wisconsin. Could even have a second round of severe storms further to the east in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. But uncertainty does remain about the morning convection. If it clears out fast enough, the risk will be much higher Thursday evening. And then Friday, a new low pressure system moves over the Rockies. Look how much further east this one is. This one's going to be well over the Rockies. Our turbulent mixing would have already happened. And so our risk of severe weather here is going to be a lot more elevated on Friday, I think. And I think we could easily see several, reports of damaging winds and hail, but also the risk of multiple tornadoes. It'll come down to storm mode, though. It might be a little bit messy. It'll come down to, obviously, the storm mode here. But if we have more discrete supercells, I could see Friday being a pretty big day of severe weather. And then Saturday will be kind of the leftovers of what happens on Friday. Saturday, in my opinion, doesn't look overly impressive, but we could have scattered severe storms from the Texas coastline, basically Gulf Coast, into maybe southern Michigan. And then Sunday, it's going to be pretty low end for the East Coast, but we could have some more damaging winds over the mid-Atlantic. Here are the dew points too, and this is kind of crucial for the next few days, but our dew points tomorrow are going to be in the mid-60s, so we have a lot of buoyancy for tomorrow, which makes it more concerning. Friday has dew points well into the mid-60s. This makes it a much more primed environment for tornadoes on Friday. And then Saturday, it's a very narrow corridor, but we have enough moisture literally anywhere from Texas into Michigan for severe weather. It's just going to come down to storm mode and how messy it is in general. And then Sunday, pretty low risk, but we could see a little bit of severe weather, again, along the East Coast. But I see there being a world where we are live, at least at some point, between obviously tonight and all the way through Sunday. We could have a live stream basically every single day. All right, let's go back over to free cam view here. What's the purple outline mean? What purple outline? Oh, this? Those are special weather statements. Youngstown feels like an apocalypse, is what somebody just said in the chat. There's a camera in Youngstown. Let's check it out. That's what it looks like in Youngstown right now. It's on one of the Has cams over here in Youngstown. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Can't really see a whole lot, unfortunately. But there's a lot of lightning here. The wind is probably around 60 to 70 miles per hour. He's calling this an apocalypse, though. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. Thank you, Race, also for becoming a member. Yeah, I can't really see much there, but we'll keep an eye on that. I'm ordering myself dinner right now. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member. We got Steak and Shake tonight. I was talking about steak. I think I was talking about Steak and Shake earlier or something, but their garlic burger is so good. That's the stuff. Their garlic burger is so incredibly good. Their fries are pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie, I never had Steak and Shake until like a month ago. Like literally a month ago. It was like 1 in the morning. I'm like, where can I get food at 1 in the morning? Because I was driving, you know, and it was the only place open. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to go there, unless I want to go to McDonald's. And like I had their garlic burger. I was like, wow, this thing is so good. Granted, it was 1 in the morning. I was hungry, so that might also be why. But it was pretty good, and I've never had it before, so that's probably the other reason why. Too bad it's not Culver's. I can't have Culver's every single night. Got to mix it up a little bit. Hey, Chew for the super chat. Dinner donation for Michigan. I appreciate that. But I definitely recommend, I mean, like, if you want to, I mean, I'm not sponsored or anything. I'm not being paid to say this, but like, honestly, if you want to try something different, I feel like they're actually pretty different. Like, I don't feel like they're kind of different from most fast food places. Like, they actually have pretty good stuff, in my opinion. That's if you want fast food, which I'm not saying to get fast food, but got a little area here near Palmyra, Ohio. I would say that's more of a wind threat. I don't feel like this is that much rotation, but we'll keep an eye on this near Rootstown, right along Interstate 76. Very low tornado risk, but we're keeping an eye on that. A rotation near Chardon Falls in Burton, Ohio, contaminated. Burton, Ohio. I don't see any rotation up here. It's all damaging winds here, or gusty winds, I should say. This would be the only area of rotation that I see anywhere. I wouldn't really say it's that strong, but we'll keep an eye on. This is the only area of rotation that we currently have right now. Low rotation, though. Just west of Palmyra. Hey, Cylindrico for the super chat, for the food fund. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Nez, for the super chat. Is Northwest Ohio safe tonight? I would say you're pretty much done. I mean, we got obviously a lot of storms still coming. It's gonna be a noisy sleep. Let's say that. Gonna have plenty of thunderstorms tonight, but most of them shouldn't be severe. I think most of the storms across the board will just be strong. I give you your personal chef instead of ordering fast food. I low-key need a personal chef. A chef. I don't have that money, though. That'd be pretty lit, though. I've literally been standing this entire stream. We've been live for 3 hours and 46 minutes. It's been a full standing stream today. Doesn't happen all the time, but it happens occasionally. I really like the green screen edition that we have. I think it'll be really cool to have it more and more down the line. I posted a video to our Facebook page last night of kind of a little preview to at least a forecast on a green screen sort of thing, which I don't think we're going to do forecasts on a green screen. I like doing it the way we do it right now, but we could always have a segment where we do it, maybe, or use it. Hey, Ray for the super chat, and also and for letters for the super chat. Appreciate that. Bainbridge, Ohio. Bainbridge, I don't think we're going to see anything severe tonight. We'll have strong storms, though, overnight. Tomorrow, low risk of isolated severe storms. Hey, Flame for the super chat. How's Cheese Curd doing? She's doing good. She's doing better. Jen with the super chat says, shout out to Hannah. We're watching from Hudson. Appreciate you tuning in. Shrimp with the super chat asks if there were any tornadoes confirmed earlier. Nothing so far. But obviously we'll be live tomorrow, so if there are any reports at all, we will be the first to let you know of any confirmed tornadoes or anything in general that has happened. But so far today, these are all the reports that we've had. It's actually been a pretty, again, significant day for what this is. I know we don't have as much severe weather now. We have 6 severe warnings, but I mean, we've had 70 wind reports. We've had 58 hail reports. And when it comes to tornado reports, none, but obviously we could have had a tornado. What's the website again? There's a link in the description. Top link in the description. You can also type in maxvelocitywx.com. I'll put the link in the chat too. If you guys want an extra way to receive weather alerts this severe weather season, you can also check out Max Alert. There's a link in the description too to that. It's very, very cheap. It's very affordable. We made it the most affordable price we can make it, so that way you guys can get an extra way to receive weather alerts whenever there's severe weather happening. Comes in handy when you go to bed, because you'll get a phone call from me. Hey, Tyler for the super chat. Pretty sure there was one in Ottoville, Ohio. It looked like it. I mean, there could have been a couple of tornadoes. Again, we won't know until tomorrow. The National Weather Service will survey the storms. And again, if we had any tornadoes, we'll let you know. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I just obviously can't verify anything. We've seen damage that looks at least like straight line wind damage. We may have had a tornado somewhere. I know we had a photo sent in earlier. We've had obviously a lot of photos sent in today. Let me see where this photo was. We had one that was sent in that looked like tornado damage over in, it's only a few more back. Sorry, the screen's flashing, but I want to find it. This one right here. This is over in Defiance, Ohio. Like, that looks like a tornado path. Now, obviously, I don't know if it is, but that would be like the closest one that I've seen that looks maybe like some sort of tornado that happened. A lot of just stuff was flown into the yard here and flown around, and almost looks like a tornado might have gone right through the fence, but obviously can't really tell. There's a lot of trees that have been down though today. A lot of them 10 to 20 footers. All right, this right here was also in Defiance, which granted this was probably from straight line winds, but huge tree went down onto a couple vehicles, or at least one vehicle. Feel bad for whoever has that car. They're gonna have to get a new car, I think. Might be totaled. Somebody just said in the chat, lightning has been wicked in Indiana. Greatly pleased. I bet. This is over in New York earlier in Perrysburg. About 1 inch hail fell. Major damage to cars, sidings, and windows. Significant flooding in the area. We also have some new photos that were just sent in. Let me skip ahead to those. This is a hailstorm over in Eden Township, Michigan. About 2 o'clock today. Saw that video, we saw that photo. These are some of the new ones. This is from Defiance, Ohio, too. This is in Sherwood, Ohio. The 127 road is blocked due to a large tree down. Got some emergency response on the scene, trying to get that tree out of the roadway. This is sent in also from Berlin, Ohio. Another tree uprooted. Let me take off the name there. Another large tree that was uprooted. We got a severe warning in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York. We had our first severe warning in Vermont since August, not too long ago. First severe warning since August of last year. Some lightning over in Payne, Ohio, nonstop since the sirens went off. Here's another photo. Wow. Look at the wind. It's over in Defiance, Ohio, too. This is when we may have had a tornado. Look at the intense wind outside of this person's window. It's like a POV shot. Wow. So over in west side of Cleveland with a huge tree down. That is again, another like 20, 30 foot tall tree. Maybe 40 feet. Cleveland had some big time damage today. It's a video sent in, a really cool shelf cloud video here from Lorain County, Ohio. And then here's a video from Champion Township, Ohio. The light show has been going insane. Again, if you guys have photos and videos, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We'll show as many as possible. I know a lot of you guys have been submitting stuff. We've had over 500 of you guys submit photos and videos today. I think it actually might be higher than that number, but that's a rough estimate. Again, right now we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. The majority of them are in Pennsylvania and Ohio. We have a brand new severe warning for Loudonville and Millersburg and Berlin in Ohio for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. If you're over in Worcester, you're over in Orville, definitely get ready for that. This is a live shot right now in Ashland of the wind picking up. This is Ashland, Ohio, so this is inside of that severe thunderstorm warning. There were some people walking that downtown area not too long ago, but this camera is shaking. Surprised there's not a severe warning in Indiana. Well, there's nothing really severe. Mostly strong storms. We got a lot of strong storms out there. A lot of lightning. And lightning storms can happen and they don't have to be severe. Like, not everything has to be severe. And none of these would even be close to severe criteria. Even the stuff near Fort Wayne, even the special weather statement, it's mostly just 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts maybe. Perhaps a tiny bit of pea-sized hail with maybe one of these storms, but most of it's lightning. So if you're into hail or something, nothing exciting. We have a breaking news report out of Turners Falls, Massachusetts. This is in Franklin County. Lightning struck a tree which is downed on power wires on Main Road in Gill. This is relayed by an amateur radio, according to the fire department and rescue. We got a lightning strike report. I don't know why it's over the water, but somewhere over near Riverside, it looks like, in Massachusetts. We also have a brand new severe warning here in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Again, having severe weather in March or April in the Northeast, like at least in this part of the Northeast, does not happen very often. Our storm pattern has been, for the last month or two, has been like this. Storms will come either from up here or they'll come out from the south and west and go northeast. It's been very interesting. The Southeast has been quiet this year. Shout out to Waco with the super chat. Actually do a PDS tornado compilation on the More Max Velocity channel. We might. That'd be a really long video, though. We've had a lot of PDS tornado warnings over the years. Maybe we'll do like some of the top ones we've had. In case you guys didn't know, we do have a second channel. It's More Max Velocity. You can look it up on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We have obviously a couple videos that went up here recently. We had the first tornado emergency of 2026. We have the most dangerous tornado emergencies I've ever covered. That's also on this channel. Went up a few days ago. And then we also have a 24/7 live weather stream over here, which we've actually put a lot of updates on this recently. We have like a latest headlines thing on here. We got all sorts of weather information and data, tons of live cameras across the country. We also added this new severe weather widget on here too, which is this right here. It shows you all the states, or at least some of the top states in a risk of severe weather for a given day. It'll show you the categorical outlook, the hail risk, wind threat, all that good stuff. So definitely make sure to check that out. It's on the More Max Velocity channel. And once this stream is over, which is not over yet, but once it's over, we'll redirect you to that channel anyway, so you can subscribe when you're over there. It's a good place to go whenever we are on like a standby day for going live, for example. I know if we had some people, I've had some people asking, like, can you add to the website like a place that I can see if you're going live on a given day? We might. I'm not sure yet. If we do, I don't know when it'll be added, but we might add it after the severe weather stretch is over. But just expect us to probably be live every single day between now and Saturday, and maybe Sunday. But we might add something like that. I know we've had some people asking. You look 50 years older in that photo. I don't know. I need to fix the profile picture on there. Thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. 11 confirmed tornadoes so far in Indiana in 2026. It's going to be a busy year, I'm afraid. Always tune into Max Velocity. Appreciate that. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Trusting us for your weather information. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. We got a tornado warning alert about an hour ago in from Ohio Highway Patrol. I have no clue. We haven't had any tornado warnings though in a while. I think generally speaking, the tornado risk is pretty low at this point. I'd say it's very low. New damage report in Sharon, Pennsylvania, of a large trees down on wires. Another report out of Mercer County. We're probably going to approach over 100 wind reports today. All right, let's see. I don't have any more photos and videos right now. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. You can also go to our website. What should I expect in St. Louis? I think it'll be mostly strong storms. There isn't really much happening here. I know we have a slight risk of severe weather in place, and it's going to be a pretty noisy night, even in Illinois and Indiana. But again, I'm not expecting a lot of severe weather here. I think we're mostly looking at wind, maybe some hail, and maybe an isolated tornado threat. I think the risk, though, is pretty low, generally speaking. My picture never got shown. Sad. Well, again, we can't show every photo and video. We got a lot submitted. Like, we have had over 600 photos and videos today, and if I showed you every single photo and video, we would not be able to like have an actual stream. We only try to show you guys the more impactful stuff, or at least the more visually concerning things, or at least try to show you and display what's actually happening out there. And again, some of them that you send in might do that, but we can't always show them. Like, we just get so many photos and videos from the same places too that it can kind of add up over time. So we try to limit the amount of photos and videos to the more high quality stuff that's there. I'm not saying your photo or video is not high quality. It's just we can't show everything. It's kind of the end of the day. That's kind of what it is. We have about 1,000 people sharing their location with us. If you want to go over to our website, you can go to the submit a location on our report part of the website. And again, most people tuning in tonight are in Ohio. We have a lot of people in Cleveland. It's actually pretty impressive. A lot of people in Ohio and Indiana tonight, not many in Illinois. Got a little hot spot in Florida, near Baton Rouge, too, in Louisiana. Here's a more zoomed out view of the country tonight. All these red triangles are, basically incidents on highways. Those are not locations. We have reached over 500,000 people with today's live stream. I won't even say today was that like big of a day. I know we have a pretty large risk of severe weather, but it's pretty incredible how we've reached over 500,000 people with today's live stream here on YouTube. And again, I would consider today a pretty low end threat of severe weather. What in the world? We have a tornado possible severe warning in California. What kind of plot twist is this? And why do we have a tornado possible on this? There must have been some report, but we got California tuning in today to the action. This is near Corning. We have cameras out here. I have no clue if we have anything here. I don't think we do. Bro, what in the world? Hey, MC for the super chat. YouTube just did. I have no clue. I have no clue. I've not heard anything about that, MC. I don't even know what that channel is, so I have no clue. I would have to look more into it. If you want to send me stuff on social media, feel free to. I haven't heard about it until now. I think that might be no, it's not the first. I was about to say it might be the first severe warning of 2026 in California, but we definitely had some in January. We had a pretty tense and storm right now near Paducah. It's over near Paducah, Guthrie, and Texas. Mostly looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. This is the most significant storm right now out there. Anybody tuning in from California right now? Our heat map does actually have, at least a few people have submitted their location in California. We at least got 4 people that are in California. Now, this storm is up near Chardon, so I don't see anybody there, but anybody's tuning in from California, you're part of a rare day here. We got a severe warning or a tornado possible tag in California. I wouldn't say it's really that rare, but it's definitely just, it's random, to say the least. I mean, that's in a general thunderstorm risk. It's kind of funny. We had a severe warning in Mississippi earlier today and a general thunderstorm risk too. How do you share your location? You go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Links in the description. You click the location report tab, and then you click your location, and then click submit. Pretty easy. We'll make it easier though in the future, instead of having to go to that website all the time. We'll make it easier. Work in progress. Shout out to Snaggle with the 2-month membership. How does Kansas City area look over the week? I think we're really having to watch tomorrow and Friday for more significant severe weather. Back-to-back rounds of severe weather are coming. Got a pretty significant area of damaging winds tracking down Interstate 80 right now in Pennsylvania, approaching Ridgeway, Du Bois, and Clearfield. Not much of a tornado risk once again. I think that, again, the tornado threat pretty much done. I'm not going to rule out a brief weak tornado somewhere tonight, but I think the risk is definitely waning. If there were to be a tornado really anywhere tonight, I'd probably be looking over here near Pittsburgh, but I think the risk, again, is very, very low. Just have ways to receive alerts, and you should be good. Hey, USMC for the sewer chat. I appreciate that. We got Steak and Shake on the way. Got some dinner for tonight. A chance the storm in western Massachusetts develops. I don't think it'll be developing. It'll probably stay strong for the next half hour and then weaken. I mean, again, most of the storms moving into Massachusetts are moving into a less favorable environment, less instability. So severe weather should be going down over there. Got a new severe warning in Mahoning County in Ohio. Youngstown and Boardman for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got some strong storms off to the northwest of Columbus near Kenton. Those are not severe, but gusty winds. We'll be rolling towards Marion here soon. I know we have some of you guys tuning in from Marion. There's a little bit more of a wide view of northern Ohio right now. Any purple squares that you guys see, those are special weather statements. Just means strong thunderstorms are happening. Fort Wayne clear? Fort Wayne's not really clear. I mean, you're going to have storms all night, I think, or at least most of the early evening hours, or late evening hours into the early overnight hours, but severe weather is less likely at this point. They just said Steak and Shake in some random place in Missouri is closing. I've heard a couple. I mean, every restaurant, every like major chain has closures to some extent. Always to some extent. Great work, Max. Appreciate that. I'll just say it to me though, we got an entire team of people too. You know, we got obviously Riley. Riley's still here. There hasn't really been anything to relate today, so it's been pretty quiet on that end. But I mean, again, we have an entire team of people now that help us with these live streams. It's not just me. If it was just me, these streams would not be where they're at. Takes a lot. A lot more than it used to run a very solid operation. And obviously, this is basically becoming, again, a weather channel. We are a weather channel. So we're growing quite a bit. Thank you, Bear, for the 4-month membership. I'm trying to see. Was it this? All right, never mind. I'm trying to figure out where YouTube chat moderation stuff is. I just found it. Need a theme song and an intro to what? Live streams? I like just getting right into it. I don't think there's any need for an intro. Well, usually when we go live, there's stuff going on. Like I'm not gonna go live, like, you know, when there's like really not much to talk about. Like if I'm going live, I'm going live. We're not doing this like this run up thing. We're just going right into it. We're jumping into it. It's like literally no reason for it. Because when I go live, I have stuff to talk about. That's how I roll. We want to get right into coverage. Thank you, Joshua, for the super chat. Tomorrow towards a food box. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dank, for the super chat. Greatest risk, Toledo for tornadoes. Nothing really tonight. Tomorrow, nothing. Thursday, very low chance. Friday, not much. Saturday, maybe. There isn't really a whole lot of severe weather for Toledo for the next few days. I think Thursday and Saturday will be the main days to watch for. Thank you, Paige, for becoming a member. Now, I honestly think we've done a better job with intros on videos. I think intros are way better than they were a few months ago. They're a lot less drawn out. They go right into all the details than we go into the video. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about our intros on videos. Live streams, I think there's literally no need for an intro. But for videos, I feel like they are pretty solid. And a lot more people do watch our videos, like are watching our videos compared to a few months ago, because it gives you all the details in a short period of time. And then we go into the actual details. But I don't know. I don't usually ask anybody about opinions necessarily on the intros, but I feel like they're pretty good. Any tornado warnings? No.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What is that timing? Bro, what? We have a tornado warning in Ohio. There is no way. Well, we have a tornado warning in Ohio. If you're in Shreve, Fredericksburg, Millbrook, south of Worcester, this is not scripted, guys, all right? If you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to include US Highway 250. So, can't seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is going to include Holmes, Stark, and Wayne counties. I'm going to be honest, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here, but they have gone ahead and warned it. Just radar indicated rotation here. Script, guys, trust me, it's not scripted. The tornado alerts, all these alerts come in instantly. Like, there's no delay to them, so. So again, south of Worcester, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. It's a fairly more rural area here. Worcester obviously not included. South side of Worcester would be. Looking to get the exact number of people in this warning. We got about 35,000 people in this warning. 15 schools. So Shreve, Winsburg, Wilmot, Brewster, Apple Creek, Fredericksburg, Ohio. Be in your safe place. Hey, Blue Collar for the sewer chat. Thanks for keeping us keeping so many people safe. Max and team, keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Got a report in the chat in Canton, Ohio that sirens are going off. I would say right now, again, the rotation's fairly broad. There's no like tightening here. I'm honestly surprised I even issued a tornado warning for this, but obviously if you're on the warning, take shelter. I'd say damaging winds is definitely the bigger concern right now. Should pull up a camera looking at that storm. I don't think there's any cameras that are in this area. The closest one that we have is the one that is off to the west of these storms now over in Ashland. Still plenty of lightning, but not really any view of this. Cautionary warning? I don't know. I don't really see a lot here. There's not much of a convergence signature. If you're just tuning in again, tornado warning south of Cleveland, northeast of Columbus. Maybe a low chance again for a tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. So we'll eventually go towards Canton, Carrollton, Augusta. But more concerning would be the damaging wind threat still. 60 to 65 mile per hour winds still ongoing. And again, the main area of rotation is southwest of Worcester. So seek shelter again if you're in the warning. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Outside of this, we do have a severe warning near Brookville for 60 mile per hour winds. This is surging towards Clearfield to Boyce in Pennsylvania. Most of the other storms at this point over in New York and also Massachusetts are waning. Still got one severe warning in effect south of Pittsfield, but these storms are going to be winding down, I think, in about 30 minutes as they go towards Northampton and Springfield. And then over near Youngstown, we still have a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning for Boardman, Youngstown, and that'll eventually go towards Newcastle. We have Storm Chaser PA storm trackers not too far from that area, so we'll keep an eye on them. Put them in the bottom right slot. They're looking in the direction of that storm. Over in Cleveland, I think the severe weather's mostly done, but flooding is becoming a big concern. We've had a lot of rain here today. Several inches of rain have fallen. We've had already some flash flood reports come out of that area. Interstate 77 south is closed at State Route 21 due to high water. There are several cars that are submerged on the interstate and getting towed out as of 8 o'clock. So that's pretty concerning. And that is only going to continue to get worse. Still looking at rotation once again, just south here, Worcester in Ohio. It's broad rotation. It's tracking east right now towards Beach City and Brewster. It is almost 10 o'clock, so if you guys have any friends or family that might be in this tornado warning, definitely reach out to them and make sure that they are aware of this. I know we've been, for the most part, winding down when it comes to the tornado threat, but obviously if there were to be a tornado with this, you know, they could be sleeping. You want to make sure they're not being caught off guard here. Make sure that they are aware of the situation. This is definitely a dangerous storm, again, moving to the east. Regardless of there being a tornado, there will definitely be damaging winds. Got a new radar scan coming in. According to our heat map, we at least have the tornado warnings right here. We at least got 2 or 3 of you guys tuning in that are inside of this tornado warning. Over in Worcester, or on the south side of Worcester. Latest scan still showing broad rotation. Again, we're not seeing any tight couplet here. We need to see the greens and reds basically connected to each other. They're not connected. There's still a large gray gap there. So rotation would still be on the broad side of things. On the velocity scale, I put this at about a 3, which in my opinion, we would need about a 4 for there to be a tornado warning, and we're not really there. So I still think it's kind of on the weaker side of things, but obviously, as a precaution, definitely stay in your safe place. Got a damaging wind threat continuing to roll through Youngstown and Boardman, going towards Newcastle. We have 7 severe warnings right now. We still have 1 over in Texas for 70 mile per hour winds and $half-dollar size hail just north of Guthrie. Again, this is kind of the precursor to tomorrow's severe weather event, which again, tomorrow will be much more significant here across Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas, and we'll be live covering that threat as well. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel if you are new here. What am I expecting in Kansas City? The storms are firing late tonight. There is a chance for a couple storms tonight, but hail will be the main concern. I think severe weather is going to be a pretty low risk. I personally think the more concerning day is going to be tomorrow afternoon and evening, with hail, wind, and tornadoes all possible. What time is it? It's right there. That's the time. Nothing coming to Pittsburgh. These storms will be the ones that hit Pittsburgh. So if you're over in Pittsburgh, again, I don't think there will be much of a tornado risk by the time they get to you, but this will be producing some gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds ranging from 40 to 65 miles per hour, and maybe a brief tornado threat. Now, another flash flood warning in New York. Flash flooding has been a big concern today. We are now at, I think, 8 flash flood warnings. So we have more flash flood warnings than severe warnings. It just updated the tornado warning. It's a little bit more condensed. It still includes Holmes, Stark, and Wayne counties. It is radar indicated rotation. So again, no confirmed tornado as of right now. But if we had a tornado, it would be south of Burnett's Corners. And it'll be approaching Apple Creek in about 3 minutes. McCants in about 2 minutes. Maysville's about 6 to 7 minutes out from this. And then Mount Eaton, as well as Brewster, about 10 to 15 minutes out from this. Youngstown, that's me. How are we doing? Mainly looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds. But obviously stay away from windows and definitely be on the lowest floor possible in case there are falling trees or flying tree branches. Will they be live streaming North Oklahoma by Enid tomorrow? We're going to be live. Like, again, we do nationwide coverage. We will be live covering everywhere in Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas, etc. Like any state that's at risk of severe weather, even today, like we are covering to some degree. And there's no exception tomorrow at all. We have a very large following in Texas and Oklahoma. So we definitely, we're known a lot more down in the southern plains comparably to the Ohio Valley. That's where we began. I mean, that's where I began this whole thing. I mean, we started in North Texas and then expanded out into now being nationwide. So we have a very large audience that'll be tuning in, I think, from Texas and Oklahoma tomorrow. And rightfully so. I mean, I think we provide some very solid live weather coverage down there in the southern and central plains. We got a lot of people that follow from Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas. Hey, William, for the super chat, what are your thoughts on the National Weather Service jinxing you all the time, every time live? I don't know. Happens a lot. It's actually pretty impressive how many times it's happened. Latest scan on this tornado warning. In my opinion, the rotation is fairly broad. I, again, do not think this is enough for a tornado warning, but if you are in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case this thing does drop a tornado. It's a fairly low-end amount of rotation right now. Outside of this, there's really not many other areas of rotation. I mean, the storms that are going through Youngstown, Ohio right now, mostly just producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's no rotation really on that. I think generally speaking, again, the tornado risk across the board is still fairly low right now. Is it moving past Worcester then? Yeah, I would give it about, if you're in Worcester, I'd stay in your safe place for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then by about 10:10 Eastern time, you should be fine. Granted, we'll have more thunderstorms, I think, overnight with the stuff that's back off to the west, but again, the severity of those should be fairly minimal. But Worcester is not in the tornado warning. It'd be down to your south, obviously. There's really no rotation. The winds are definitely weaker over Worcester. South of US Highway 30 is where the more substantial impacts are happening. Going to sitting mode. I've been standing for 4.5 hours. All right. Report in the chat that sirens are going off in East Canton. A few people saying sirens are going off. Obviously, sirens can go off for normal severe weather too. It's not always for tornado warnings. Every place basically varies across the board. If you're over in central Pennsylvania, definitely get ready for some damaging winds here soon. Some trees and tree branches and power lines could come down as this line of thunderstorms continues to push down towards Bellefonte and as well as Lock Haven. It's going to be going through Clearfield in about 15 minutes. I'm going to time out this tornado warning cell so you have an idea of where this thing is going to be heading. It's moving east at about 55 miles per hour, so it's pretty quick. One of the faster moving storms that we've had so far today. That is the general direction of where this thing's heading. So some timestamps are on the left side of your screen. Some of the major locations. Canton or Carrollton in Ohio is at about 10:40. We got New Cumberland at about 11:08. Got Washington at 11:35. Pittsburgh right around 11:30, 11:45. The general timing guide for this tornado warning cell. Hey, Jones, to the super chat. Any chance of storms that start further north and hit Council Bluffs, Iowa, Thursday or Friday? I would say your best chance would be Friday for that. There could be some storms tomorrow night, but I think Friday is definitely the day that you have the best chance of seeing stuff. Hey, BH for the super chat. Canton, Indiana in danger? I don't think there's really many places in Indiana that are in danger by any means. I mean, again, I think mostly just strong storms. We could have some gusty winds, some tiny hail, a lot of lightning for sure. There's going to be a lot of thunderstorms tonight, but I think the severity of those storms is very low. Latest scan still showing some broad rotation. Here are some of the closer timestamps for anybody that's like right next to Canton, Ohio, for example. Canton, Ohio will be hit by this line by around 10:20. Hey, PW for the super chat. Came home from spotter class and you're still on. Hope everybody is safe and stays quiet for the next few days, but probably not. It is not going to be quiet the next few days. The next few days are going to be very active. We are going to be live, I think, every single day through at least Friday, if not Saturday and Sunday. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're also only 2,000 subscribers from 1.78 million. We've run a lot here recently. Severe weather season kicking into gear again. Got a new severe warning in Elk County, Pennsylvania. This one's going to be back over near Ridgeway and St. Mary's. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So we'll be eventually going towards the Elk State Forest and Wharton. So there could be some trees coming down over there near the lake, the state forest here soon. A lot of people saying their power's been flickering on and off, and there's been a lot of power outages here today, especially in Ohio. We are at about 130,000 customers without power across the country. 65,000 of those are in Ohio. Defiance is one of those places that has some isolated power outages. I've had some people saying power's flickering there. Got a lot right along Lake Erie, especially near Cleveland. Lorraine back into Ashtabula. And then back over in Pennsylvania, we're at about 20,000 without power. Erie has a little over 10% without power. And then New York has about 20,000 without power. Greene County actually has a pretty large power outage. Greene County, New York at about almost 20% without power. That's almost 10,000 customers. That's actually a pretty large number. But definitely make sure you have flashlights ready to go tonight in case you lose power, especially over in Ohio and Pennsylvania, as we still have ongoing severe weather. This is our tornado warning. Again, the rotation here is very weak, in my opinion. Very broad. I don't think we'll get a new tornado warning on this. Now, on the velocity scale, it's about a 2 out of 10. It's fairly weak rotation, but obviously, if you are in the warning, continue to stay in that safe place just in case we do get a tornado. More of a damaging wind risk, though, in my opinion, off to the west here of Canton, Ohio. Hey, Lachlan for the sewer chat. Is Columbia, South Carolina in danger? You guys are not in danger. If anything, you're in danger of a drought. There's like no rain there. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is in eastern Ohio and western Pennsylvania. Damaging winds remain possible. The most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is surprisingly high. It's up to 130 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then hail under the size of $0.50 is possible. That'll be, again, Pittsburgh, back to State College, Canton, Ohio. You guys are all included in that. This storm over in Texas is continuing to get more intense. We're now up to golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. North of Guthrie, tons and tons of lightning too. You can only imagine what tomorrow's storms are going to bring. Got a photo over in Guthrie, Texas of a possible wall cloud. It was about 12 minutes ago. This is Falcon storm chasing on Twitter. Actually pretty ominous looking. I'm actually surprised we even have anything that looks remotely like this with the environment that we have in Texas today. I really didn't expect much of a tornado threat, especially after sunset, but that looks like a wall cloud or at least some sort of lowering feature there over in Texas. Shout out to Kev for becoming a member. If you're just tuning in, tornado warning still in effect for Ohio for the next 11 minutes or so. I don't think they're going to continue it, but we'll see. It's a little bit more of a hook feature from the Pittsburgh radar site, but both of them are showing it. Again, just the rotation in general is very broad. So live shot, you can actually see the shelf cloud here. This is PA Storm Trackers. Just right over near Newcastle. Look at that shelf cloud right there. Very faintly see it.
Oh, I hear the thunder.
I like that noise. Very calming. Jesus.
So right here is the shelf cloud.
Right?
He got a strike.
Obviously, lightning's on the lower horizon there.
How good of a view do we have?
Also, shout out, you can see at the top right, this amazing mic stand. This will not be
Yeah,
staying.
catching that all of a sudden.
You gotta get a better one. I have a better one, I just haven't had time to set it up. But that right there, again, is the shelf cloud there.
It looks like there's like a little like parking lot down here on the left. Wonder what the view's like though.
I don't know.
Mom thought she saw a wall cloud. There's a little spot down here I'm gonna check out, right at this where this house is.
Oh, you know what? We're by that factory. That's probably what it is. Yeah.
It could be.
Max's hair looks darker there. It's different lighting.
No, this did not work out for me. I mean, it is a parking lot. Some kind of business.
Walker
Make a U-turn,
farm.
then turn right onto Pennsylvania 108 East.
Trying to...
Okay, maybe not a wall, maybe a scud.
We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep them bottom left. And so we got a broad area of rotation right now there. Actually, that's a pretty good view of the storm. Look at the little scud there on the right. That's just some scary looking clouds. We got a little bit of scud there.
I might back up actually to get better view. Where? Oh, we got tree wise that are behind too.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Was it a good?
Yeah.
Some pretty cool lightning here too. It's in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, just north of Pittsburgh. This is the Youngstown storm that is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And not really much of a tornado risk, but obviously those little scuddy clouds there on the right kind of make it look like a tornado's developing. Definitely pretty ominous.
Lowering right over top of that power plant over there, but I don't know if that's the power plant causing that. Let me back up. Let me turn just a hair here.
Anyway, Cam with the super chat. Much love from Massillon, Ohio, watching the storms coming in. Appreciate you tuning in. Tornado warning still continues in Ohio for Brewster and Beach City, or west side of Beach City, for the next about 8 minutes or so. Canton is not under any warnings yet, but I'd be ready for at least a severe warning.
I'm gonna give it once around here real quick. Just to
Very scary looking clouds there on the right. They keep looking lower and lower. All sorts of low-hanging clouds there. Central Iowa this week. We had a video on it today. We're also gonna have a video on it tomorrow. We'll have a lot more details in tomorrow's video. Tomorrow's video is gonna go so in detail. Like, we're gonna have, obviously today was like 15 minutes long, but tomorrow we'll go way more in detail about timing, where I think the greatest threat is gonna happen, all that good stuff. So obviously make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when the video comes out. It'll be out at probably about like 6 in the morning Central Time. It'll be out probably pretty early. I know we've been kind of varying video times between like 6 and 6:30. It'll probably be on the earlier side of that. If you guys have exact times of when you get up and stuff like that.
Sound of the train along with the storm. That's awesome.
Is it looking more or less scary?
Looks very. I don't know.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Pretty Scottish.
It's scary.
Oh, look at the sound. Listen to the sound.
That's crazy. Ooh. No, it's actually shaping.
Yeah, just hang on. I'm just gonna turn my nose
right.
that way a little bit.
We'll keep an eye on that. Bottom left of your screen. Actually, put it bottom right. Thank you, King, for the super chat. The radar I'm on is KCLE. If you're talking about radar app, I'm on Radar Omega. And we're looking at a broad area of rotation still just to the west of Canton. I do not think they're going to continue a tornado warning on this. Honestly, I'd put this like if we put this on the velocity scale, this actually might be at the lowest number. I mean, we're looking maybe a 2 out of 10 or a 1 out of 10. I don't even know if we can put it at a 2 out of 10 though. It's so on the edge. It's very low end rotation, in my opinion. But again, tornado warning does continue until 10:15 Eastern time, so that's about 6 more minutes. Outside of this, we obviously still have a bunch of severe warnings. We have some severe warnings in place. One obviously southwest of Canton. We got the one near Youngstown that's now moving into Pennsylvania. Does not look like they're going to issue a new severe warning for Newcastle, but we'll see. That warning also goes for 6 more minutes. We still have 2 severe warnings in central Pennsylvania for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just went by Puxatawny, Clearfield. That was terrible pronunciation. Emporium also is in the path of this line of thunderstorms. For 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we still have 1 severe warning in Massachusetts and Connecticut for also 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm in Puxawanatani and my house is shaking. It's probably windy. I guess it's probably gusty winds. We have a new severe warning in Texas for Guthrie. That is for golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible, or there's no tornado possible tag on this, but we did have maybe a wall cloud earlier. So that happened earlier. Hey, see JW for the super chat from Sulphur, Oklahoma. Appreciate you tuning in from Sulphur. All right, tornado warning goes for 4 more minutes. We have a solid almost 2 miles worth of gray in between our red and green, which means the rotation, again, is very broad. Thank you, Daryl, for becoming a member. How's Akron looking? Akron is pretty much done with severe weather. Granted, we could see a couple more strong storms tonight, but this will probably be the last organized line of thunderstorms for tonight here in Ohio. I would not be very worried. Again, if you're in Canton, obviously just stay away from windows. We do not have a severe warning for Canton. We're mainly looking at 50, 55 mile per hour wind gusts. Obviously, that could knock down some branches, maybe a smaller tree. But Canton, I'd just be, again, taking the precautions as this line of thunderstorms approaches. Do not panic, though. Not too concerning. I know we have some people in the chat that are from Canton. Just be ready. As long as you're prepared, you'll be fine. Off topic when it comes to today's severe weather setup, but we will have on basically Thursday into Friday, there's going to be a little ice storm that's going to be happening and snowstorm up here in parts of the upper Midwest and northern plains. Obviously, this is not rare for April standards. It does happen from time to time, especially up here to the north, but we're going to have severe weather Wednesday through Saturday and even into Sunday, and we're going to also have some snow and ice that go along with it. A couple different shots for it, one of which will be Thursday, or late Wednesday into Thursday, and then another one late Friday into Saturday. We also just got a new HRRR model run. I am curious to see what this looks like here for both tomorrow and Thursday. That's what it looks like for tomorrow. Looks pretty messy initially with all these storms near our warm frontal boundary producing hail and wind. This right here will be the main talking point. Line of thunderstorms producing tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. And then this would be what we're looking at for Thursday. Again, Thursday, all rides on that convection clearing out fast enough. The HRRR does not clear it out very quickly. So right now, it does not look super impressive, but we could see a corridor, again, mid to late afternoon, where we see tornadoes and all hazards across the Midwest. Again, really, Thursday has a very high ceiling, but the floor is also very low. That is impressive. The significant tornado parameter values are in the 6s on Thursday. This is a more impressive tornado setup Thursday than what it is right now for tomorrow. Like, if we actually have discrete cells Thursday afternoon, it is going to be a dangerous day of severe weather in Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, Missouri, and even Indiana. And those are no, that's not no joke right there. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, we'll be live, obviously, tomorrow, probably also on Thursday. But yeah, that right there is what we're looking at right now for significant tornado parameter values on Thursday. That's high. Very ripe environment if storms clear out quick enough. I would fully expect an enhanced risk of severe weather if trends continue that direction. Alrighty, we're back to no tornado warnings yet again. What does Friday look like? We'll talk all about that in tomorrow morning's video. I'm going to go in detail about every single day tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified when we have our video update. We've, for the most part, kind of gone over at least what to expect tomorrow. Obviously, it'll be live tomorrow, but we're going to have a much more detailed video breaking down everything tomorrow morning. If you support SIG 2 risk, we'll see. I don't think they're going to issue any sort of SIG 2 risk today, or tonight, I should say, for either tomorrow or Thursday, but Obviously, if things transpired correctly for Thursday, I would not rule it out for tornadoes. We'll see. Got a new severe warning in Ohio. This one's going to be north of Canton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's really not much rotation left, mostly looking at a damaging wind threat for the rest of the evening. It's almost 10:30, so obviously if you have any friends or family out here, just make sure that they're staying alert. And if you are one of those people that lives out here, make sure that you're staying alert as well, as there is obviously a risk here of isolated damaging winds and maybe a brief tornado before this thing's all said and done. Flooding will continue, lightning, all that stuff, so definitely stay alert. But otherwise, obviously, if you guys need a way to receive weather alerts tonight, go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Go to the Max Alert button at the top right. And if you click on that, you can sign up to get weather alerts directly to your phone whenever there is a tornado warning, severe warning, anything like that. This offers a ton of services. It goes exactly to your location and will give you alerts right for your location. No more false alarms. You'll be getting a weather alert directly for your exact address if you're included in a tornado warning, severe warning, or any other of the several options that Max Alert offers. We have like 10 different services on here. You also get lightning data and all that good stuff. Again, this is basically the price of a big arch meal at McDonald's, and it's per year. Basically paying less than 5 cents a day. It's basically $1 a month. It's the cheapest that we could possibly make it. So if you want to check it out, you can go to maxalert.net, and there's also a large Q&A section that you can check out with all the different things that you guys have been asking, like how many phone numbers you can have on it, if you're traveling, how does it work, all that good stuff. Highly recommend you check it out, though. Max Alert has been the sponsor of today's live stream. Also, if you guys want a detailed forecast on your exact area, go over to maxvelocitywx.com. You can go to the weather tab. We have all sorts of cool stuff up here, guys. We got your weather tab. We got perfect weather. The top weather headlines are on here now. Goes over everything that is happening in real time. Really cool, by the way. I mean, again, we've been adding so many things to this website. We got severe weather outlooks. You can actually look at the active weather alerts on here too, the active watches. Got all the severe warnings that are in place. You can go to the static images. You can see, the more detailed views of all these outlooks. You can share these very easily. There's a little download image button for every single outlook. Got the latest wind reports. So we got a very detailed and comprehensive severe weather section on our website that you guys can check out with all the latest details on here. Again, this is all on maxvelocitywx.com. We also got road conditions, aviation weather, trucker weather, outdoor planner, misery index. The misery index is one of the most random things going, but it's going to be a very miserable day right now, it looks like, for Thursday across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. But again, all this is free on our website. You don't have to pay a dime. You go to our website. It's all free. It's all free information. And obviously, it costs us money to run it, but with all your support, we're able to make it happen. So definitely make sure to check it out. What's your P.O. box? I have a mailing address in the description of every video and live stream if you want to mail me anything. We'll probably do a fan mail opening stream for members at some point, but we'll have to get a bulk of mail to do it. But yeah, otherwise, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream for tonight. Obviously, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. Check out Max Alert at maxalert.net. There's a link on the website as well. Stay on the stream, though. You'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream on the More Max Velocity channel. Again, we have a lot of cool updates on it, so let me know what you guys think of all those updates in that live chat on the channel. I'll be over there. I'll be looking at some of your feedback and stuff like that. We're going to be adding a lot more stuff to that 24/7 stream. A lot more cool things are coming this year. So definitely stay tuned for that. Also, feel free to join our Discord server. Links down below. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We will be live again tomorrow. We'll have a video bright and early tomorrow morning. So click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest video update. And also when we go live tomorrow. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night, and we will see you in the next video or live stream. Have a great